to say that each one of us also came with a commitment to make sure that we make this institution work better. And when we're in our communities and we go home each and every
Good morning and welcome into Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for joining us here on this Thursday morning. My name is Mackenzie Stasko, and I'll be with you for the next few hours, bringing you up to speed on all of the stories we are covering, not only here in the United States, but also around the world. We do have some updates for you from the Federal Reserve. Interest rates are going up again. The Federal Reserve has just announced it will be raising rates 0.75% to try and curb record high inflation that we Americans are currently dealing with. However, it's a move that threatens to slow U.S. economic growth and possibly exacerbate financial pressure on Americans. Also, the United States is sending an additional $1 billion to help Ukraine in its ongoing war with Russia. This latest package includes anti-ship missile launchers, howitzers, and more rounds for the high-mobility artillery rocket systems that U.S. forces are currently training Ukrainian troops on at this very moment. All of those are key weapon systems that Ukrainian leaders have urgently requested as they battle to stall Russia's advances in the eastern part of the country. And we do know, again, that along with the U.S. sending an additional $1 billion in aid, we also know that several leaders, specifically the French president, as you see right there on your screen, the German Chancellor and Italian Prime Minister, all walking there right now in Kyiv. They are in Ukraine at this very moment to meet with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. So again, the leaders of France, Germany, and Italy in Kyiv right now to show their support for Ukraine as they battle this war with Russia. So again, this is a live feed coming into our desk right now. The leaders there visiting the country amid this ongoing war. And in addition to this, we also know that the House committee investigating the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol will be holding another hearing at 1 o'clock this afternoon. The committee is laying the groundwork and evidence that it has collected over the past year to show that former President Donald Trump knew that he lost the 2020 election, but still spread misinformation that the election was stolen from him, which the committee says eventually led to the events that unfolded at the Capitol. And during those other hearings, we've heard from Trump's campaign manager, former Attorney General Bill Barr, his daughter Ivanka Trump, and several other of Trump's closest advisors. And coming up today, again at 1 o'clock, we are expected to hear from Greg Jacob, who's the advisor to former Vice President Mike Pence. So again, that is coming up at 1 o'clock this afternoon. So you will definitely want to stay tuned for that. But we do want to get back to some economy-related news here on Live Now from Fox. As we mentioned, in a historic move to tackle inflation, the Federal Reserve announced it's increasing interest rates by an aggressive 0.75%. Our Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera is in Washington with a reaction from lawmakers and economists.
Americans are bracing for higher costs on everything from credit card debt to mortgages after the Federal Reserve raised interest rates by 0.75 percentage point on Wednesday.
We're determined to do what we can to get inflation back down.
The rate increase, the Fed's biggest move since 1994, is yet another sign that it is struggling to bring down costs, still stubbornly high, up 8.6% compared to last year. Stocks surged on Wednesday after the hike.
No, I think it had to happen. There just was no seriousness about the Fed in tackling inflation. They were in denial about it. I think
Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell says the central bank could raise interest rates by another 0.75 percentage point in July as it tries to tamp down demand. But the tightening of monetary policy is also spooking several investors who are worried it could trigger a recession.
I think the economy slammed into a wall about 2 weeks ago. You're seeing a big decline in employment now. You're seeing layoffs.
Republicans are slamming President Biden, blaming his administration's policies and spending for fueling inflation. But White House officials are pushing back.
Inflation, first and foremost, it's happening all over the world. Inflation is at above 8% in Europe. It's above 9% in the UK. The United States is better positioned than any other country right now.
While Chairman Powell says he's still hoping for a softish economic landing, some economists warn price hikes on consumer goods and Putin's war in Ukraine could lead the economy into a recession. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
Madeline, thank you for that report. Again, as you heard, the Federal Reserve raising interest rates to its highest rate since 1994. This is all, of course, in an effort to curb inflation. But as we have been mentioning, there is major concern that this move could slow the U.S. economy and possibly lead to a recession. Here's more from the U.S. Federal Reserve Chair, Jerome Powell.
We need and the resolve that it will take to restore price stability on behalf of American families and businesses. The economy and the country have been through a lot over the past 2.5 years and have proved resilient. It is essential that we bring inflation down if we are to have a sustained period of strong labor market conditions that benefit all. From the standpoint of our congressional mandate to promote maximum employment and price stability, the current picture is plain to see. The labor market is extremely tight, and inflation is much too high. Against this backdrop, today the Federal Open Market Committee raised its policy interest rate by 0.75 percentage point and anticipates that ongoing increases in that rate will be appropriate. In addition, we are continuing the process of significantly reducing the size of our balance sheet. I'll have more to say about today's monetary policy actions after briefly reviewing economic developments. Overall economic activity edged down in the first quarter as unusually sharp swings in inventories and net exports more than offset continued strong underlying demand. Recent indicators suggest that real GDP growth has picked up this quarter, with consumption spending remaining strong. In contrast, growth in business fixed investment appears to be slowing, and activity in the housing sector looks to be softening, in part reflecting higher mortgage rates. The tightening in financial conditions that we've seen in recent months should continue to temper growth and help bring demand into better balance with supply. As shown in our summary of economic projections, FOMC participants have marked down their projections for economic activity, with the median projection for real GDP growth running below 2% through 2024. The labor market has remained extremely tight, with the unemployment rate near a 50-year low, job vacancies at historical highs, and wage growth elevated. Over the past 3 months, employment rose by an average of 408,000 jobs per month, down from the average pace seen earlier in the year, but still robust. Improvements in labor market conditions have been widespread, including for workers at the lower end of the wage distribution, as well as for African Americans and Hispanics. Labor demand is very strong, while labor supply remains subdued, with the labor force participation rate little changed since January. FOMC participants expect supply and demand conditions in the labor market to come into better balance, easing the upward pressures on wages and prices. The median projection in the SEP for the unemployment rate rises somewhat over the next few years, moving from 3.7% at the end of this year to 4.1% in 2024, levels that are noticeably above the March projections. Inflation remains well above our longer-run goal of 2%. Over the 12 months ending in April, total PCE prices rose 6.3%, excluding the volatile food and energy categories. Core prices rose 4.9%. In May, the 12-month change in the Consumer Price Index came in above expectations at 8.6%, and the change in the core CPI was 6%. Aggregate demand is strong. Supply constraints have been larger and long-lasting than anticipated, and price pressures have spread to a broad range of goods and services. The surge in prices of crude oil and other commodities that resulted from Russia's invasion of Ukraine is boosting prices for gasoline and food and is creating additional upward pressure on inflation. And COVID-related lockdowns in China are likely to exacerbate supply chain disruptions. FOMC participants have revised up their projections for inflation this year, particularly for total PCE inflation, given developments in food and energy prices. The median projection is 5.2% this year and falls to 2.6% next year and 2.2% in 2024. Participants continue to see risks to inflation as weighted to the upside. The Fed's monetary policy actions are guided by our mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. My colleagues and I are acutely aware that high inflation imposes significant hardship, especially on those least able to meet the higher costs of essentials like food, housing, and transportation. We are highly attentive to the risks high inflation poses to both sides of our mandate, and we're strongly committed to returning inflation to our 2% objective. Against the backdrop of the rapidly evolving economic environment, our policy has been adapting, and it will continue to do so. At today's meeting, the committee raised the target range for the federal funds rate by 0.75 percentage point, resulting in a 1.5 percentage point increase in the target range so far this year. The committee reiterated that it anticipates that ongoing increases in the target range will be appropriate. And we are continuing the process of significantly reducing the size of our balance sheet, which plays an important role in firming the stance of monetary policy. Coming out of our last meeting in May, there was a broad sense on the committee that a 0.5 percentage point increase in the target range should be considered at this meeting if economic and financial conditions evolved in line with expectations. We also stated that we were highly attentive to inflation risks and that we would be nimble in responding to incoming data and the evolving outlook. Since then, inflation has again surprised to the upside. Some indicators of inflation expectations have risen, and projections for inflation this year have been revised up notably. In response to these developments, the committee decided that a larger increase in the target range was warranted at today's meeting. This continues our approach of expeditiously moving our policy rate up to more normal levels, and it will help ensure that longer-term inflation expectations remain well anchored at 2%. As shown in the SEP, the median projection for the appropriate level of the federal funds rate is 3.4% at the end of this year, a percentage point and a half higher than projected in March, and 0.9 percentage point above the median estimate of its longer run value. The median projection rises further to 3.8% at the end of next year and declines to 3.4% in 2024, still above the median longer run value. Of course, these projections do not represent a committee plan or decision, and no one knows with any certainty where the economy will be a year or more from now. Over coming months, we will be looking for compelling evidence that inflation is moving down, consistent with inflation returning to 2%. We anticipate that ongoing rate increases will be appropriate. The pace of those changes will continue to depend on the incoming data and the evolving outlook for the economy. Clearly, today's 75 basis point increase is an unusually large one, and I do not expect moves of this size to be common. From the perspective of today, either a 50 basis point or a 75 basis point increase seems most likely at our next meeting. We will, however, make our decisions meeting by meeting and will continue to communicate our thinking as clearly as we can. Our overarching focus is using our tools to bring inflation back down to our 2% goal and to keep longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Making appropriate monetary policy in this uncertain environment requires a recognition that the economy often evolves in unexpected ways. Inflation has obviously surprised to the upside over the past year, and further surprises could be in store. We therefore will need to be nimble in responding to incoming data and the evolving outlook. And we will strive to avoid adding uncertainty to what is already an extraordinarily challenging and uncertain time. We are highly attentive to inflation risks and determined to take the measures necessary to restore price stability. The American economy is very strong and well positioned to handle tighter monetary policy. To conclude, we understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. We at the Fed will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. Howard Schneider with Reuters. Two related questions. Chair Powell, did you feel you boxed yourself in with the language you used at the last press conference on 50 basis point hikes in June and July? And would you please give us as detailed a sense as you can of what role you played in reshaping market expectations so quickly on Monday?
So, as you know, we always aim to provide as much clarity as we can about our policy intentions, subject to the inherent uncertainty in the economic outlook, because we think monetary policy is more effective when market participants understand how policy will evolve, when they understand our objective function, our reaction function. And in the current highly unusual circumstances with inflation well above our goal, we think it's helpful to provide even more clarity than usual, again, subject to uncertainty in the outlook. So, and I think over the course of this year, financial markets have responded and have generally shown that they understand the path we're laying out. Of course, it remains data dependent, and so that's what we generally think about guidance, and that's why we offer it. And of course, when I offered that guidance at the last meeting, I did say that it was subject to the economy performing about in line with expectations. I also said that if the economy performed, if data came in worse than expected, then we would consider moving even more aggressively. So we got the CPI data and also some data on inflation expectations late last week, and we thought for a while, and we thought, well, this is the appropriate thing to do. So then the question is, what do you do? And do you wait 6 weeks to do it at the next meeting? And I think the answer is that's not where we are with this. So we decided we needed to go ahead, and so we did. And that's really how we made the decision.
Okay, Gina?
Thanks for taking our questions. Gina Smilik with the New York Times. I guess I wonder if you could describe for us a little bit how you're deciding how aggressive you need to be. So obviously 75 today. What did 75 achieve that 50 wouldn't have, and why not just go for a full percentage point at some point?
Sure. So if you take a step back, what we're looking for is compelling evidence that inflationary pressures are abating and that inflation is moving back down. And we'd like to see that in the form of a series of declining monthly inflation readings. That's what we're looking for. And by this point, we had actually been expecting to see clear signs of at least inflation flattening out and ideally beginning to decline. We've said that we'd be data dependent, focused on incoming data, highly attentive to inflation risks, the things that I mentioned to Howard moments ago. So contrary to expectations, inflation again surprised to the upside. Some indicators of inflation expectations have risen, and projections of this year have moved up notably. So we thought that strong action was warranted at this meeting, and today we delivered that in the form of a 75 basis point rate hike, as I mentioned. So what was the point of it really is this. We've been moving rates up expeditiously to more normal levels. And over the course of the 7 months since we pivoted and began moving in this direction, we've seen financial conditions tighten, and appropriately so. But the federal funds rate, even after this move, is at 1.6%. So again, the committee is moving rates up expeditiously to more normal levels, and we came to the view that we'd like to do a little more front-end loading on that. So I think that the SEP gives you the levels that people think are appropriate at given points in time. This was really about the speed with which you would get there. So as I mentioned, we 75 basis points today. I said the next meeting could well be about a decision between 50 and 75. That would put us at the end of the July meeting, in that range in that more normal range, and that's a desirable place to be because you begin to have more optionality there about the speed with which you would proceed going forward. Just talking about the SEP for a second, what it really says is that committee participants widely would like to see policy at a modestly restrictive level at the end of this year. And that's 6 months from now. And so much data and so much can happen. So remember how highly uncertain this is. But so that is generally a range of 3 to 3.5%. That's where people are. And that's what they want to see, knowing what they know now and understanding that we need to show resolve, but also be flexible to incoming data as we see it. If things are better, we don't need to do that much. And if they're not, then we either do that much or possibly even more. But in any case, it will be very data dependent. Then you're looking at next year, and what you're seeing is people see a bit more tightening in a range of maybe 3.5% to 4%. And that's generally what people see as the appropriate path for getting inflation under control and starting back down and then getting back down to 2%. So 75 basis points seem like the right thing to do at this meeting, and that's what we did.
Steve Leisman, CNBC. Thank you for taking my question, Mr. Chairman. You have not used the phrase in a long time, monetary policy is in a good place, which is a phrase that you used to use often. Now that the committee is projecting 4% or 3.8% next year in terms of the funds rate, which is similar to where the market is now, the futures market of 4% funds rate next year. Do you think that's a level that is going to be sufficiently high enough to deal with and bring down the inflation problem? And just as a follow-up, could you break that apart for me? How much of that is restrictive and how much of that is a normal positive rate that ought to be embedded or not, in your opinion, in the funds rate? Thank you.
Sure. So the question really is, how high does the rate really need to go? And this is, the estimates on the committee are in that range of 3.5% to 4%. And how do you think about that? Well, you can think about the longer run neutral rate. You can compare it to that, and we think that's in the mid twos. You can look, frankly, at broader financial conditions. You can look at, asset prices. You can look at the effect you're having on the economy, rates, asset prices, credit spreads. All of those things go into that. You can also look at the yield curve and ask all along the yield curve, where is the policy rate? So for much of the yield curve now, real rates are positive. That's not true at the short end. At the short end of the yield curve in the early years, you don't have you have negative rates still. So that really is one data point. It's one part of financial conditions. So I think I have to look at it this way. We move the policy rate, that affects financial conditions, and that affects the economy. We have, of course, rigorous ways to think about it, but ultimately it comes down to do we think financial conditions are in a place where they're having the desired effect on the economy? And that desired effect is, we'd like to see, demand moderating. Demand is very hot still in the economy. We'd like to see the labor market getting better in balance between supply and demand, and that can happen both from supply and demand. Right now, demand is substantially higher than available supply, though. So we feel that there's a role for us in moderating demand. Those are the things we can affect with our policy tools. There are many things we can't affect, and those would be, the things, the commodity price issues that we're having around the world due to the war in Ukraine and the fallout from that, and also just all of the supply side things that are still, pushing upward on inflation. So that's really how I would think about it.
But does 3.8%, 4% get it done? Does it get the job done of breaking the back of inflation?
I think it's certainly in the range of plausible numbers. I think we'll know when we get there, really. I mean, honestly, that would be, you would have positive real rates, I think, and inflation coming down by then. I think you'd have positive real rates across the curve. I think that the neutral rate is pretty low these days. So I would think it would, but you know what? We're going to find that out empirically. We're not going to be completely model driven about this. We're going to be looking at this, keeping our eyes open and reacting to incoming data, both on financial conditions and on what's happening in the economy.
Thank you, Nick.
Thanks. Nick Timmeros of the Wall Street Journal. Chair Powell, you've said that you like your policy to work through expectations, and now obviously this decision was something quite different from how you and almost all of your colleagues had set those expectations during the intermeeting period. And I know you just said that what changed was really the inflation data, the inflation expectations data, but I'm wondering on the inflation expectations data, was there something you saw that was unsettling enough to risk eroding the credibility of your verbal guidance by doing something so different from what you had socialized before?
So if you look at we look at a broad range of inflation expectations. So you've got the public, you've got surveys of the public and of experts, and you've also got market-based. And I think if you look across that broad range of data, what you see is that expectations are still in the place, very much in the place, where short-term inflation is going to be high, but comes down sharply over the next couple of years. That's really where inflation expectations are. And also, as you get away from this episode, they get back down close to 2%. And so this is really very important to us that remain the case. And I think if you look for most measures, most of the time, that's what you see. If we even see a couple of indicators that bring that into question, we take that very seriously. We do not take this for granted. We take it very seriously. So the preliminary Michigan reading, it's a preliminary reading. It might be revised. Nonetheless, it was quite eye-catching, and we noticed that. We also noticed that the index of common inflation expectations at the board has moved up after being pretty flat for a long time. So we're watching that, and we're thinking, this is something we need to take seriously. And that is one of the factors, as I mentioned, one of the factors in our deciding to move ahead with 75 basis points today was what we saw in inflation expectations. We're absolutely determined to keep them anchored at 2%. That was one of the reasons. The other was just the CPI reading.
So if you saw a movement like that again, another tick up in inflation expectations, would that put a 75 or even 100 basis point increase in play at your next meeting?
I'll just say we're going to react to the incoming data and appropriately, I think. So I wouldn't want to put a number on what that might be. The main thing is to get rates up, and then pretty soon we'll be in an area where we're, I think, as you get closer to the end of the year, you're in a range where you've got restrictive policy, which is appropriate. 40-year highs in inflation. We think that policy is going to need to be restrictive, and we don't know how restrictive. So I think that's how we'll take it.
Hi, Chair Powell. Neil Irwin from Axios. Thanks for taking our questions. The late-breaking kind of decision to go to 75 basis points, do you worry that will make policy guidance a less effective tool in the future? And should we think of that as a kind of symmetrical reaction function if we start to get soft readings on inflation or if the labor market starts to roll over?
To take your second question first, yes. I mean, I think we're resolved to take this on, but we're going to be flexible in the implementation of it. Sorry, and your question was guidance. So again, the overall exercise is that we try to provide as much clarity about our policy intentions as we can, because we think that makes monetary policy work better. It's always a trade-off, because you have to live with that guidance. And so you do it, and it helps a lot of the time. I frankly think this year has been a demonstration of how well it can work. With us having really just done a very little in the way of raising interest rates, financial conditions have tightened quite significantly through the expectations channel, as we've made it clear what our plans are. So I think that's been a very healthy thing to be happening. So, and I would hope that it's always going to be any guidance that we give is always going to be subject to things working out about as we expect. And in this particular situation, we're looking for something specific, and that is progress on inflation. We want to see progress. We want to see inflation can't go down until it flattens out, and that's what we're looking to see. And if we don't see that, then that's the kind of thing that will cause. Even if we don't see progress for a longer period, that could cause us to react. But we will soon enough. We will be seeing some progress at some point. And we'll react appropriately to that too. But I would like to think, though, that our guidance is still credible, but it's always going to be conditional on what happens. This is an unusual situation to get, some data late during blackout, very close to our meeting. Very unusual to one that would actually change the outcome. So I've only seen, in my 10 years plus here at the Fed, I've only seen something like that, even close to that, one or two times. So I don't think it's something that'll come up a great deal.
Thank you so much for taking our questions. Colby Smith with the Financial Times. On the clear and convincing threshold for the inflation trajectory, what is the level of realized inflation that meets that criteria? And how is the committee thinking about the potential trade-off of much higher unemployment than even what's forecasted in the SEP if inflation is not moderating, at this acceptable pace?
Sorry, the second part I didn't get.
What's the potential trade-off with higher unemployment than even what's forecasted in the SEP if inflation is not moderating at an acceptable pace?
Right. So what we want to see is a series of declining monthly readings for inflation, and we'd like to see inflation headed down. So, and right now our policy rate is well below neutral, right? So, soon enough we'll have our policy rate. Let's assume the world works about like the SEP says. The policy rate will be up where we think it should be, and then the question would be, do you slow down? Does it make you, you'll be making these judgments about, is it appropriate now to slow down from 50 to 25, let's say, or speed up? So that's the kind of thinking we'll be doing, and we're looking, ultimately, we're not going to declare victory until we see a series of these, really see convincing evidence, compelling evidence that inflation is coming down. And that's what I mean by, that's what it would take for us to say, okay, we think this job is done, because we saw, frankly, we saw last year, inflation came down over the course of the summer and then turned right around and went back up. So I think we're going to be careful about declaring victory. But again, the implementation of our policy is going to be flexible and sensitive to incoming data.
Are you more concerned now that to bring down inflation, it's going to require more than just some pain at this point?
So again, I think that I do think that their objective, and this is what's reflected in the SEP, but our objective really is to bring inflation down to 2% while the labor market remains strong. I think that what's becoming more clear is that many factors that we don't control are going to play a very significant role in deciding whether that's possible or not. And there I'm thinking, of course, of commodity prices, the war in Ukraine, supply chain things like that, where we really can't. The monetary policy stance doesn't affect those things. So, but having said that, there is a path. There's a path for us to get there. It's not getting easier. It's getting more challenging because of these external forces, and that path is to move demand down, and you have a lot of surplus demand in take, for example, in the labor market. So you have two job vacancies essentially for every person actively seeking a job, and that has led to a real imbalance in wage negotiating. You could get to a place where that ratio was at a more normal level, and you would expect to see those wage pressures move back down to a level where people are still getting healthy wage increases, real wage increases, but at a level that's consistent with 2% inflation. So that's a possibility, and you could say the same thing about some of the product markets where there's just excess capacity, and where the strong demand has gone into where they're capacity constrained, right? So you have effectively what we think of as a vertical supply curve or close to it. So demand comes in and it's very strong, and it shows up in higher prices, not higher quantities, not more cars, because they can't make the cars because they don't have the semiconductors. So in principle, that could work in reverse. When demand comes down, you could see, and it's not guaranteed, but you could see prices coming down more than the typical economic relationships that you see in the textbooks would suggest, because of the unusual situation we're in on the supply side. So there's a pathway there. It is not going to be easy, and again, it's our objective, but as I mentioned, it's going to depend to some extent on factors we don't control.
Hi, Chair Powell. Thank you for taking our questions. Rachel Siegel from the Washington Post. So the new projections show the unemployment rate ticking up through 2024. Is a higher unemployment rate necessary in order to combat inflation? And what is lost if the unemployment rate has to go up and people lose their jobs in order to control inflation? Thank you.
So you're right. In the SEP, we have unemployment going up to 4. The median is 4.1%. There are, of course, a range of actual forecasts, and I would characterize that if you were to get inflation down to, on its way down to 2%, and the unemployment rate went up to 4.1%, that's still a historically low level. We hadn't seen unemployment rates below 4% until a couple of years ago. We'd seen it for like 1 year in the last 50. So the idea that 3.6% is historically low in the last century. So a 4.1% unemployment rate with inflation well on its way to 2%, I think that would be I think that would be a successful outcome. So we're not looking to have a higher unemployment rate, but I would say that I would certainly look at that as a successful outcome.
Does that include people losing their jobs, or?
We don't seek to put people out of work. Of course, we never think too many people are working and fewer people need to have jobs. But we also think that you really cannot have the kind of labor market we want without price stability. And we have to go back and establish price stability so we can have that kind of labor market. And that's a labor market where, where workers are getting wage increases. Maybe the workers at the lower end of the spectrum are getting the biggest wage increases, as they were before the pandemic, where participation is high, where there's lots of job opportunities, where it's just the labor market we had before the pandemic that's what we want to get back to. And you see, disparities between various groups at historic lows. We'd love to get back to that place, but to get there, it's not going to happen with the levels of inflation we have. So we have to restore that, and it really is in service in the medium and longer term of the kind of labor market we want and hope to achieve.
Hi, Chair Powell. Matthew Boesler with Bloomberg. So as you just mentioned, the committee is now projecting a 0.5 percentage point rise in the unemployment rate in the SEPs over the next couple years. And it removed a line from its policy statement about thinking that the labor market can remain strong while it tightens policy. You just mentioned that that is still your objective, though, so I'm wondering if you could explain why that line was removed from the statement, and also whether this means the FOMC is trying to induce a recession now to bring inflation down.
Not trying to induce a recession now. Let's be clear about that. We're trying to achieve 2% inflation consistent with a strong labor market. That's what we're trying to do. So let me talk about that sentence. Clearly, it's our goal to bring about 2% inflation while keeping the labor market strong, right? And that's kind of what the SEP says. That the SEP has inflation getting down to a little above 2% in 2024 with unemployment at 4.1%. So, and this is a strong labor market. This is a good labor market. And as I mentioned, there are pathways to do it. But those pathways have become much more challenging due to factors that are not under our control. Again, thinking here of the fallout from the war in Ukraine, which has brought a spike in prices of energy, food, fertilizer, industrial chemicals, and also just the supply chains more broadly, which have been larger and longer lasting than anticipated. So the sentence that we deleted said that we believe that appropriate monetary policy effectively alone can bring about the result of 2% inflation with a strong labor market. And so much of it is really not down to monetary policy. It just didn't, the sentence isn't, it kind of says on its face that monetary policy alone can do this. And that just didn't seem appropriate, so we took the sentence out.
And given the new projections for the unemployment rate, could you talk a little bit about what accounts for, such reduced confidence against, say, a month ago or 3 months ago that inflation will largely normalize on its own as these supply side issues get worked out? Thanks.
Well, yeah, I think you've seen, again, we've been expecting progress, and we didn't get that. We got sort of the opposite. So I also think the situation really since the consequences of the Ukraine war become more and more clear, what you're seeing is the situation getting more difficult. And you look around the world, I mean, lots of countries are looking at inflation of 10%. And it's largely due to commodities prices. But all over the world, you're seeing these effects. And so, and we're seeing them here. Gas prices, all-time highs and things like that. That's not something we can do something about. So that is really, and by the way, headline inflation is important for expectations. The public's expectations, why would they be distinguishing between core inflation and headline inflation? Core inflation is something we think about because it is a better predictor of future inflation. But headline inflation is what people experience. They don't know what core is. Why would they? They have no reason to. So expectations are very much at risk due to high headline inflation. So the environment has become more difficult, clearly, in the last 4 or 5 months. And hence the need for the policy actions that we took today, hence our resolution to get rates up and ultimately get them to where we think they need to be in coming months.
Thanks, Chair Powell. Edward Lawrence with Fox Business. I want to ask you, you talked about CPI going to 8.6%. The retail sales surprised the market by falling, and then revisions to the previous months were down. Are you hearing from contacts about consumers slowing spending or changing their habits?
So we're of course watching very, very carefully for that, and looking at the retail sale, the big store numbers and all that kind of thing. And so, but I think the fair summary of what we see is you see continuing shifts in consumption. You see some things sales going down, but overall, spending is very strong. The consumer's in really good shape financially. They're spending. There's no sign of a broader slowdown that I can see in the economy. People are talking about it a lot. Consumer confidence is very low. That's probably related to gas prices, and also just stock prices to some extent for other people. But that's what we're seeing. We're not seeing a broad slowdown. We see job growth slowing, but it's still at quite robust levels. We see the economy slowing a bit, but still growth levels, healthy growth levels.
So then as you are raising rates in this economy, how closely are you watching consumer spending, or is there another indicator that you're watching more closely?
It would be hard to watch anything much more closely than we watch consumer spending, but we watch everything. We watch business fixed investment, which actually has softened a bit, you know, we're responsible for watching everything, but you know, consumption is 60-some% of the economy, 2/3 of the economy. So naturally, we spend a lot of time on that. And again, there's a lot going on. There are a lot of flows back and forth, but ultimately, it does appear that the U.S. economy is in a strong position and well positioned to deal with higher interest rates.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Michael McKee from Bloomberg Radio and Television. Are you targeting headline inflation now or core inflation? In other words, how far would you chase oil prices if they keep going up, if that's going to be the component that drives expectations? Would you risk recession for a headline rate if the core rate is holding steady or starting to go down?
So we're responsible for inflation in the law, and inflation means headline inflation. So that's our ultimate goal. We, of course, like all central banks do, look very, very carefully at core inflation because it's a much better predictor, and it's a much better predictor of where inflation is going, and it's also more relevant to our tools. As I mentioned, the parts that don't go into core are mostly outside the scope of our tools, so we look at that. But you know, the current situation is particularly difficult because of what I mentioned about expectations. We can't affect. Really, I mean, the energy prices are set by global commodity prices, and most of food, not all of it, but most food prices are pretty heavily influenced by global commodity prices too. Also, other things. So we can't really have much of an effect, but we have to be mindful of the potential effect on inflation expectations from headlines. So it's a very difficult situation to be in, and we can't do much about the difference between the elements that make up headline that are not in core.
Could I just, as a follow-up, get a clarification on the SEP? When the members gave their forecasts, when were they inserted into the record? Were they revised after the CPI or Michigan numbers came out? In other words, does the SEP as we have it now reflect the same factors that led you to go to a 75 basis point move?
The SEP is of one piece. It reflects all of the economic readings. It also reflects the 75 basis point increase. This is important. So people had that in hand when their SEPs were submitted. So in other words, it's not in addition to what's in the SEP. The SEP, everyone's SEP reflects their thinking about this rate increase and what's going forward.
Hi, Victoria Guida from Politico. I wanted to ask about how you're measuring progress, especially since you've now started front-loading rate hikes more. You've talked about how you want to see inflation coming down over a series of reports, and I guess I'm curious whether you think inflation data itself is a really good indicator, or whether you might be concerned that it's a lagging indicator, or that it might send confusing signals, given that, as you've talked about, there are sort of supply and demand aspects. And I guess my question is, do you think that inflation data will tell you when you've gone to where you need to go, or do you just feel like maybe it's better to overshoot than to undershoot?
So I think the role that we can play, maybe the way to get at it is to say that the role that we can play is around demand, right? So, and we'll be able to see the areas that we can affect are those that are associated with excess demand. And we'll be able to see our effect on, for example, job openings in real time. So, and that would tell us about wages. Wages are not principally responsible for the inflation that we're seeing, but going forward, they would be very important, particularly in the service sector. So, sorry, I'm not sure I'm getting to your question.
My question is inflation data itself the best indicator for when you're getting to where you need to go, or might it lead you to go too far?
There's always a risk of going too far or going not far enough. And it's going to be a very difficult judgment to make, or maybe not. Maybe it'll be really clear. But we're quite mindful of the dangers. But I will say the worst mistake we could make would be to fail, which it's not an option. We have to restore price stability. We really do. because everything, it's the bedrock of the economy. If you don't have price stability, the economy is really not going to work the way it's supposed to. It won't work for people. Their wages will be being eaten up. So we want to get the job done. This inflation happened relatively recently. We don't think that it's affecting expectations in any kind of fundamental way. We don't think that we're seeing a wage price spiral. We think that the public generally sees us as very likely to be successful in getting inflation down to 2%, and that's critical. It's absolutely key to the whole thing that we sustain that confidence. So that's how we're thinking about it.
Hi, Brian Chung with Yahoo Finance. I just want to expand, I guess, on what you just said now about the general public feeling like, you can get this done. When you talk about consumer sentiment being down, household inflation expectations being up, recession just broadly being dinner table talk, does the general feel among American households and also businesses square with your explanation of the economy, given that the description of inflation in the statement didn't change between May and June? Thanks.
So clearly, people don't like inflation a lot, and many people are experiencing it really for the first time, because we haven't had anything like this kind of inflation in 40 years, and it's really something people don't like, and they're experiencing that, and that's showing up in surveys and in all kinds of ways. And we understand that, and we understand the hardship that people are experiencing from high inflation, and we're determined to do what we can to get inflation back down. So that's really what we're saying. Clearly, it's an incredibly unpopular thing, and it's very painful for people. So, I guess what I'm saying is the question, really critical question from the perspective of doing our job, is making sure that the public does have confidence that we have the tools and will use them, and they do work to bring inflation back down over time. It will take some time, we think, to get inflation back down, but we will do that.
Thank you. Chris Rugaber at Associated Press. You have talked about inflation a few times and mentioned oil prices, China lockdowns. But aside from rises in commodity prices such as gas prices, we're also seeing stickier measures of inflation increasing, such as the Cleveland Fed's median and trimmed mean CPIs. I mean, how persistent do you see those underlying measures of inflation, and how do you expect to, and where do you see those going in the near future?
Yeah. So, as I mentioned, I think in my opening statement, the inflation has started off in quite narrow, very directly pandemic-related areas, and it's spread now broadly across the economy and into the services sector as well. It was really in the goods sector at the beginning. In particular, you're seeing in travel now, if you've flown on a plane lately, planes are very full and plane tickets are very expensive. Some of that will be passed through of energy prices, but so you're experiencing services inflation. Shelter inflation is high. So the question, and you see the Cleveland measure going up, and many other measures are going up. So it's a time when we're not seeing progress, and we want to see progress, and that's really another part of why we did what we did today, and why the SEP looks like it does, is that we see it as appropriate to get the policy rate up to restrictive levels, which would be, in the thinking of the committee, somewhere in the range of 3 to 3.5% by year end, and then after that, you see what the rest of the SEP says. So I hope that's responsive to your question.
Nancy. Hi, Chair Powell. Nancy Marshall-Genzer with Marketplace. Do you still think a softish landing is possible, and how would you define that at this point, considering the revised projections for unemployment, GDP, inflation?
So I think what's in the SEP would certainly meet that test. If you see, you're looking at getting back down to almost a 2% inflation by 2024, and the unemployment rate is still as low as 4.1%. That would be, I would call that as meeting that test. Do I still think that we can do that? I do. I don't want to be the handicapper here. That is our objective. And I do think it's possible. Like I said, though, I think that events of the last few months have raised the degree of difficulty, created great challenges. And again, the answer to the question, can we still do it, there's a much bigger chance now that it'll depend on factors that we don't control, which is, fluctuations and spikes in commodity prices could wind up taking that option out of our hands. So we just don't know. But we're focused on, very, very focused on getting inflation back down to 2%, which we think is essential for the benefit of the public, and also to put us on a path back to a sustainably strong labor market like the one we had before the pandemic.
Thank you. Greg Robb from MarketWatch. Chair Powell, I was wondering if you could talk a little bit more. Economists are worried that you're kind of hitting the economy with a sledgehammer, and that now there's even more risk of a recession than a 50-50 path of rates. So could you talk a little bit more about that, and what evidence would get you to stop rate hikes and maybe even reverse them?
Sure. So, as I mentioned, financial conditions have tightened over the last 7 months, and that's a good thing, we think. But the federal funds rate, even after this increase, is at 1.6%. So it's hard to see how that is too high of a rate. And even if we did another, we're going to get here by the end of the summer somewhere in the twos probably. Still, that's still a low rate. So that's not a rate that is calculated to bring a recession on. And by then we'll have seen a whole lot more data. As I mentioned a couple times, the committee's views are around a modestly restrictive stance, which would be in the 3 to 3.5% range by the end of this year. But that's conditioned on that being the appropriate thing to do. If we see data going in a different direction, it'll be reflected in our policy, as you see today. We'll be watching if things go in a direction we don't expect, then we're going to adapt. And I would say this is a highly uncertain environment, extraordinarily uncertain environment. So again, we'll be determined and resolved, but flexible.
Evan Reiser, Market News International. Thank you, Chair Powell. I was wondering if the Fed has initiated a review of the conduct of monetary policy over the last 2 years or so, given the inflation, and will that be shared with the public? And then secondly, given the illiquidity and extraordinary volatility in financial markets, are you concerned that QT will make that worse?
Sorry, what was your question on QT?
Just given the illiquidity and extraordinary volatility in financial markets, whether QT will make things worse.
So, of course, we've been looking, very carefully and hard at why inflation picked up so much more than expected last year and why it proved so persistent. It's hard to overstate the extent of interest we have in that question, morning, noon, and night. So, but you have to understand the context. Really the context is this: for decades before the pandemic and the reopening, you had a world.
If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we are listening in to Federal Chair Jerome Powell announcing that the Federal Reserve will be raising interest rates by 0.75% in an effort to curb record high inflation. That is the highest interest rate hike by the Federal Reserve since 1994. We do want to step away from that and take you out to a live look across the country, where we do know millions of Americans are dealing with a dangerous heat wave impacting mostly the central and eastern parts of the country. So again, you're taking a live look at San Francisco, California, 3 o'clock in the morning over there, Charlotte, North Carolina, and Seattle, Washington this morning. It is 6 o'clock in the morning here on the East Coast. We're going to step away for a quick break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for joining us on this Thursday morning here on the show. You're taking a look at some of the top stories that we are following here today that we do want to bring you up to speed on. The Federal Reserve raising interest rates by 0.75% in an effort to curb record high inflation. This is one of several interest rate hikes by the Federal Reserve this year, and more are expected to come. It's an effort, again, to try and curb inflation that we are all dealing with, but it's a move that threatens to slow the U.S. economy and possibly lead us into a recession. Our Live Now's Daytona Everett is going to give us an update on that, but we do want to let you know some other stories we are following today. Coming up at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the House committee investigating the January 6th insurrection and riot at the U.S. Capitol will be holding another hearing. We are expected to hear from Greg Jacob, who is the advisor to former Vice President Mike Pence. So again, that is coming up at 1 o'clock this afternoon. We also know that the United States is sending an additional $1 billion in military aid to help Ukraine in its fight against Russia, the war going on day 112. And we also know that 2 U.S. veterans here in the United States who were assisting and helping in Ukraine's fight against Russia have both gone missing. Again, 2 U.S. veterans from Alabama who were in Ukraine assisting in the war against Russia have not been heard from in days and have gone missing. That is according to members of the state's congressional delegation. So we, again, are waiting to hear from U.S. officials on that story. And we do know that there is a heat wave impacting millions of Americans here in the United States, specifically for the central and eastern part of the country. So we do want to get you an update on that here on Live Now from Fox. Again, that dangerous heat wave impacting millions of people this week. Our Fox weather team, Will Nunley, has more.
Excruciating, hot.
Millions of people are sweltering under what feels like triple-digit temperatures Wednesday. The National Weather Service announcing, quote, life-threatening excessive heat will develop across several states. Right now, over 30 states from California to Virginia are experiencing warnings or watches.
If you have air conditioning, stay indoors and put off outside activity until later in the day or early in the morning.
What's causing this? Well, it's the result of a heat dome where very hot, dry air is mixing with warm, wet air from the Gulf of Mexico. The combination is making conditions not only very hot, but also very humid. Experts say extreme heat kills more Americans every year than tornadoes, hurricanes, floods, or lightning combined. And preparing for a heat wave beforehand will make all the difference.
The best way to remove heat from the body is just spray yourself with some cool water and sit in front of a fan.
This comes as many Americans remain without power after storms hit portions of the Midwest earlier this week, leaving more than 620,000 customers in the dark. The scorching temps even forcing public schools in places like Detroit, Minneapolis, and Milwaukee to send students home early or close altogether. For those working outside, officials say stay hydrated and taking breaks every 30 minutes is essential.
We have to communicate throughout the day to make sure none of us end up sick or potentially in danger due to the heavy heat.
The National Weather Service says the high temperatures will shift, giving millions some much needed relief by the weekend. In Los Angeles, Matt Finn, Fox News.
Thank you for that report. As we mentioned, the Federal Reserve raising those interest rates. Gas prices are going up, inflation, of course, going up, and rent prices across the country are skyrocketing too. Median rent now at its highest level in history. Our Fox Business Network's Madison Allworth is in New York City with more.
Not only are some Americans being priced out of the home buying market, they are now being priced out of the homes that they currently rent. That's because, according to Redfin, median rent in the U.S. has hit over $2,000 a month for the first time ever, an increase of 15% year over year. And unfortunately, this problem is not going anywhere.
I don't think we're going to see
meaningful relief for people, because many people who are living in an apartment, they haven't been faced with this increase yet. They may still be on the same lease. So by the time they go out to find a new apartment or they get a lease renewal, they're probably going to get hit with an increase that's more than what they would like. And we're going to continue to see that happen for at least the next year.
And of course, certain areas are worse than others. The top 5 cities with the fastest rising rents have shocking increases. Cincinnati, Seattle, and Nashville all saw rent increase by 32%. And in Austin, rent went up nearly 50% in just 1 year. While the Federal Reserve Bank of New York does anticipate the housing market to slow down when it comes to purchasing, the same is not expected of the rental market because unfortunately, it's an inventory issue. In New York, I'm Madison Allworth, Fox Business.
Madison, thank you for that report. We do want to bring you an update on the gunman who killed 10 black people inside of a grocery store in Buffalo, New York. We first brought you this story as soon as it happened, and we have learned that the gunman has now been charged with federal hate crimes. Our Fox News correspondent David Spunt has more from the Justice Department in Washington.
His goal was to, quote, kill as many blacks as possible.
The feds are going after the Buffalo supermarket shooter. Attorney General Merrick Garland announced new charges against the man responsible for a racially motivated mass shooting that left 10 dead and a city in mourning. The gunman has already been charged with the murders in New York State Court and was facing a mandatory life sentence if convicted. But now he's also facing federal hate crimes charges and could potentially get the death penalty.
We will be relentless in our efforts to combat hate crimes and to hold accountable those who perpetrate them.
Federal officials said from the early days of the investigation, they considered hate crimes charges, citing the mountain of evidence showing the shooting was motivated by racist ideology, including notes written by the gunman counting the number of black people he saw at the supermarket.
He selected a target in this zip code because it has the highest percentage of black people close enough to where he lives.
Garland announced the charges during a visit to Buffalo on Wednesday. He visited a memorial at the supermarket before meeting with families of the victims and local officials. They say hate crimes charges will go a long way toward healing a city still in shock.
It was a moment that changed our community forever.
The gunman pleaded not guilty to state charges in this case, but it's still unclear how he'll respond to the new federal charges filed. At the Department of Justice, David Spunt, Fox News.
David, thank you for that report. Again, this is the suspected gunman who allegedly killed 10 black people in a racist attack inside of that supermarket in Buffalo, New York, again charged with a series of federal hate crimes. Let's listen in to Attorney General Merrick Garland on those charges.
Attorney General for Civil Rights, Kristen Clark, and a horrific attack targeted the black community of Buffalo. On that day, I said that the Justice Department is investigating this matter as a crime and as an act of racially motivated violent extremism. Today, I met with the loved ones of the victims and survivors of that attack. And I told them that the Justice Department has just filed a complaint against the individual we allege committed this heinous crime, which had killed 10 people, all of whom were black, and wounded 3 others. The complaint we have filed today charges Peyton Gendron with 10 counts of committing a hate crime resulting in death, 3 counts of committing a hate crime involving an attempt to kill, 10 counts of using a firearm to commit murder during and in relation to a crime of violence, and 3 counts of using and discharging a firearm during and in relation to a crime of violence. The affidavit in support of the complaint quotes the defendant as stating that his goal was to, quote, kill as many blacks as possible. The affidavit outlines how the defendant prepared for months to carry out this attack. It alleges that he selected a target in this zip code because it has the highest percentage of black people close enough to where he lives. He selected the Tops store because it is where a high percentage and high density of black people can be found. And he made a map of the inside of the Tops store, quote, and decided the best plan of attack for the highest chance of success. The affidavit also notes that the defendant chronicled this plan on his Discord messaging account in the months leading up to the attack. Citing that account, the affidavit alleges that the defendant wrote about his acquisition of firearms and other supplies for the attack and traveled to Tops on multiple occasions to sketch the interior of the store, count the number of black people present, and observe the presence of black security guards. On May 14th, the defendant arrived at Tops wearing a tactical style helmet, camouflage clothing, body armor, and a GoPro video camera, and carrying a loaded Bushmaster XM15 rifle and multiple loaded magazines. The affidavit alleges that he repeatedly targeted, shot, and killed black people. At one point, he aimed his rifle at a white male Tops employee who had been shot in the leg and injured. Instead of shooting the white employee, the gunman apologized to him before continuing his attack. Ballistics evidence recovered at Tops indicated that the gunman fired approximately 60 shots during the attack. In the days and weeks since the attack, we have all witnessed the strength of this community's bonds, its resilience, and its love. I am humbled to have just felt that firsthand in my discussions with the families. Hate-fueled acts of violence terrorize not only the individuals who are all attacked, but entire communities. Hate brings immediate devastation, and it inflicts lasting fear. At the Justice Department, we view confronting hate crimes as both our legal and our moral obligation. The Justice Department was founded more than 150 years ago with the first principal task of protecting black Americans and our democracy from white supremacist violence. Today, we approach that task with the same degree of urgency as we did then. We fully recognize the threat that hatred and violent extremism pose to the safety of the American people and American democracy. We will be relentless in our efforts to combat hate crimes, to support the communities terrorized by them, and to hold accountable those who perpetrate them. No one in this country should have to live in fear that they will go to work or shop at a grocery store and will be attacked by someone who hates them because of the color of their skin. Someone who commits that act because he subscribes to the vile theory that only people like him belong in this country. And no one in this country should have to bury a loved one because of such hate. The Justice Department will never stop working to fulfill our duty to protect the American people from hate-fueled violence. Indeed, it is the duty of every American to stand against such hate. I'm now pleased to turn the podium over to U.S. Attorney Trini Ross. I'll return afterwards for a few questions.
Thank you, Attorney Garland, for your strong support of this community during this difficult time, and thank you for your leadership. My name is Trini Ross, and I am the United States Attorney for the Western District of New York. I was born and raised in the city of Buffalo, attended Buffalo Public Schools, and continue to be a very proud Buffalonian. On the afternoon of March 14th, I received a call that no chief law enforcement officer ever wants to receive. Sorry, I said March, and I mean May 14th. There had been a mass shooting at the Tops Friendly Market on Jefferson Avenue, and there were multiple fatalities on scene. Immediately after receiving the call, I assembled a team from the United States Attorney's Office and put them into action. We have not stopped since that day, and we will not stop until this case comes to a conclusion. As a former career prosecutor with over 23 years as an assistant United States attorney, when I was sworn in as the U.S. attorney, I fully understood that racially motivated violence was increasing across this country and that it represented a threat to all Americans. Still, there are no words that can adequately capture what it meant to see this sort of terror come to Buffalo and to wreak havoc in our community. As alleged in the complaint, the defendant spent months planning and arming himself for an attack that would target Black residents of Jefferson Avenue. We know the horrific outcome. 10 people killed, 3 people injured, and a community terrorized. But as you are aware, every defendant is innocent until proven guilty. We must prove these allegations, and we intend to do so. Since the day of this attack, we have worked tirelessly to respond, and we will continue to respond until this case is concluded. I want to commend and thank all of the local and federal officials who have committed themselves to addressing this unspeakable tragedy. I know I speak for all of us when I say we will do everything in our power to hold the shooter accountable and to secure as much justice as we possibly can for the victims, their families, and this community. This process may not be as fast as some would hope, but it will be thorough, it will be fair, it will be comprehensive, and it will reflect what is best about our community and about democracy. I would now like to invite Associate Attorney General Vanita Gupta to take the microphone.
Thank you, U.S. Attorney Ross. It is tragic that we are standing here in the aftermath of such a horrifying act of violence, and we grieve with the families who lost loved ones and for this whole community. Hate crimes are insidious. They instill fear across entire communities, and they undermine the principles upon which our democracy stands. No person and no community should ever have to experience this. As the Attorney General mentioned, around the time that the Justice Department was founded, the Ku Klux Klan was carrying out a reign of terror against Black Americans. More than 150 years later, white supremacists are still terrorizing Black Americans and other communities of color, and the Justice Department will not tolerate it. The Justice Department's top priority is holding accountable those who commit these heinous acts. But we must all continue to combat hate and discrimination in all of its forms and address them before they ever escalate to violence. Every community deserves to feel safe and protected. Through vital grant programs and technical assistance, the department is working diligently to support victims and jurisdictions that have experienced these traumatic incidents of mass violence. Here in Buffalo, the Office for Victims of Crime deployed 2 expert mass violence consultants to work with the community and state officials and ensure that everyone who needs and wants services has continued access to mental health and other resources. The Justice Department stands with you, and we will continue working to make real this nation's promise of justice and equality under the law. I am now going to pass it to Assistant Attorney General Clark.
Thank you, Associate Attorney General Gupta, Mr. Attorney General, and colleagues. Today, I join my colleagues in grieving the innocent victims of this senseless crime and expressing my condolences to their families and the Buffalo community that has suffered through this traumatic event. I grieve with you as a New Yorker, as a Black woman, and as Chief Federal Law Enforcement Officer for Civil Rights at the Department of Justice. Every day we see evidence that racially motivated hate crimes are on the rise across our country. According to the FBI's most recent data, most victims of racially motivated hate crimes are Black. These acts of hate are a stain on our democracy and have no place in our society. Let me be clear, the Civil Rights Division and the entire Justice Department will not stand by idly in the fight against white supremacist-fueled violence. As Attorney General Garland noted, we will pursue the perpetrators of hate crimes and hold them accountable. And we will be vigilant in our quest to secure justice for the victims and their families. Prosecutions alone will not stop the spread of hate. That's why the Justice Department is also hard at work addressing non-criminal acts of bias that rear their ugly head inside our schools, workplaces, and our neighborhoods. We're also addressing the need for hate crime prevention through education and awareness. This multi-part strategy is critical to eliminating hate, root and branch. Today, we charge this defendant with violating the Matthew Shepard and James Byrd Jr. Hate Crimes Prevention Act, alleging he murdered 10 innocent people and attempted to murder 3 others with a firearm because he wanted to kill and injure Black people. A core mission of the Civil Rights Division is the fight against the scourge of hate crimes, to prevent them, prosecute them, and remedy the harms they cause to communities. That is our duty, and we intend to fulfill it. I want to now invite Deputy Director of the FBI to speak.
Thank you, Assistant Attorney General Clark, and good afternoon, everyone. I want to begin by expressing my deepest condolences to the victims, to the families and loved ones of those murdered and injured in this vicious attack. We recognize the enduring threat posed by those who commit hate crimes and acts of violent extremism and the devastating impact on people and communities. Taking action against these threats is our highest priority. The full weight and resources of the Department of Justice and the FBI have been brought to bear in this investigation and have involved hundreds of personnel from our Buffalo field office and across the country to support the victims and this community and to engage in the relentless pursuit of justice. The FBI's National Evidence Response Team, along with teams from Buffalo and other field offices, deployed specialized technical equipment for the evidence recovery operation that will be crucial to the successful prosecution and the attainment of justice in this case. A community resource center was established by FBI victim specialists in collaboration with our state and local counterparts to provide essential support and assistance to those impacted by this unimaginable tragedy. Strong, well-established relationships with our law enforcement partners have been indispensable to this response and investigation, and we cannot thank our partners enough for their steadfast commitment and unyielding efforts to help others. We immediately identified this attack as a hate crime and an act of racially motivated violent extremism directed at the very heart of this community. And we've been determined from the beginning to do our part to hold accountable the person who committed this horrific attack and to help this community heal. We remain committed in our work to protect life and freedom, to help and support those who've been victimized, and to seek swift and absolute justice against those who commit acts of violence and terror driven by hate. Our thoughts and prayers continue to be with always all who have been so severely impacted by this terrible tragedy. Thank you.
All right, with that, we'll take some questions. Let's start with Carolyn Thompson from the Associated Press.
Hi. Ms. Ross, will you seek the death penalty? Mr. Garland, would you approve it if sought?
This is a death penalty eligible crime. The Justice Department has a series of procedures that follows. First, of course, there has to be an indictment. After the indictment, then the regulatory procedures will be followed, and the families and the survivors will be consulted.
Right, Sadie Berman, Wall Street Journal.
Hi there. So the gunman in this case was an 18-year-old who used an assault rifle. The current framework being considered by Congress does not include a provision that would raise the minimum age to 21 to purchase such a gun. should it include such a provision, and what else would the Justice Department like to see in any legislation that Congress is considering to help fight gun crime?
The Justice Department agrees with the President that 18-year-olds should not be able to purchase a gun like this. Right now, there are meaningful negotiations going on in Congress with respect to a framework, and we look forward to assisting Congress in any way we can in bringing those to fruition.
You talked to the families. Did they tell you, if you can say, that they want the death penalty to be pursued?
So I came here specifically to talk to the families, to express our support and our deepest sympathy for what happened to them, and to tell them exactly what we are charging in the complaint. Out of respect for their privacy, I think I shouldn't share any more than that.
Right. Chris Strong.
Mr. Attorney General, can you talk about what the investigation is learning in terms of what kind of communications the individual may have had with others, and were others involved in the plotting, or at least the inciting the individual?
So let me just begin to be clear that the complaint itself charges only a single defendant, Mr. Gendron. The investigation is ongoing, and I think I'll turn it over to the Deputy Director of the FBI for further discussion about the investigation.
Yes, sir. As the Attorney General, as the Attorney General stated, the investigation is active and ongoing, and we're leaving no stone unturned. That's something that we're continuing to look at. Anyone who is connected with, associated with, in communication with this individual, we're continuing to pursue that, and we'll see where it leads. If it leads us to a place where justice is warranted, we'll go there.
Marquis Becker.
Could you explain the process of seeking the death penalty and what happens in terms of the sentencing for that?
There's a Justice Department manual and regulations that were established when Janet Reno was the Attorney General that established a process for discussion of an evaluation of whether the death penalty is appropriate in individual cases, and in particular, it involves discussions with which the U.S. Attorney will have with the families and the survivors, and that's really all I can say at this point.
All right. Jake Gibson.
Thank you very much. Forgive me for an off-topic question, but there have been some criticisms about the protests going on outside of justices' homes, and calls for those individuals to be prosecuted. Do you have any comment on those criticisms?
So the Justice Department takes extraordinarily seriously any violence, criminal threats of violence, intimidation, harassment of the justices or of any government officials. For that reason, we swiftly moved to provide 24/7 protection for the justices, including of their residences. For that reason, I called a meeting with the Marshal of the Supreme Court, with the Director of the Marshal Service, with the Deputy Director of the FBI, and with our prosecutors, right from the very beginning, to be sure that we were assessing all possible threats and providing all resources available. I also met with the judges, Judge Salas and Judge Sullivan, of the Judicial Conferences Committee on Judicial Security, pledged our full support as well as our support for the legislation that they're seeking. There is currently legislation passing through Congress, and the Justice Department is extremely supportive of that security legislation.
So we understand, and there are reports that the suspect was in a chat room with others and could have even told them about the shooting. Are there plans for charges against those people, or does the investigation include looking into that chat room for details?
Well, I think it's fair to say that, as the Deputy Director said, the investigation is ongoing, and that includes all aspects of who the defendant spoke with at any time. That's a normal administrative course for our investigations. I don't know if Paul wants to say any more.
The same. We're pursuing every avenue, again, leaving no stone unturned in this, and we're looking at everyone who may have been in communication with this individual leading up to the attack.
All right, if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we are listening in to the latest update from Attorney General Merrick Garland, in Buffalo, New York, announcing those new federal hate crime charges against a man suspected of killing 10 black people inside of a grocery store in Buffalo, New York. We do want to bring you to an update out of California, some news that we have regarding 2 police officers who were shot and killed in the line of duty. We have learned their identities. You can see them right there on your screen. Authorities in Los Angeles have identified the 2 police officers who were shot and killed on Tuesday as Corporal Michael Preparedness and Officer Joseph Santana. The mayor said that the 2 were, quote, essentially ambushed while responding to a domestic violence report. When they arrived on scene, they were immediately shot. The 2 officers were rushed to a hospital where they later died. We also know that the suspect was also shot and died at the scene. Paredes was a 22-year veteran of the department and is survived by his wife, daughter, and son. Santana had been with the police force for less than a year. He leaves behind a wife, daughter, and 2 twin sons. So definitely some devastating news when it comes to the El Monte Police Department in California. And on the topic of gun violence, we do want to let you know that today will be the final funeral for one of the Uvalde school shooting victims. That'll be held today in Uvalde, Texas. This is 11-year-old Layla Salazar. She had visitation at her funeral yesterday, and it will officially be held today again in Uvalde, Texas. Layla's obituary says that she loved dancing and singing and also loved the Dallas Cowboys. Her family says that she would sing with her father every single morning heading to school and again on her way home as she headed back from school with her mother. Again, this is 11-year-old Layla Salazar, the final victim from the Robb Elementary School shooting in Uvalde, Texas, who will be laid to rest today. We do want to take you out to the United States Capitol, where we do know Congress is inching closer to a vote on a piece of gun control legislation. This is the bipartisan gun reform bill that we first reported to you over the weekend. However, first, it still needs to be written, but there are a couple of items in last weekend's announced framework deal in the Senate that are holding it up. Our Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard has more from Washington.
It's too late to prevent the last shooting. We need to act to prevent the next shooting.
The bipartisan push to combat gun violence ramping up in the Senate, with 10 Republican senators joining 10 Democrats to create the framework. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell is the latest to throw his support behind the impending gun agreement.
If this framework becomes the actual piece of legislation, it's a step forward on a bipartisan basis.
Congress hasn't passed a significant piece of gun legislation since 1993. The framework of this potential legislation largely spurred by the mass shootings in Buffalo, New York, and Uvalde, Texas. Includes making juvenile records of gun buyers under age 21 part of required background checks, mental health provisions, and incentives for local red flag laws allowing authorities to temporarily remove guns from people considered dangerous.
Let's make sure the package, however, is worthy of the tragedy, and I think they've made a good start.
Several senators are waiting to see what the final bill text says, but if it makes it through the Senate, it still has to pass the House.
I'm starting to get a little concerned, though, that there are a couple of issues that need to be settled before we can reach an agreement.
The framework's creators are hoping to pass the bill next week ahead of the 4th of July recess. In Washington, Mike Emanuel, Fox News.
Mike, thank you for that report. We want to bring you some updates coming out of Ukraine. We do know that the United States is sending an additional $1 billion in aid to to Ukraine in the form of artillery and coastal defense weapons. This comes as Russian attacks in the east threaten critical infrastructure and industrial centers. Meanwhile, leaders from France, Germany, and Italy are all visiting the capital of Kyiv today to meet with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky as this war in Ukraine now enters day 112. We also know that there are 2 U.S. veterans who are missing in Ukraine. The 2 U.S. veterans are from Alabama. They were in Ukraine assisting in the war against Russia. However, they haven't been heard from in days and have been reported missing. That is according to members from the state's congressional delegation. So again, the 2 veterans, one is 27 years old, the other is 39. Both are from Alabama, and their families have been in contact with both the Senate and House offices seeking more information about their whereabouts. Here's more from White House spokesman John Kirby.
Captured by the Russians?
Yeah, I can't confirm the reports, Caitlin. Just was made aware of them before I came out here. We'll do the best we can to monitor this and see what we can learn about it. Well, without getting into a hypothetical, obviously, if it's true, we'll do everything we can to get them safely back home. I do think, however, that this is an important point in time to remind that we discourage Americans from going to Ukraine and fighting in Ukraine. It is a war zone. It's combat. And if you feel passionate about supporting Ukraine, there's any number of other ways to do that that are safer and just as effective. Ukraine is not the place for Americans to be traveling. I don't know.
And my question on Saudi Arabia, why not have the president go there and
to inform President Zelensky that we're announcing today, I think you saw $1 billion in additional security assistance to support Ukraine's armed forces in their brave defense of their country. Now, that includes a drawdown of security assistance valued up to $350 million. That's where the Department of Defense pulls from their stocks, as well as $650 million in equipment that's provided through the Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative funds. That's where the Pentagon will go out and procure material according in that amount to then just provide directly to Ukraine. So there are 2 different buckets of that $1 billion.
All right, that was new White House spokesman John Kirby discussing the $1 billion in military aid that the U.S. will be sending to Ukraine in its fight against Russia, and also discouraging any Americans from going over to Ukraine and volunteering to fight. He couldn't really say too much about those 2 U.S. veterans who did just that, those 2 veterans from Alabama fighting in Ukraine, who again are now missing. We want to head to a full conversation with our own LiveNOW's Andrew Kraft, speaking with national security intelligence expert Hal Kempfer.
Good to see you, and thanks for being with us. And I just want to make clear, and maybe you can clarify this for some of our viewers, this is not an additional $1 billion that needs to be appropriated. This is part of the $40 billion that was already appropriated by Congress last month. And this is yet $1 billion more of what we know will help Ukrainians.
Andrew, it's a substantial contribution. I mean,
yes.
When you look at there's a lot of ammunition there for the 155 millimeter howitzers, I should say. The other thing too is there's about 18 additional howitzers. That's a very substantial amount. That's about a battalion worth of howitzers. So I was quite impressed to see that going in there. Now, the 2 vehicle-mounted harpoon systems give them a capability, the Ukrainians, a capability they didn't have before. They can move around, particularly around that area around Odessa. And what that does is it reinforces Russia's naval strategy of stay away from the coast. Russia really can't do anything around Odessa, despite some stuff that shows up in various reporting. They have not made any progress on the ground, and the only way that they could really, do some sort of big push into that area would be an amphibious assault. They can't get their ships close enough to even use naval gunfire, let alone try to do an amphibious assault. And having those harpoon missiles, which you may recall a couple months ago, those were missiles that were not on the table. And specifically, the Ukrainians had asked for harpoon missiles. We weren't We weren't offering them. The Brits were offering them. And somewhere in that process, we've relented. Now we're sending Harpoon missiles. It's really interesting to see what the discussion was, say, back in April, in terms of what we will and won't send, and then see what we've actually sent. So it's very substantial.
Hal, let's talk about the long-range weapon systems that were announced a couple of weeks ago that are going to be sent to Ukraine. Are they there? If they're not there, what is taking so long? Because we know Britain and Canada are sending their own versions of long-range weapon systems to help the Ukrainians on the battlefield. The Ukrainians say that, yes, thank you, but they're not getting there in time, and they want more of them. Of course, they would always say that in their position right now. So what is the status? And then let's talk about, are they being trained fast enough and properly to use them?
Well, from what I can tell, they're getting trained very quickly. They have this accelerated training program. To my knowledge, they're involved with that program right now. The latest I've heard, and there's a big headquarters in Stuttgart. It's a multinational headquarters. It's where European Command is headquartered. And what they're doing is they have representatives from all the donor, they call them donor nations, that are sending military equipment, other types of aid to Ukraine. And they sit there in one combined fashion and they coordinate everything that's going in there. What they're saying is that when the Ukrainians are trained, and they have staged these the HIMARS, and of course for other, like the Brits, the M270s, these multiple launch rocket systems, these very capable multiple launch rocket systems, when they have staged those at secret locations, and that's all they'll say, near the border with Ukraine, that once they give the high sign, they can have those in Ukraine in place within 48 hours. So there's obviously a very sophisticated plan in place to accelerate the training, accelerate the movement, and of course, once the Ukrainians are ready to take delivery, to make that happen very quick. When that happens, it will be a big change in terms of what they can target. The thing I'm looking for, counter battery fire, taking out Russian artillery and rockets. I think that's, command and control is another big issue, but I think rockets and artillery is going to be a big target set for them.
Hal, today in Brussels, Secretary of Defense Austin, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs Mark Milley, held a joint press conference after they had a productive, in their words, afternoon at a third meeting of the Ukraine Defense Contract Group, to which Mark Milley said, when asked about how the battlefield progress looks, he says, Russia's advances in the Donbas are very slow and almost World War I-like, despite the capture of nearly 3/4 of the key Ukrainian city of Severodonetsk. Do you share that assessment with Mark Milley?
I actually had to agree with him on that. Okay. Here's the thing on Severodonetsk, all right? 75%, 80%, I've heard it go back and forth. We were there 2 weeks ago, at least a week and a half ago, the Russians had taken 80%. All right, then what happened was you had Ukrainian counterattacks that pushed them back, and the Ukrainians took at least 50% of the city back. And then the Russians threw everything they had at it. And that World War I analogy is probably more tactically correct than most realize. What they're doing is they're using World War I tactics of overwhelming artillery, something that you would see out of trench warfare in World War I, where they would just pummel and destroy the wasteland, the wastelands of France, as they said in World War I. They just use this overwhelming artillery, and then they literally crawl forth to gain territory. It's arcane. It's not warfare that we've seen in, well, literally over 100 years, and that's what they're doing. But that's what they're reduced to doing, and part of that is the quality of the troops they have. They don't have great troops to rely upon. They're pulling troops from just about anywhere to throw into the battle. So the Russians are doing what they can, but even the Russians don't have unlimited artillery and unlimited artillery rounds. They can do this for a while, but most experts, and this has been said a lot, in the next couple of weeks will be very telling. It's not that the Russians are taking territory. It's with the amount of forces they have, how little territory they seem to be able to take. And within a couple, 3 weeks, many are saying, look, the Russians may be pretty spent by that point, and the Ukrainians will be getting all those Western arms that they're talking about right now. And you could see what we see in other parts of the country where the Ukrainians turn it around.
Yeah.
And the question is, can the Russians actually defend the terrain that they've taken? And frankly, what we've seen so far would indicate probably not.
Hal, you and I have spoken so often about historically how Russia knows how to play the long game. They know how to hold on and dig in, and they could be there, for years at a time. Are we finally seeing that unfold in the East, like we've been saying with the city of Severodonetsk? Are we finally seeing that? Do you think Ukrainian resolve, the West's resolve, is waning in the face of that?
There's a lot of concern. I mean, we could say you and I talk, you're in the news, I talk on the news, and we've both seen where there's simply other stories. It's tough to stay focused. I've been commenting about warfare for a very long time, and I can tell you that one time we did nothing but talk about Iraq all the time, and then after a while you just saw less lead Iraq stories, and then after a while it became an occasional story. I think everyone's having a tough time staying completely focused on Ukraine despite what's happening. The other thing is you're not seeing a lot of huge changes on the ground.
Right.
In fact, some of the big changes are things that have already occurred. So there's not the sort of breaking news, if you will, every day that we had for a while coming out of Ukraine. And there's breaking news in other parts, like in the US, and certainly with, that gets our attention. It's also happening in Europe. And there is a concern that over time, the body politic that really moved very quickly to support going in, sending weapons to Ukraine. I mean, places like Germany, I cannot stress enough the huge shift in political change in Germany. You have Sweden and Finland are very close to being members of NATO. I mean, these are tectonic shifts within Europe. But even with that, as this thing wears on, it will become, I hate to say, the new normal, that there's this big war over there, and you may not see the amount of impetus that we've seen so far.
I want to bring up something that you and I have talked about as well, and that is these, evidence and allegations that the Russians are stealing Ukrainian wheat, Ukrainian grain, and shipping it to the cheapest buyer in their own market. There was this report a couple of days ago that President Biden has announced that temporary silos will be built on the Polish-Ukrainian border in the West to facilitate grain exports, finally getting the grain out of the country to go and kind of stave off some type of, impending global food disaster and shortage. Is that a good idea? Do you think it will come around very quickly? And how are they going to do it? Is this going to be by train, do you think? Because that's also risky.
Well, train's risky, but also train is the way you move stuff over there. There is no great interstate freeway system in that part of the world, so you move it by train. So they have to move by train, but it goes back to that thing we've talked about before. The problem is Ukrainian railroad is a different gauge than the European Union. So they can move it to the border, but then they have to stop and they have to actually move the grain either in containers or some other mode, but they have to transfer it to another type of train that's on the European gauge. And that takes time. The silos, what the silos do, and it will take a few months to put them in place, even these temporary silos. So, it's a good idea, but it's obviously not going to happen as fast as anyone would want to see it happen, but it's a good idea. But what that does is it means you run the train up there, you come up with some sort of expedited way of dumping the grain into the silos. And instead of doing a train to train transfer type of thing, you dump in the silos, send that train back, get more grain, bring it back up again. So within Ukraine, you're moving the trains as fast as you can, and going to Ukraine to pick up the grain, you're running those trains as fast as you can. And what you're hoping is that you're basically maximizing the amount of lift on both ends that you can do with the grain. The whole supply chain for grain out of Ukraine really was going through the Black Sea. And that's been stopped cold by the Russian Navy. And whereas Russia makes noise that they're going to open up some sort of corridor, substantively speaking, nothing has happened there. And there's some really big naval mechanics who would have to be gone through in order for that to occur. So pretty good idea, but it's not going to happen overnight.
Okay. Last part and point I want to bring up, we got this report earlier today that, and this is from the State Department, that, quote, we are aware of unconfirmed reports of 2 U.S. citizens captured in Ukraine. The State Department says we are closely monitoring the situation and are in contact with Ukrainian authorities. Due to privacy considerations, they say they have no further comment. Hal, do you know anything about these 2 Americans, why they were there, who they are, and what a possible, rescue operation might look like if it comes to that?
Well, if I did know anything about a rescue operation, I couldn't say anything about it. But what I will say is this. Drake and Hune, Drake, a little bit older, 39 years old. He'd been in the Army, had served a very long time. Hune, younger guy, I think he's about 27, just left the Marine Corps, I think active duty in March is what I saw. Both were over there. A little bit different here. They had joined the Ukrainian Army. They were in a regular Ukrainian Army unit. They were not part of some foreign legion or something like that. They were actually over there as part of the Ukrainian Army. And there is a distinction. The Russia and Putin call any foreign fighters over there, they call them mercenaries, and they want to treat them like spies. And that's why you saw with the two British nationals and the Moroccan that they had that little fake trial, and then they gave them a death sentence. Well, that's what they want to do. But these were foreign nationals that joined the Ukrainian Army. I want to point out, a lot of countries in the world have foreign nationals in their military. The U.S. has foreign nationals in their military. Traditionally, that's one of the ways you get U.S. citizenship. If you're from overseas, you join the U.S. military, you serve, and we accelerate getting citizenship for those who serve. So it's not an uncommon practice. Under the international law of war, under the Geneva Convention, they are lawful combatants. They are accorded all the protections a lawful combatant is supposed to get. If they are in the hands of the Russians, which is appearing to be true, it's not completely confirmed yet, but appears to be correct, then there are certain things the Russians are supposed to do. They haven't been doing them yet. And the question is this going to be yet another thing where the Russians flagrantly violate international law and basically flagrantly violate the rule of law in the international setting? So it's more than just the 2 Americans. There's actually some bigger issues here. I hope that they can find out where these guys are, and I hope they can mount some sort of rescue operation. Those are really tough to pull off, though, to be fair. So,
John Kirby was asked this at the White House briefing. He appeared at the White House briefing today. The news was just breaking, but he reiterated the fact that time and time again since the war began, they have encouraged Americans to help in more effective ways, more safer ways. They have discouraged any Americans feeling compelled to go over and join the Ukrainian war effort. These 2 individuals, of course, had that gumption and did just that. But of course, they issued that disclaimer, that warning yet again today.
If I can make a distinction here, when I say make a rescue effort, the Ukrainians have to make that rescue effort. Even though they're U.S. citizens, the U.S. can't really do this, because to do that would be to enter, U.S. combatants into that war zone to conduct a military operation, which certainly could be perceived as the U.S. entering the war, which means that NATO would enter the war. So there are limitations on what we can do. We can pursue diplomatic channels. We can help the Ukrainians, but at the end of the day, they're Ukrainian soldiers, and the Ukrainians are going to have to figure it out.
No, that is a good point. Last point I want to get your thoughts on. President Biden has a lot of travel coming up this summer, some of which was just announced yesterday. At the end of June, though, he'll be in Germany for a leaders summit of the G7 countries, and then on to Madrid for the NATO summit. In July, just announced yesterday, he'll be heading to the Middle East for the first time in his presidency, Saudi Arabia, Israel, and the West Bank. What are we to make of all this travel? Are you confident that, something will come of this? I know all of those areas of the region and the world are different, but your thoughts?
Well, the EU is interesting. The G7 is going to be interesting, and I've put in context an EU side, and not to say the two are connected. You may have seen today that Macron met with the chief of state of Moldova. Moldova's thinking about has said they would like to join the EU. That will certainly be a discussion item because Ukraine has also said they want to be it, and of course Georgia way back when had said with Finland and Sweden joining NATO and the prospect of excuse me, these three countries potentially coming into the European Union, the world is changing very quickly. Now, Madrid is interesting because obviously there's an invitation out there for President Zelensky to visit. I don't know if he will. It was reaffirmed today that yes, that invitation is out there, but he has not left Ukraine while it's at war. So I don't know if he will go there. However, South Korea, Japan, Australia, and New Zealand are going to be at the Madrid NATO conference. And, that's a little bit far afield from the North Atlantic, if you know what I mean. And NATO is becoming a very different organization.
Yeah.
To the point where some of us are speculating, what would a new name be for this thing that's out there? You can't even call it the Northern Hemisphere because you got New Zealand and Australia in it. So it's this global thing. It's really interesting to see how this war in Ukraine has really shifted the strategic alliances thinking, the global connections in ways that we've never seen. And I would mention that those four countries that I just talked about are sending aid to Ukraine.
Right.
And I believe they have representatives in the it just slipped my mind. The group that Secretary Austin talks about.
Yes, the contract group, the Ukraine
contract group.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. Yeah, but they're in there, which and I've done a lot of stuff with coalitions where we have a lot of different uniforms from different countries. I have to tell you, it's absolutely fascinating. I've never been in a coalition quite this broad before, where you're looking at something like this. So
yeah,
the world is changing, and this could be a very momentous trip.
All right, Hal Kempfer, thank you so much for having that marathon discussion with us here on Live Now from Fox. Of course, we'll keep everyone updated if there are any more developments, headlines out of Russia's war in Ukraine. Hal, have a good night.
Okay, you too, Andrew.
Security expert.
All right, good morning, everybody, and welcome to Live Now from Fox. It is Thursday, June 16th, and we were just listening in to the latest conversation from our very own Andrew Kraft and national security expert Hal Kempfer, speaking on some new details that have evolved out of the war in Ukraine, and we'll get to that information in just a moment. But to start off the top of your hour, I did want to bring you out to our XRAD radar, showing you temperatures across the nation. We have been keeping tabs on major heat warnings, advisories, and just triple-digit temperatures that have been seen in some states across the country, in the Midwest and towards the southeastern parts of the United States. It is expected to cool down in the next couple of days, and then we are also monitoring some storm damage right now. We do have storm damage in Wisconsin as well as the Chicago area, so a huge portion of the Midwest seeing thunder, high winds, rain, and there were even some tornado watches in effect. We do have Fox 6 Milwaukee's Amelia Jones doing a live report here for you for her local newscast. You can see just how extensive the damage is. Look at this tree down, all the debris strewn across the street, several trees down actually. So we'll let her finish that report, and then hopefully we'll be able to get our own report with her here on the show in just a little bit. But I also do want to show you all of the top stories that we are monitoring for you here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to start with Russia's war on Ukraine. Yesterday we learned that the U.S. government approved an additional $1 billion in aid to be sent to Ukraine in the form of artillery and coastal defense weapons. The latest amount is intended to help stall Russia's slow but steady advances in in the eastern region part of the country. Meanwhile, this follows Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin's meeting in Belgium with more than 45 nations to discuss support for Ukraine, and we'll bring you some of those remarks a little bit later in our show. This is some of the video of the damage that we have just continued to see across the entire country as this war has officially entered day 112. Meanwhile, also concerns growing over reports that 2 Americans, both military veterans, are missing and may have been captured by Russia on the battlefield in Ukraine. The State Department and the White House, they have very little information right now. We did see a White House spokesperson, John Kirby, address this in the latest press briefing that they held yesterday, so we will bring you some sound on that in just a couple of minutes. I also do want to let you know that we are monitoring the latest when it comes to the House committee investigating the January 6th insurrection on the Capitol last year. They are going to unveil more evidence that they've gathered from a year investigating in a public hearing today at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. Yesterday's was postponed, and today is going to focus on how former President Donald Trump pressured then Vice President Mike Pence not to count lawful electoral votes. 2 witnesses are going to testify in person today. Greg Jacob, an attorney for former Vice President Mike Pence, and then conservative lawyer and former federal judge Michael Ludig. So be sure to stick with us at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. We are going to be streaming the hearing live, raw, and in its entirety here on Live Now from Fox, just like we have been for the last several hearings. Meanwhile, the big announcement yesterday, and it's expected to impact all of us Americans, the Federal Reserve making moves to try and curb inflation. Yesterday, they raised interest rates by 0.75 percentage point. It's the largest interest rate hike since 1994. The Fed expects to keep hiking rates throughout the year, with another increase possibly in July. And the goal of this interest rate hike is to bring down inflation. By bringing rates up, they're trying to bring demand down. So I want to start off with some coverage of that major story that we got just yesterday, that full announcement coming yesterday afternoon from Federal Chairman Jerome Powell. Our Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera is in Washington with reaction from lawmakers and economists on this hike.
Americans are bracing for higher costs on everything from credit card debt to mortgages after the Federal Reserve raised interest rates by 0.75 percentage point on Wednesday.
We're determined to do what we can to get inflation back down.
The rate increase, the Fed's biggest move since 1994, is yet another sign that it is struggling to bring down costs, still stubbornly high, up 8.6% compared to last year. Stocks surged on Wednesday after the hike.
No, I think it had to happen. There just was no seriousness about the Fed in tackling the inflation. They were in denial about it. I think
Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell says the central bank could raise interest rates by another 0.75 percentage point in July as it tries to tamp down demand. But the tightening of monetary policy is also spooking several investors who are worried it could trigger a recession.
I think the economy slammed into a wall about 2 weeks ago. You're seeing a big decline in employment now. You're seeing layoffs.
Republicans are slamming President Biden, blaming his administration's policies and spending for fueling inflation. But White House officials are pushing back.
Inflation, first and foremost, it's happening all over the world. Inflation is at above 8% in Europe. It's above 9% in the UK. The United States is better positioned than any other country right now.
While Chairman Powell says he's still hoping for a softish economic landing, some economists warn price hikes on consumer goods and Putin's war in Ukraine could lead the economy into a recession. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
All right, thank you, Madeline. Here is a look at the White House in our nation's capital right now. Voter optimism in the U.S. economy has plummeted, and that's just one of the findings from a new set of Fox polls showing that inflation continues to be a dominant issue heading into the November midterms. Fox News correspondent Doug Lazater has more on these results from Washington, D.C. this morning. Let's listen into his latest report.
Issues like gun control and abortion may be gaining ground here, but the economy continues to be the biggest factor for voters right now. We are reminded of sky-high gas prices and inflation just about every day. And just yesterday, the Fed announced a big 0.75 point rate hike in a desperate attempt to tame high prices.
We anticipate that ongoing rate increases will be appropriate.
No surprise, then, that economic concerns are far and away the top issue for registered voters, with guns and abortion a distant second and third. In fact, 90% say high gas prices are a problem for their families. All of this appears to be taking a toll on the president, whose approval number is now at 43%. That is tied for the lowest number we've seen in our polling for Biden.
I'm doing everything in my power to blunt Putin's gas price hike.
The president has again and again blamed inflation and high gas prices on Russian President Vladimir Putin. But more voters say it's Biden's policies that are at fault.
When you're the party in charge, you get the credit when things are going well, and you get the blame when things are not going well.
Voters are split on which party is better at handling another top issue, gun control. And the top Democrat behind an emerging compromise on guns says there are difficulties across the board.
This stuff is really hard. It's hard for Republicans in particular, but Democrats as well, to sort of come out of our corners and try to pass a true compromise.
That as hearings continue today on the January 6th attack on the Capitol. Half of registered voters say it's very important for Congress and the Department of Justice to investigate. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
Meanwhile, that recent decision by the Federal Reserve will have effects on those looking to buy a car or a home in the near future. The Fed decided to raise interest rates by 0.75 percentage point, making this the third rate hike this year, like Doug just mentioned. As a result, the cost of borrowing money and taking out auto loans and mortgages will cost you more, especially for those with low credit scores. So obviously, in the wake of this announcement from the Federal Chairman Jerome Powell, which I am going to play for you some of that announcement in just a little bit, I do want to play for you first this segment between our very own Daytona Everett. She spoke with a financial analyst about how the interest rates will impact everyday Americans and the purchases that they want to make. Really important to bring this to you this morning after that announcement. So let's listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
So this is the largest rate hike since 1994. What exactly is the point of all of this? I want to bring in our own expert, James Smith-Bride, a financial analyst. James, thanks for being with us here on the show. People who might be sitting at home and are seeing that they're hiking this up, what is the point of it, and how does it affect the average American consumer?
Well, it's going to affect the ordinary consumer in a very direct way, because interest rates are going to rise, and that's going to make a lot of things more expensive. For example, mortgages. And what the Federal Reserve is trying to do is do what it can with what it can affect. And by that, I mean, it has very little control over the supply of things like oil, but it can control demand. So what they're trying to do is tap down demand so they can get a handle on inflation. And it's a very difficult job, because what they want to do is to raise interest rates to fight inflation, but they don't want to raise interest rates too far, too fast. It's going to cause a recession. So they're looking for that soft landing that everybody wants, but everybody also recognizes that it's a very difficult task. But what we saw in the market today was a very positive response to the Fed's action.
So I'm curious, James, were you surprised to see that positive response on the stock market today? Because yesterday we were deep in the red and today we're in the green.
Well, I was very pleased. I don't know if I could have predicted anything, but I think what we saw today was very, very positive. You know, as we would say in Mississippi, that the Federal Reserve and the stock market are singing out of the same hymnal on the same page. And the stock market really reacted positively, not only to the rate hike, but to Mr. Powell's comments in the press conference after. The market believes that he is committed to stopping inflation. He's going to raise interest rates as high and as often as he needs to, even though it is going to probably push people out of work, make it more difficult to buy a house, and things like that. but the stock market needs to know that inflation is top of mind at the Fed, and I think Mr. Powell proved that today. So some very good news.
You say that he could potentially raise it as high and as often as he wants to. Do you see it being raised again, even this summer?
Yes, I think the consensus now is that there'll be another 75 basis points, 0.75% raise on the interest rates in the next Fed meeting. But one of the things that Mr. Powell, I think, has done a very good job of saying is that they're going to look at the data and see if the data is supporting what they're trying to achieve. But I think a lot of people who can step back and take the longer view do believe that inflation is going to be moderating this year.
When you say moderating this year, I know there's a lot of people who are watching right now. They're seeing their prices going up at the grocery store. Some saying their bill is doubling and tripling. How quickly could we see the rewards of these rate hikes?
Well, that's a very difficult question. I don't know. The Fed's target is 2%, but that is dismissed by a lot of people. I think the numbers that I'm seeing is on an optimistic basis, maybe down to 5% towards the end of this year. It's certainly not going to be easy because remember, we're in this backdrop of very restricted supply on some very important parts of our economy. So for example, the problems that were initiated by the pandemic, which disrupted the global supply chain, have affected so many things that, again, we cannot control. So, for example, the production of semiconductors in China and Taiwan has directly affected the production of cars, which is making the cars that you can buy very expensive. So there's a supply and demand side here, and the Fed really can only control or attack the demand side, which is what they're trying to do. But there's very little they can do about the supply side, and hopefully it will be will be resolved shortly.
Yeah, speaking of supply and demand, the housing market has been so shaky, and as you mentioned, this will have substantial implications on the housing market, this interest rate hike. How do you think this is going to affect buyers and sellers of homes?
Well, that's a really important question because what they call shelter, what the economists call shelter, which we think of as housing, is about 1/3 of the inflation equation. So raising interest rates is going to make all housing difficult to buy. There's no question about that. But we have to do something. The Fed knows we have to do something about the spiraling cost of housing. And that's how they're going to do it, by forcing interest rates to go up and tap down demand. But it is going to make it very difficult for home buyers to make that next purchase. And I'm particularly concerned about young home buyers trying to get into their first home.
Yeah, I know my generation is definitely a little bit frustrated with what's going on. The uncertainty is difficult to weigh here. Investors also a little uncertain as to what to be doing right now. If you were sitting here and there was someone who had investments in the stock market, what would your advice be to them, plain and simple, as things are constantly changing, it feels like, on a weekly basis?
Well, for young people like you, I tell you that the stock market goes up over time, but you have to get in and you have to stay in. One of the most important elements of success is time in the market, certainly not market timing. So I think in the long term, it's pretty straightforward to get in, stay in, and you'll do just fine. In the short term, I think it's going to be better than a lot of people are saying. You know, there's some people that are very influential, very knowledgeable of the stock market that today said some very positive things. A lady by the name of Cathie Wood, who is a very well-respected tech investor, said that she thinks the bottom is in, and that the tech stocks are going to start going up. And as you know, the NASDAQ has really taken the brunt of the stock market decline, down by 30% this year. JP Morgan has an excellent strategist by the name of Marko Kolonovich, and he is saying that the S&P 500 is going to be flat at the end of the year. Well, that's a pretty bold statement, considering that the S&P 500 is down 25% so far this year. But this guy is very, very good. Another gentleman by the name of Larry Williams, who is a very well thought of technician, been following the market for, I think, something like 40 years, just said last week that the bottom is in and this market has room to run. So I'm in the camp that the worst is behind us, despite the inflation, but the inflation will be moderated and the stock market is going to come back, very analogous, I think, to how it came back in March of 2020 when we started to rebound from the COVID-19 sell-off.
I do have to push back a little bit because I've heard about the looming recession because of all of this. Is that something to worry about? Some projecting that to come around 2023.
Well, you're exactly right. I think that is the consensus, that a recession is possible. And that's why the Fed is trying to tamp down demand to get a control of inflation as best they can without driving the economy into recession. And that's the needle that the Fed has to thread. And it's certainly not going to be easy. My fingers are crossed and I'm fairly optimistic.
James, we appreciate you being on the show as we continue to get these updates. Another meeting to come in July. What are your predictions? Because we know that we all have that crystal ball and we know exactly what's going to happen. We've learned that, haven't we?
We sure have, and mine's not very good, but I do think it's pretty clear that the Fed is going to do another 75 basis points, 0.75% at the next meeting. And I think what Mr. Powell said today, which is what the market wanted to hear, is he's not going to be afraid to back off. He's going to keep raising rates until he can get control of inflation. And I think he's going to do it.
Well, it's good to hear a little bit of positivity in a market that feels very, very down right now, and a lot of people just honestly frustrated with high prices across the board here. So we're hoping for some reprieve, a little bit of positivity going into this economic situation that we're in. James McBride, thanks so much for breaking it down for us and putting it in simple terms. We need that.
Thank you very much for having me.
So this is the largest.
All right, a big thank you to James McBride, financial analyst, as well as our own Daytona Everett, speaking on how these interest rate hikes are going to impact our lives as daily, everyday Americans. There's a look right now at New York City, a pretty rainy morning to start off this Thursday. In just a little more than 10 minutes, we are going to be heading out live to the Big Apple to speak with Fox 5 New York's Robert Moses about how these interest rate hikes are affecting rent prices and housing markets, or the housing market out there in New York. So be sure to stick around for that report. But when we come back, kind of leading you up to that live report, we pride ourselves on airing some of these remarks and big announcements in full, so that way you get all of the information and can do what you want with it. So when we come back, I'm actually going to play for you about the first 10 minutes of that announcement yesterday from Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell. Don't go anywhere.
tools we need and the resolve that it will take to restore price stability on behalf of American families and businesses. The economy and the country have been through a lot over the past 2.5 years and have proved resilient. It is essential that we bring inflation down if we are to have a sustained period of strong labor market conditions that benefit all. From the standpoint of our congressional mandate to promote maximum employment and price stability, the current picture is plain to see. The labor market is extremely tight, and inflation is much too high. Against this backdrop, today the Federal Open Market Committee raised its policy interest rate by 0.75 of a percentage point and anticipates that ongoing increases in that rate will be appropriate. In addition, we are continuing the process of significantly reducing the size of our balance sheet. I'll have more to say about today's monetary policy actions after briefly reviewing economic developments. Overall economic activity edged down in the first quarter as unusually sharp swings in inventories and net exports more than offset continued strong underlying demand. Recent indicators suggest that real GDP growth has picked up this quarter, with consumption spending remaining strong. In contrast, growth in business fixed investment appears to be slowing, and activity in the housing sector looks to be softening, in part reflecting higher mortgage rates. The tightening in financial conditions that we've seen in recent months should continue to temper growth and help bring demand into better balance with supply. As shown in our summary of economic projections, FOMC participants have marked down their projections for economic activity, with the median projection for real GDP growth running below 2% through 2024. The labor market has remained extremely tight, with the unemployment rate near a 50-year low, job vacancies at historical highs, and wage growth elevated. Over the past 3 months, employment rose by an average of 408,000 jobs per month, down from the average pace seen earlier in the year, but still robust. Improvements in labor market conditions have been widespread, including for workers at the lower end of the wage distribution, as well as for African Americans and Hispanics. Labor demand is very strong, while labor supply remains subdued, with the labor force participation rate little changed since January. FOMC participants expect supply and demand conditions in the labor market to come into better balance, easing the upward pressures on wages and prices. The median projection in the SEP for the unemployment rate rises somewhat over the next few years, moving from 3.7% at the end of this year to 4.1% in 2024, levels that are noticeably above the March projections. Inflation remains well above our longer-run goal of 2%. Over the 12 months ending in April, total PCE prices rose 6.3%, excluding the volatile food and energy categories. Core prices rose 4.9%. In May, the 12-month change in the Consumer Price Index came in above expectations at 8.6%, and the change in the core CPI was 6%. Aggregate demand is strong. Supply constraints have been larger and long-lasting than anticipated, and price pressures have spread to a broad range of goods and services. The surge in prices of crude oil and other commodities that resulted from Russia's invasion of Ukraine is boosting prices for gasoline and food and is creating additional upward pressure on inflation. And COVID-related lockdowns in China are likely to exacerbate supply chain disruptions. FOMC participants have revised up their projections for inflation this year, particularly for total PCE inflation, given developments in food and energy prices. The median projection is 5.2% this year and falls to 2.6% next year and 2.2% in 2024. Participants continue to see risks to inflation as weighted to the upside. The Fed's monetary policy actions are guided by our mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. My colleagues and I are acutely aware that high inflation imposes significant hardship, especially on those least able to meet the higher costs of essentials like food, housing, and transportation. We are highly attentive to the risks high inflation poses to both sides of our mandate, and we're strongly committed to returning inflation to our 2% objective. Against the backdrop of the rapidly evolving economic environment, our policy has been adapting, and it will continue to do so. At today's meeting, the committee raised the target range for the federal funds rate by 0.75 percentage point, resulting in a 1.5 percentage point increase in the target range so far this year. The committee reiterated that it anticipates that ongoing increases in the target range will be appropriate. And we are continuing the process of significantly reducing the size of our balance sheet, which plays an important role in firming the stance of monetary policy. Coming out of our last meeting in May, there was a broad sense on the committee that a 0.5 percentage point increase in the target range should be considered at this meeting if economic and financial conditions evolved in line with expectations. We also stated that we were highly attentive to inflation risks and that we would be nimble in responding to incoming data and the evolving outlook. Since then, inflation has again surprised to the upside. Some indicators of inflation expectations have risen, and projections for inflation this year have been revised up notably. In response to these developments, the committee decided that a larger increase in the target range was warranted at today's meeting. This continues our approach of expeditiously moving our policy rate up to more normal levels, and it will help ensure that longer-term inflation expectations remain well anchored at 2%. As shown in the SEP, the median projection for the appropriate level of the federal funds rate is 3.4% at the end of this year, a percentage point and a half higher than projected in March, and 0.9 percentage point above the median estimate of its longer run value. The median projection rises further to 3.8% at the end of next year and declines to 3.4% in 2024, still above the median longer run value. Of course, these projections do not represent a committee plan or decision, and no one knows with any certainty where the economy will be a year or more from now. Over coming months, we will be looking for compelling evidence.
All right, everybody, you're streaming live now from Fox on this Thursday, June 16th, a major top story that we are following for you here to start off your morning. We've got Chairman of the Federal Reserve, Jerome Powell, speaking yesterday, announcing that the Federal Reserve is raising interest rates, the highest since 1994 by 0.75 percentage point. So obviously with this announcement, a lot of Americans have questions. How will this impact us, our daily purchases, buying a car, buying a house, our rent prices? So in order to answer some of those questions and really follow that story, I do want to head out live right now to New York City. That is where Fox 5 New York's Robert Moses is joining us live. Robert, I hope you're staying dry out there. Can you tell us a little bit about the information that you have for us this morning?
Yeah, Regina, when it rains, it pours in more ways than one. Clearly, this interest rate hike means that buying a home is going to get more expensive. Well, renting one of about 1 million units here in New York City is also going to get pricier.
Let's be clear about that.
Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell and his colleagues at the central bank tried to thread a tough economic needle, taming inflation while maintaining a strong labor market. As expected, the Fed raised interest rates by 0.75 percentage point. Powell signaled that a similarly sized hike is possible next month, too.
What we're looking for is compelling evidence that inflationary pressures are abating and that inflation is moving back down. We thought that strong action was warranted.
That strong action sent stocks higher. The Fed's move means borrowing money to grow a business or buy a home is now more expensive. Renting is about to get more expensive too. Chanting, "Housing is a human right," tenants in stabilized apartments protested the Rent Guidelines Board's plan to raise rents by between 2% and 4% for one-year leases and between 4% and 6% for two-year leases. The board held a public hearing yesterday in the Bronx ahead of a final vote Tuesday for leases that start in October.
By the time I pay rent, lights, and a phone that is necessary, I have nothing left. I'm at food pantries. I'm out here asking my daughter, my family to feed me. What am I going to do?
But landlords pose the same question. What are they going to do with steadily rising costs? The Rent Stabilization Association represents 25,000 landlords who own about 1 million rent-stabilized units in the city.
you're facing increases in property taxes, heating expenses, water bills, all at historic and alarming levels. So the only way for these owners to keep up with these costs is if there are adequate rent adjustments. And we know nobody wants to hear that their rent is going up.
That interest rate hike from the Fed has major implications. The monthly payment on a typical $400,000 mortgage back in January would have been about $1,800. Today, that same monthly payment is more like $2,500. So real money coming out of people's pockets. Regina, back to you.
Robert, thank you so much for that information. Obviously, a huge concern that a lot of Americans have, so we'll continue to touch base with you and your team. You get back inside of your car, stay dry, and hope you have a good day, Robert. Thanks so much. All right, everybody, here's a different vantage point of New York City. As you can see, it is a very dreary, rainy morning out there. We can show you on our XRAD radar that there is a couple of systems that are expected to make their way through the Northeast, the Ohio Valley. We already saw some storm damage out in Wisconsin and Chicago. So definitely be weather aware if you are joining us from any of these impacted areas. We're talking thunderstorms, rain, some potential flood threats, and we're talking dozens of reports of damaging winds and 2 likely tornadoes already just last night. So when we come back, I do want to touch base on some weather-related news. Obviously, for the last couple of days, too, we've been following a heat wave that has impacted basically a third of the U.S.'s population. It being so excessive. On a couple of days ago, was speaking with Fox Weather's Will Nunley in Tennessee, where the heat got so, it got to be so much that it actually caused a system to malfunction in an area in Tennessee where thousands of people then lost power and had no air conditioning while these temperatures were in the triple digits. So stay with us. We'll bring you the very latest on the conditions that you can expect today in some of these impacted areas, what we saw already, and then of course, some more coverage and reaction to those high temperatures in several parts of the United States. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are tracking weather conditions across the nation today. While multiple areas face the potential for severe thunderstorms today, the most significant severe weather threat is expected to develop across parts of the Northeast and Ohio Valley during the afternoon and evening. Wisconsin actually saw severe storms last night as a cold front was charging through the Midwest. We also saw some damage in the Chicago area. And then, of course, you've got 1/3 of the U.S.'s population impacted over the last couple of days by a major heat wave. So I actually do want to take you out live right now to Fox Weather's broadcast. In the event of some of these major conditions, we can bring you their full show. So let's do just that. Jason.
Well, the heat is going to be one of the reasons why we're going to end up seeing some storms targeting the Central Plains states today. Those of you in St. Louis need to be on alert as well, because we could end up seeing some damaging winds as well as some cloud to cloud as well as cloud to ground lightning. And whenever you hear a thunder roar, we always say go indoors. We'll also potentially end up seeing some large hail as well as a little bit of flooding. And we can't even rule out the possibility of a tornado developing. If you are in this red bullseye here, that includes those of you in St. Joseph, Kansas City, Quincy, as well as St. Louis, even though those of you in Effingham would highly recommend that you stay weather aware for today. And that's because some of these storms are going to pop up, but it's largely going to be an overnight event. One of the other things we're going to have to monitor is going to be the winds. We could see some winds gusting up today to right around 40 miles per hour. That is close enough to potentially end up seeing a few power outages as well. So you definitely want to make sure to charge those cell phones as well as make sure that you have batteries. So as I mentioned, this is going to be a primarily overnight event. So here we go. So this is 12 a.m. at the stroke of midnight for Friday. Those of you in Omaha as well as south and east of there, just south, also over in Quincy, will likely end up seeing some heavier downpours. And this is going to pretty much expand and move southward. So St. Louis, you will likely hear some rumbles and thunder, especially in the early morning hours, sometime between right around 5 and about 8 o'clock. But here's the good news. As the sun rises, we're going to end up seeing this cell pretty much lose its strength. We'll end up seeing pretty much a whole lot of cloud cover. So Quincy, Illinois, for today, we're going to end up seeing plenty of a mix of sun and clouds for today. And look at that air temperature. Yeah, well above normal for today. High right around the mid-90s. But as I mentioned, we'll end up seeing increasing clouds towards the latter half of this evening. And then primarily in the overnight hours is when we're going to see some storms roll through. And look at where that air temperature is going to be by tomorrow morning in the low end of the 70s. Well, friends, if you don't know, now you know. It is World Sea Turtle Day, and the beaches of Brevard County in Florida are some of the world's most important areas for nesting sea turtles. But unfortunately, a significant number of turtles have been found with some injuries as well as...
All right, everybody, that was just a little glimpse into our Fox Weather team's coverage. They were talking about the high temperatures, and then at the top of the hour, we can get into some more with them about the severe storm systems that are expected in the Northeast today. So we had already seen some damage in the Midwest. This is actually in front of a Home Depot right now near Chicago, Illinois. You can see that people are out there trying to get some supplies to work on cleaning up the debris. We did have some more shots coming in from Wisconsin, where they also saw some pretty extensive storm damage. So hopefully we'll get those back soon. But in the event of these storms, you've also had 1/3 of the U.S.'s population under a very dangerous heat wave. We've seen triple-digit temperatures in some of these areas. So we do have Fox News correspondent Matt Finn really talking about how the start of summer is coming a little early and hotter than expected. What do they say? What's that term? Coming in hot.
Excruciating. Hot, hot.
Millions of people are sweltering under what feels like triple-digit temperatures Wednesday. The National Weather Service announcing, quote, life-threatening excessive heat will develop across several states. Right now, over 30 states from California to Virginia are experiencing warnings or watches.
If you have air conditioning, stay indoors and put off outside activity until later in the day or early in the morning.
What's causing this? Well, it's the result of a heat dome where very hot, dry air is mixing with warm, wet air from the Gulf of Mexico. The combination is making conditions not only very hot, but also very humid. Experts say extreme heat kills more Americans every year than tornadoes, hurricanes, floods, or lightning combined. And preparing for a heat wave beforehand will make all the difference.
The best way to remove heat from the body is just spray yourself with some cool water and sit in front of a fan.
This comes as many Americans remain without power after storms hit portions of the Midwest earlier this week, leaving more than 620,000 customers in the dark. The scorching temps even forcing public schools in places like Detroit, Minneapolis, and Milwaukee to send students home early or close altogether. For those working outside, officials say stay hydrated and taking breaks every 30 minutes is essential.
We have to communicate throughout the day to make sure none of us end up sick or potentially in danger due to the heavy heat.
The National Weather Service says the high temperatures will shift, giving millions some much-needed relief by the weekend. In Los Angeles, Matt Finn, Fox News.
All right, some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to bring you the very latest on the Attorney General's visit to Buffalo, New York, following that horrific mass shooting where 10 people were killed inside of this Tops grocery store weeks ago. The gunman who allegedly killed these 10 people is actually being charged with federal hate crimes. So we'll have more information on that, plus full remarks from the Attorney General, who also met with the victims and families of the people who were killed. This was a predominantly black neighborhood. This is being called a racially motivated attack. So we'll have all the latest information on this, plus other crimes and gun-related stories that we're following when we come back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. 7:45 a.m. here on the East Coast. We are bringing you the latest developments when it comes to the Buffalo mass shooting. The gunman who allegedly killed 10 black people in a racist attack at this Buffalo supermarket was officially charged yesterday with federal hate crimes. Fox News correspondent David Spunt has more from the Justice Department in Washington, D.C. Attorney General Merrick Garland did visit the site of the shooting himself before meeting with the victims and families impacted by this horrific incident.
His goal was to, quote, kill as many blacks as possible.
The feds are going after the Buffalo supermarket shooter.
Attorney General Merrick Garland announced new charges against the man responsible for a racially motivated mass shooting that left 10 dead and a city in mourning. The gunman has already been charged with the murders in New York State Court and was facing a mandatory life sentence if convicted. But now he's also facing federal hate crimes charges and could potentially get the death penalty.
We will be relentless in our efforts to combat hate crimes and to hold accountable those who perpetrate them.
Federal officials said from the early days of the investigation, they considered hate crimes charges, citing the mountain of evidence showing the shooting was motivated by racist ideology, including notes written by the gunman counting the number of black people he saw at the supermarket.
He selected a target in this zip code because it has the highest percentage of black people close enough to where he lives.
Garland announced the charges during a visit to Buffalo on Wednesday. He visited a memorial at the supermarket before meeting with families of the victims and local officials. They say hate crimes charges will go a long way toward healing a city still in shock.
It was a moment that changed our community forever.
The gunman pleaded not guilty to state charges in this case, but it's still unclear how he'll respond to the new federal charges filed. At the Department of Justice, David Spunt, Fox News.
All right, now let's listen in to these full remarks from Attorney General Merrick Garland after speaking with the victims and families of the Buffalo mass shooting. It's about 20 minutes long. We will continue to listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
As an act of racially motivated violent extremism. Today, I met with the loved ones of the victims and survivors of that attack. And I told them that the Justice Department has just filed a complaint against the individual we allege committed this heinous crime, which killed 10 people, all of whom were black, and wounded 3 others. The complaint we have filed today charges Peyton Gendron with 10 counts of committing a hate crime resulting in death, 3 counts of committing a hate crime involving an attempt to kill, 10 counts of using a firearm to commit murder during and in relation to a crime of violence, and 3 counts of using and discharging a firearm during and in relation to a crime of violence. The affidavit in support of the complaint quotes the defendant as stating that his goal was to, quote, kill as many blacks as possible. The affidavit outlines how the defendant prepared for months to carry out this attack. It alleges that he selected a target in this zip code because it has the highest percentage of black people close enough to where he lives. He selected the Tops store because it is where a high percentage and high density of black people can be found. And he made a map of the inside of the Tops store, quote, and decided the best plan of attack for the highest chance of success. The affidavit also notes that the defendant chronicled this plan on his Discord messaging account in the months leading up to the attack. Citing that account, the affidavit alleges that the defendant wrote about his acquisition of firearms and other supplies for the attack and traveled to Tops on multiple occasions to sketch the interior of the store, count the number of black people present, and observe the presence of black security guards. On May 14th, the defendant arrived at Tops wearing a tactical-style helmet, camouflage clothing, body armor, and a GoPro video camera, and carrying a loaded Bushmaster XM15 rifle and multiple loaded magazines. The affidavit alleges that he repeatedly targeted, shot, and killed black people. At one point, he aimed his rifle at a white male Tops employee who had been shot in the leg and injured. Instead of shooting the white employee, the gunman apologized to him before continuing his attack. Ballistics evidence recovered at Tops indicated that the gunman fired approximately 60 shots during the attack. In the days and weeks since the attack, we have all witnessed the strength of this community's bonds, its resilience, and its love. I am humbled to have just felt that firsthand in my discussions with the families. Hate-fueled acts of violence terrorize not only the individuals who are all attacked, but entire communities. Hate brings immediate devastation, and it inflicts lasting fear. At the Justice Department, we view confronting hate crimes as both our legal and our moral obligation. The Justice Department was founded more than 150 years ago with the first principal task of protecting Black Americans and our democracy from white supremacist violence. Today, we approach that task with the same degree of urgency as we did then. We fully recognize the threat that hatred and violent extremism pose to the safety of the American people and American democracy. We will be relentless in our efforts to combat hate crimes, to support the communities terrorized by them, and to hold accountable those who perpetrate them. No one in this country should have to live in fear that they will go to work or shop at a grocery store and will be attacked by someone who hates them because of the color of their skin. Someone who commits that act because he subscribes to the vile theory that only people like him belong in this country. And no one in this country should have to bury a loved one because of such hate. The Justice Department will never stop working to fulfill our duty to protect the American people from hate-fueled violence. Indeed, it is the duty of every American to stand against such hate. I'm now pleased to turn the podium over to U.S. Attorney Trini Ross. I'll return afterwards for a few questions.
Thank you, Attorney Garland, for your strong support of this community during this difficult time, and thank you for your leadership. My name is Trini Ross, and I am the United States Attorney for the Western District of New York. I was born and raised in the city of Buffalo, attended Buffalo Public Schools, and continue to be a very proud Buffalonian. On the afternoon of March 14th, I received a call that no chief law enforcement officer ever wants to receive. Sorry, I said March, and I mean May 14th. There had been a mass shooting at the Tops Friendly Market on Jefferson Avenue, and there were multiple fatalities on scene. Immediately after receiving the call, I assembled a team from the United States Attorney's Office and put them into action. We have not stopped since that day, and we will not stop until this case comes to a conclusion. As a former career prosecutor with over 23 years as an assistant United States attorney, when I was sworn in as the U.S. Attorney, I fully understood that racially motivated violence was increasing across this country and that it represented a threat to all Americans. Still, there are no words that can adequately capture what it meant to see this sort of terror come to Buffalo and to wreak havoc in our community. As alleged in the complaint, the defendant spent months planning and arming himself for an attack that would target Black residents of Jefferson Avenue. We know the horrific outcome. 10 people killed, 3 people injured, and a community terrorized. But as you are aware, every defendant is innocent until proven guilty. We must prove these allegations, and we intend to do so. Since the day of this attack, we have worked tirelessly to respond, and we will continue to respond until this case is concluded. I want to commend and thank all of the local and federal officials who have committed themselves to addressing this unspeakable tragedy. I know I speak for all of us when I say we will do everything in our power to hold the shooter accountable and to secure as much justice as we possibly can for the victims, their families, and this community. This process may not be as fast as some would hope, but it will be thorough, it will be fair, it will be comprehensive, and it will reflect what is best about our community and about democracy. I would now like to invite Associate Attorney General Vanita Gupta to take the microphone.
Thank you, U.S. Attorney Ross. It is tragic that we are standing here in the aftermath of such a horrifying act of violence, and we grieve with the families who lost loved ones and for this whole community. Hate crimes are insidious. They instill fear across entire communities, and they undermine the principles upon which our democracy stands. No person and no community should ever have to experience this. As the Attorney General mentioned, around the time that the Justice Department was founded, the Ku Klux Klan was carrying out a reign of terror against Black Americans. More than 150 years later, white supremacists are still terrorizing Black Americans and other communities of color, and the Justice Department will not tolerate it. The Justice Department's top priority is holding accountable those who commit these heinous acts. But we must all continue to combat hate and discrimination in all of its forms and address them before they ever escalate to violence. Every community deserves to feel safe and protected. Through vital grant programs and technical assistance, the department is working diligently to support victims and jurisdictions that have experienced these traumatic incidents of mass violence. Here in Buffalo, the Office for Victims of Crime deployed 2 expert mass violence consultants to work with the community and state officials and ensure that everyone who needs and wants services has continued access to mental health and other resources. The Justice Department stands with you, and we will continue working to make real this nation's promise of justice and equality under the law. I am now going to pass it to Assistant Attorney General Clark.
Thank you, Associate Attorney General Gupta, Mr. Attorney General, and colleagues. Today, I join my colleagues in grieving the innocent victims of this senseless crime and expressing my condolences to their families and the Buffalo community that has suffered through this.
All right, everybody, you are listening in to the latest press conference held by Attorney General Merrick Garland and the Justice Department after several of them visited Buffalo, New York yesterday, the site of the tragic mass shooting where a white gunman walked into a grocery store and killed 10 Black people. This was a predominantly Black neighborhood, and this attack is being called racially motivated. So officially yesterday, that gunman was charged with federal hate crimes. So we wanted to bring you this latest full newser from that area as we continue to follow all of the fallout from the mass shootings that have happened in recent weeks. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we're going to get you all up to speed on the top stories that we are following at the top of the hour and continue on with some more topics like this on gun legislation and gun violence that we've seen in America. Good morning, everybody. You're streaming live now from Fox. It is Thursday, June 16th, and here is a look at the major top stories that we are following for you here to start off your day. It was a big announcement that we brought to you live, raw, and in its entirety at around 2:30 yesterday afternoon. The Federal Reserve making moves to try and curb inflation. Yesterday, they raised interest rates by 0.75 of a percentage point. It's the largest interest rate hike since 1994. The Fed expects to keep hiking rates throughout the year, with another increase possibly in July. Now, the goal of this interest rate hike is to bring down inflation. By bringing rates up, it's trying to bring demand down. So we've gotten a lot of reaction from economists, what this necessarily means for Americans, what we could see in the future, and really what we have already seen as far as the price of everything we need to go about our daily lives as Americans just continuing to go up. So we'll have some analysis for you coming throughout the morning. Meanwhile, we can also let you know that the House January 6th committee investigating the attack on the U.S. Capitol on January 6th, they are going to present more findings in another public hearing today at 1 p.m. Eastern time. We will be streaming it for you live, raw, and unfiltered. It's going to focus on how former President Donald Trump pressured then Vice President Mike Pence to not count lawful electoral votes. We're going to have two witnesses testifying in person: Greg Jacob, an attorney for former Vice President Mike Pence, and then a conservative lawyer and former federal judge named Michael Ludig. He actually provided the legal guidance to Pence and his staff that the vice president ultimately used to publicly disavow Trump's demands to overturn the election results. So we've gotten a lot of revelations over the last two hearings that we have seen, new video, new testimony, and, thousands of documents and information coming forth as they investigated this case for basically a year now. So be sure to stick around. That hearing will get underway at 1 p.m. Eastern time. Yesterday's was postponed until next week. Also, some news related to the Russian invasion of Ukraine. The U.S. government approving an additional $1 billion in aid to be sent to Ukraine in the form of artillery and coastal defense weapons. Now, the latest amount is intended to help stall Russia's slow but steady advances in the eastern region. You could just see the damage and destruction that has been caused by these attacks in some of these neighborhoods in this video that's right here in front of your eyes. This follows Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin's meeting in Belgium that was with more than 45 nations to discuss support for Ukraine. And concerns at the same time are growing over reports that two Americans, both military veterans, are missing and may have been captured by Russian forces on the battlefield in Ukraine. So in just a little bit, we're going to play for you some reaction and some more information coming from the State Department and the White House on what they know about these Americans possibly being captured. They have spoken with their families, so we'll get more info from you on that as it comes forth. But when it comes to that announcement from the Federal Reserve Chairman just yesterday, lots of questions. If a recession is going to be looming, what does this mean for my bank account? What should I do? Well, our very own Daytona Everett actually spoke with a financial advisor on whether or not we should be bracing for a recession. So I want to play for you this segment to start off the top of the hour here on Live Now from Fox.
Experts here, Potomac Corps President Dan Veroni joining us here virtually. Dan, thanks for being with us here on the show.
A pleasure to be with you, Daytona, and good evening to you.
Yes, good evening. So we're moving into yet another rate hike. Likely not going to be the last one, even for the summer here. First takeaways with this initial interest rate hike. Do you think it's going to do what the Fed is hoping it's going to?
So one of your earlier commentators indicated that he thought this was too late. I agree. The Fed has waited too long to take action. The other thing that I'll add on to it is I think while today's 75 basis point hike was appropriate, it's still not enough. The Fed needs to get far more aggressive. The consumer price index numbers that came out last week at 8.6% were at 40-year highs. And then yesterday we saw the producer price index numbers come in at 11%. And essentially what we're seeing is that the high prices that consumers are seeing at the gas pump and at the food store are going to continue.
So when you say get more aggressive, how much more aggressive?
So I think the 75 basis point increase was appropriate today. And I think that a series of 3 to 5 more 75 basis point increases will help slow the economy down and start to get inflation under control. Inflation is way out of control. The economy is on perilous footing. And while I understand that the Fed chair says the consumer is in good shape, we're saying they're in good shape today, but how long can consumers continue to pay high gas prices? They're over $5 a gallon now. They could easily be at $6 or more by September. And then you're looking at higher food prices. So when I'm talking about fuel and food prices, you've got the price of gasoline that we all pay as consumers, and then the diesel. It is the diesel prices, that's where the food is shipped, and that's why the food is costing as much as it is.
I mean, how much worse do you think it could potentially get? Or do you believe that this is going to do what it's supposed to and prices are going to go down?
So I don't think we've seen the end of price increases. I think that price increases are still on an upswing, and I think it's something we have to pay particular attention to. I view this as a cruel summer for consumers, and that's why the Fed has to be even more aggressive than it's been to this point.
So let's kind of lay that out for everyone, because there's probably a lot of people watching right now who have trips that are planned or have had to cancel trips because of gas prices, because of food prices, hotel prices. Everything is higher and higher. You know, practically for a lot of these people, you know, it's hard to say, and I know that you can't predict exactly how high things could go, but are we talking like $1, $2 on some of these goods that you would find at the grocery store, $1, $2 on gas, even higher?
So it's my belief that gasoline easily gets to $6 by the end of the summer. And it's my belief that if inflation isn't abated, that we could be seeing prices of gasoline getting up to $6.50 or $7. So the issue is we're looking at a price per barrel now at about $125. It's a matter of time before it goes to $150 a barrel. That's going to drive our consumer costs at the gas pump. So we're not there yet, and that's why the Fed has to act far more aggressively than it is today.
So the reason that they're holding back on really hiking it up is because of a recession, and you have been pretty aggressive in saying that you think a recession is coming far sooner than what I've heard from a lot of other people, their predictions, and possibly we might already be in one, according to you. So break that down for us.
Sure.
Why do you think that?
So the definition of a recession is 2 back-to-back quarters of economic contraction in the U.S. economy. We were at down 1.4% in the first quarter, and it's a pretty safe bet on what we're seeing in consumer slowdowns already that we might already be in a recession. Now, if not, if the price of gasoline keeps going up, we could be in a recession either in the third or fourth quarter because of the price of gasoline. So the price of gasoline, the price of fuel is got an accelerator effect on food and goods throughout the economy. And that's the challenge.
Right, right. Also a challenge is we're seeing this inflation continue to rise, but unfortunately salaries are not following that. And so people can't keep up. Americans can't keep up with rent prices. They can't keep up with the price of goods and just higher prices across the board. Do you foresee that changing as well from employers?
So for Daytona, when you look at the challenge, right? So inflation last Friday reported 8.6%, and then you've got wages only increasing by 5.2%. Consumers are not keeping up. And I saw a report in January that 64% of the American people are living from paycheck to paycheck. In this kind of environment, it's very, very difficult. If you look at this from an employer perspective, let's be candid about that as well. You know, we're living in an era of the Great Resignation. Employers have had to pay more to either get people or keep people. that too is having an impact on inflation. So you've got the dual challenges, right? It's the wage pressure, and then the pressure that comes from the price increases resulting from the fuel. Now, we haven't talked about Ukraine. Ukraine is adding a challenge as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's really what the Biden administration is kind of pointing to right now, at least for those high oil and gas prices. We've continuously heard that over the past couple of months. You know, I'm curious, for the person who is watching right now who is not as educated about what the Federal Reserve does, the ins and outs of the stock market and everything with the economy, what do you think should be the biggest takeaway from today's news?
So I think the biggest takeaway from today's news is that consumers can expect to pay more for mortgage rates and for things like car loans. But I think the bigger takeaway for consumers is that this is a time to be more cautious and to really watch everything they spend. And what I mean by that is there's the nice to have and the need to have. It's food and shelter, transportation. Those are the most important things. I think the bigger discretionary items are the types of things that for now put on hold until we get more certainty out of this massive uncertainty. I think that's the best bet for consumers. That should be their greatest takeaway from today.
Which is great advice, but will be interesting for the economy if everyone pulls back and spending stops, right?
Sure, yeah, absolutely, Daytona, because again, the US economy is 70% consumer driven. Essentially, one of the reasons why I say we're heading into a recession is that the only way you're going to slow inflation down is by slowing down spending. And if you slow down spending, those are the types of things that lead to a recession, because we're 70% consumer-driven economy.
Dan Roney, thanks so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox, bringing some really great points to the table here. Any last thoughts?
None whatsoever, other than I think that consumers need to have a cautious, watchful eye going forward. The next few months are going to be challenging. Focus on the need to have instead of the nice to have.
There you have it. Dan, thank you so much. Talk to you soon.
Thank you.
All right, some really great advice and, just some insight there from that financial expert, speaking with our very own Daytona Everett. Here's a Live Now look over the Big Apple. You can see it's a pretty rainy, dreary morning on this Thursday, June 16th. And you can see some people on their morning commute to work. And it's getting more and more expensive to get on that commute to work with gas prices. AAA confirming the national average still more than $5 a gallon. Well, yesterday, President Joe Biden called on U.S. oil refiners to produce more gasoline and diesel, saying their profits have tripled during a time between the Russian invasion of Ukraine and as Americans are struggling with these record high prices at the pump. So when we come back, we're going to speak live with our Fox 5 New York's Kayla Mamalak, talking all about what the president said. And we'll have more coming up after this quick break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. A little after 8:15 a.m. here on the East Coast on this Thursday, June 16th. We're giving you a live look we have over our Fox News headquarters in New York City. A very rainy, dreary morning to start off here, and you can kind of see a lot of people on that morning commute to work. Well, it is getting excessively more expensive to drive anywhere these days, with those prices of gas continuing to rise. Well, President Joe Biden just yesterday actually called on U.S. oil refiners to produce more gasoline and diesel, saying that their profits have tripled during the time where we're seeing Russia's war in Ukraine, and as Americans are struggling with those record high prices at the gas station. So to kind of weigh in on all of this information and what the president had to say, I do want to bring into the conversation Fox 5 New York's Kayla Mamalak. She's joining us live outside of a gas station near Manhattan. Kayla, good morning to you. I know just about everybody wants to cry when they fill up their tanks. So what can you tell us? Who is President Biden saying is really sort of responsible for this?
Yeah, look, Regina, everybody is hurting right now, and President Biden is essentially accusing the oil industry of profiting off of these record high gas prices, saying their profits have tripled during this time of war between Russia and Ukraine.
Oil companies need to step up too.
The Biden administration pointing the finger at oil companies for current record-setting gas prices. In an open letter to 7 of the biggest oil companies, including ExxonMobil, Chevron, BP America, and Shell, President Biden wrote, historically high refinery profit margins being passed directly onto American families are not acceptable. The president added that companies should use those historically high profit margins to expand their refining capacity to pre-pandemic levels. If not, Biden warned, he's considering invoking emergency powers to boost America's oil supply.
In a time of global crisis, oil companies should be doing everything they can to expand capacity and lower costs at the pump. Instead, they are charging record profits at the expense of American families.
This comes as we're all feeling pain at the pump. AAA reports the national average gas price is about $5 a gallon, 50 cents more than last month, and nearly $2 more than last year. The American Petroleum Institute, which represents the oil industry, responded to the president's letter in a statement, claiming capacity has been diminished as the Biden administration has sought to move away from fossil fuels as part of its climate change agenda. Quote, the administration's misguided policy agenda shifting away from domestic oil and natural gas has compounded inflationary pressures and added headwinds to the company's daily efforts to meet growing energy needs while reducing emissions. Now, all of this could come to a head before the high-traffic July 4th holiday weekend or before President Biden travels to the oil-rich kingdom of Saudi Arabia. We're keeping an eye on both, but for now, Regina, I'll send it back inside to you.
All right, Fox 5 New York's Kayla Mamalak, thanks so much for joining us. Stay dry out there and have a great day. We really appreciate it. Here is another vantage point we have right now over New York City. Lady Liberty standing tall out there in the dreary weather. We're going to be joined by several of our owned and operated stations throughout the morning. They're talking about oil. They're talking about gas prices. They're talking about local reaction to the hike in interest rates that we just saw yesterday. Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell saying that we need to do this to try and curb inflation. It's the highest interest rate hike since 1994. So lots of talk about our economy here in the United States, and we'll continue to bring you every angle when it comes to what Americans want and need to know as they are paying these excessively high prices. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, I do want to switch gears here and talk about some other stories that we are following for you this morning. Here's a live now look at the Capitol building. We should let you know, and we have been letting you know, that at 1 p.m. Eastern time, the January 6th Investigative Committee is going to be holding another public hearing. Today's focus on how former President Donald Trump pressured then Vice President Mike Pence to not count lawful electoral votes. Somebody that is going to be testifying in person is actually going to be an attorney for former Vice President Mike Pence. So we will be streaming that for you live, raw, and in its entirety. But we're also going to stay on Capitol Hill to talk about the latest when it comes to gun legislation in the wake of several mass shootings that we have seen over the last several weeks alone. And then speaking of those mass shootings, we're going to bring you some updates out of Uvalde, Texas, where 19 children and 2 teachers teachers were killed inside of their one fourth grade classroom. Today is actually going to be the last funeral for all of the victims being held. Stay with us for all that information. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. An update on a story that we have been following for about a month now. The gunman who allegedly killed 10 black people in a racially motivated attack at a Buffalo supermarket was charged yesterday with federal hate crimes. This comes as Attorney General Merrick Garland traveled to Buffalo and visited the site of the mass shooting, also meeting with victims and families impacted by this horrific event. Fox News correspondent David Spunt has more on these charges and the investigation from the Justice Department this morning.
His goal was to, quote, kill as many blacks as possible.
The feds are going after the Buffalo supermarket shooter. Attorney General Merrick Garland announced new charges against the man responsible for a racially motivated mass shooting that left 10 dead and a city in mourning. The gunman has already been charged with the murders in New York State Court and was facing a mandatory life sentence if convicted. But now he's also facing federal hate crimes charges and could potentially get the death penalty.
We will be relentless in our efforts to combat hate crimes and to hold accountable those who perpetrate them.
Federal officials said from the early days of the investigation, they considered hate crimes charges, citing the mountain of evidence showing the shooting was motivated by racist ideology, including notes written by the gunman counting the number of black people he saw at the supermarket.
He selected a target in this zip code because it has the highest percentage of black people close enough to where he lives.
Garland announced the charges during a visit to Buffalo on Wednesday. He visited a memorial at the supermarket before meeting with families of the victims and local officials. They say hate crimes charges will go a long way toward healing a city still in shock.
It was a moment that changed our community forever.
The gunman pleaded not guilty to state charges in this case, but it's still unclear how he'll respond to the new federal charges filed. At the Department of Justice, David Spunt, Fox News.
Meanwhile, heading out to the West Coast, where authorities in Los Angeles identified 2 police officers shot and killed in the line of duty in Los Angeles County on Tuesday. The officers from the El Monte Police Department were identified as Corporal Michael Paredes and Officer Joseph Santana. The mayor said the 2 were essentially ambushed while responding to a domestic violence report. When they arrived on scene, they were immediately shot at. The 2 officers were rushed to a hospital where they later died, and the suspect was also shot and died at the scene. Paredes was a 22-year-old veteran of the department and is survived by his wife, daughter, and son. And Santana had been with the force for less than a year and leaves behind a wife, daughter, and twin sons. And you know, as we continue to bring you more horrific news of people, innocent people losing their lives to gun violence, could Congress be inching closer to a vote on a piece of gun control legislation? Well, first, it needs to be written, but there are a couple of items in last weekend's announced framework deal in the Senate that are holding it up. So first, let's get the very latest from Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard before we get into a deeper dive of an analysis from our very own Andrew Kraft.
It's a lift. I don't know how heavy it is.
How hard will it be to get a gun control bill across the finish line in Congress? Well, a bipartisan group of senators continue to work out last sticking points on the framework deal.
What a triumph to get a framework agreement with 20 Democrats and Republicans. And I know that we're going to be able to work through these issues, get something to our colleagues and vote on it, hopefully next week.
The bill would increase background checks for those under 21, place restrictions on convicted domestic abusers. It would increase mental health and school safety funding, and also encourage states to pass red flag laws, which worries some Republicans.
I don't like the framework, particularly because of the red flags. I don't think that we should be spending taxpayer dollars to encourage states to take away weapons from law-abiding taxpayers and U.S. citizens.
They say states that use other programs to promote safety should also be eligible for funding. The bill is expected to have a hefty price tag.
We found a way to offset it with other funds.
Republican leader Mitch McConnell says he supports the deal, meaning it should pass the Senate. But many Democrats say the bill doesn't go far enough.
There are a lot of juveniles who have mental health issues. We should be able to flag those with red flag laws so that they don't. We're not giving weapons to those with mental illness issues.
The Senate begins their 4th of July recess next weekend. If this framework falls apart, there are bipartisan concerns momentum for the bill may fizzle out until the next mass shooting. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Lauren Blanchard for that report. Here's a live now look at the Capitol in Washington, D.C. I do want to continue this conversation with a segment from our very own Andrew Kraft, who spoke with the head of the Brady Center to Prevent Gun Violence about the gun legislation framework and some of the roadblocks that lawmakers are currently running into. So let's listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
Where this Senate bipartisan framework goes from here, we're learning it's hitting a few snags. Joining me to talk about that and so much more is Chris Brown. She is the head of the Brady Center to Prevent Gun Violence. Chris, thanks so much. Good to see you again. Let's talk about the framework and some of the snags. Senator John Cornyn, the Republican from Texas, was asked today about some of these issues. He now has two specific ones that have not been ironed out in his words, and that has to do with the boyfriend loophole and the red flag law funds, to which Senator Chris Murphy, the Democrat from Connecticut, replied, well, all we have to do is write text that is true to the framework. You know, we all made a commitment to each other that we're supportive of the framework, and then we're going to write that into law. Are you worried that the framework could be scuttled?
Look, I mean, ultimately, this is 10 Republicans and 10 Democrats in the United States Senate agreeing on a framework, and that is an interesting and important dynamic that is happening. I think that you don't sign up for a framework like that on a Sunday and then back up away from it on a Monday or a Tuesday. The devil, of course, is in the details. I worked on Capitol Hill for 8 years, so I understand all of that. I think, look, with the boyfriend loophole, this is pretty straightforward, right? It's not hard. We have a framework in the United States where under federal law, if you happen not to be married to the person who is abusing you, you haven't been married to them, then somehow you don't have your guns removed. But if you're in a romantic relationship, then, well, you may have them subject to removal or not. And it's pretty straightforward. So I feel pretty good that we can get final framework around things like that every American agrees should happen. It is tough, right? And I understand that there's a lot of work that has to be done. I can tell you that I understand that folks on the staff are working day in and day out every minute to make this happen. But I feel pretty confident understanding the outpouring of support that is pushing forward for this framework, saying we have had enough, that we can make this happen one way or the other.
Let's talk about some of the, I guess, key tenets in the framework. Does the Brady Center think they are adequate? Of course, you know so well that incremental change is still change, and there are political realities that go into it. What did you make of some of those core tenets that Senator Murphy tweeted out over the weekend? Do you have any thoughts on if they should go further? Are you happy with how they stand right now?
Well, to me, it's not really enough, given the fact that we lose nearly 45,000 people a year to gun violence, and then double that to, who survive to gun injuries. But it is a really important step forward. And the things that I think about are funding to the states for extreme risk laws. That funding really will make a difference, because the studies of states that have these extreme risk laws show the funding makes all the difference to train the people on the front lines to get these extreme risk laws to actually save lives. The boyfriend loophole, again, that's a huge example of what we can do to have a level playing field, so people who are abusing their partner that they may not be married to don't cross state lines, get a gun, and come back across state lines again to kill them. Why do I say that? Because Brady is representing people in courts today who have lost loved ones, who have exploited that loophole and killed people, just like you and me. And they're not with us anymore because we haven't closed that loophole. So there are things like that that I feel so passionate about, but the devil is in the details, and I don't want a bill in the end that penalizes people who have made bad choices but should not be criminalized for that. And we have to look at the whole holistic framework and work together to put something forward that all of us can agree upon. I think it would be really hard for all Americans looking at this since Sunday, though, for any of those 10 senators on the Democratic side or the Republican side to walk away from this. We are hearing an outpouring of Republicans and Democrats, gun owners and non-gunners, who are so excited with the idea that finally the United States Senate can do something and do something on our issues. So I still remain really hopeful we can get this done.
Well, even Republican Senator Mitch McConnell said yesterday that he is supportive of the framework as it stands right now, if whatever the legislative text is true to the framework. I wanted to get your thoughts, though, on this other key tenet: enhanced background checks for those who are under 21, and a short pause to conduct the check. Some Republicans are against that. And are you surprised by how much Republican support, 10 being 10, this has gotten, this framework?
Not really. I
Okay.
mean, be honest, we have an epidemic of gun violence. And unfortunately, when you look back at the mass shootings that too often grip the headlines, because we have a mass shooting every day in this country, it's not reported. But those that do grip the headlines, there is often a demographic that holds true. We have an 18 to 21-year-old. We have someone who bought a gun and then was able to walk away very shortly thereafter, sometimes immediately with that gun, and then 24 hours later, they're slaughtering people with it. So I don't think any of us in political life should walk away from the notion that we're still human beings. We have siblings, we have kids, we have spouses who say it's enough. And I think some coterie of that 10 on both sides of the equation have spouses who are telling them, you need to sign up for this because America is done with gun violence. And that is correct. And what this really kind of, I think, belies is the idea that we have to really focus on sensible, common sense solutions that say gun safety matters. And so in the 18 to 21 framework, I would like to see, frankly, no long guns available for sale for 18 to 21-year-olds. That's what I would like to see. That's what Brady wants to see.
Okay.
100%. This represents a compromise. I hope that we can put forward a compromise that actually meaningfully works. That's now up to the Senate. I hope that can happen because I think both the 10 Republicans and the 10 Democrats who signed on to this don't want to see another slaughter by an 18-year-old who really shouldn't have access to a weapon of war.
Yeah, I mean, that was some of the criticism on those who want to see lawmakers go even further. Some critics have said this package, this framework, doesn't really talk about guns or address guns at all. And so in this framework, you do not see, outright bans of certain classes of weapons, age limits, and the like. And so people think it fell short a little bit. But like you and I have been talking about, incremental change can always lead to more incremental steps in the years ahead. This is a very long fight, of course. And of course, the House passed their own version last week. And, you and I know that has really no chance in the Senate. But, say the Senate does get this passed, it has to go to the House. Do you think it will look like it does right now? Or do you think the House, especially Democrats, might make some changes?
Honestly, I think it has to look pretty much the way it looks in the Senate passed version if we want something out of the House that is then signed by President Biden. It can't have material changes because otherwise it goes back to the Senate, and that's a problem. So we're in conversation with people in the House who are raising issues, and I know, there are some who are concerned about various provisions. Having worked on Capitol Hill for 8 years in my youth, I will say, you'll never, if you have a good package that deserves to be passed, you're probably irritating both sides of the aisle to get there. Okay. And it's not going to be perfect. It is legislation. I think that what I am heartened by is the level of conversation that is happening on all sides of the aisle to get something done that's kind of unprecedented and really in the end is in the spirit of democracy. The bottom line that I feel on both sides of the aisle is folks really want to try to save lives. Yeah. And I do too. Yeah. So does the country. And that makes a difference to me, honestly, as an American. And right. So we're working hard to make that happen.
Chris, one last kind of headline story that, a lot of people have been anticipating as well. I want to get your thoughts on is this Supreme Court ruling in a New York case about gun carry in the state of New York. The law essentially tells New York gun owners they would have to demonstrate a need to carry a handgun in public. What is the Brady Center's viewpoint on this specific statute in New York State, and how do they think the Supreme Court's going to rule?
I hope that the Supreme Court upholds that law. Look, the New York law has been in effect for a century. It stands for the principle that if you're going to carry a gun in public, there should be some test to determine the need and whether or not there is a good cause for you to do that. And I think most Americans living in America today, whether you are going to the movies, whether you're going to a protest, whether you are going to church, would like to think there is a system in place to ensure that people who are going to be carrying guns in public have some kind of litmus test to determine whether they have risk factors that should mean they shouldn't do that. Are they angry? Do they have a background that means they really shouldn't have a gun in public? That's what the New York law does. And so I really hope the Supreme Court, especially looking at the temperature and the America that we live in today, will uphold a law that has been in effect for a century and that really is consistent with our colonial days. And just to put a finer point on that, in most of the colonies that existed before our Constitution was ratified, the colonial government could go in and check and inspect whether people were safely storing muskets in their home. This law that is at issue in New York is a far cry from that. It's just determining whether someone has a good cause to carry a gun into public places, into Times Square, in other places. I hope the Supreme Court upholds it, and I fear if they don't, all of America will say, this is a court that is so out of step with where we are today that we need to stand up and tell them they need to really rethink their priorities, because it's not about American safety.
All right, and of course, we shall see. We did not get that ruling this morning. We could be getting it sometime next week. Chris Brown with the Brady Center, we appreciate your time and your insight, and thank you for the conversation.
Thank you.
All right, a big thanks to our very own Andrew Kraft for that segment on the legislation that is currently making its way through Congress to try to get some sort of change when it comes to gun legislation in the wake of all of the mass shootings that we have seen in recent weeks. We are going to take a 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to entirely switch gears here to some lighter news. This is actually a live look right now over Orlando, Florida. And then we've also got this vantage point of Washington, D.C. I'm taking you all over the place here because these are just some of the cities on the list bidding for the FIFA World Cup to be held in their city in the year 2026. They're actually going to make that announcement of the host cities later today. So when we come back, we're going to touch base with Fox 5 DC's Bob Barnard. DC is pushing for Baltimore, Maryland to get the bid so that way they can host all the events in the nation's capital. So stay with us. We'll be right back with that live report. All right, everybody, you're streaming live now from Fox on this Thursday, June 16th, little after 8:45 a.m. here on the East Coast. This is a wide shot view we have of Washington, D.C. Looking like it's clearing up out there. I know they had some bad weather over the last 24 hours. Well, today is a big day for D.C. and several other cities across the United States because FIFA is going to announce the host cities for the 2026 World Cup later on today. And so a lot of these cities are anticipating whether or not this event, plus all of the fans and all of the action, the fan zone, all of the fun that gets to be had when major events take place in a city like this, are going to happen. So Washington, D.C. is actually not technically on this list, but they are pushing for Baltimore, Maryland to be the host city, so that way they could host all these events in the nation's capital. So to weigh in more on this, we've got Fox 5 DC's Bob Barnard joining us live right now with all of the latest. So Bob, good morning to you. Like I just mentioned to our viewers, not technically Washington, D.C., but talk to me how this would work here if Baltimore would get this bid.
Yeah, I mean, it's different than it was in 1994 when the World Cup was in the U.S. RFK Stadium in D.C. was one of the host sites, but that's an old building now. There is an MSL stadium here, Audi Field, but it's rather small. So for the region, M&T Bank Stadium, where the Baltimore Ravens play football in Baltimore, would be the stadium, but D.C. joined in the bid saying we can host events related to the soccer games here in the nation's capital. So D.C. and Baltimore, one of 17 U.S. cities that have put out bids. You've got Orlando, Philly, L.A., Houston, Boston, Dallas, Denver. Many other cities are also waiting to hear because 10 of the 17 cities that are still in the running here in the United States will be selected by FIFA this afternoon. 5 o'clock Eastern time on Fox Sports 1 is when that announcement will come. There are 48 teams that will be competing in those World Cup games in 4 years from now, 2026. And they're going to call it the North American Games because there are 3 cities in Mexico and 3 in Canada that have already been selected. Guadalajara in Mexico, Edmonton in Canada, 2 of those 6 others. So big goings on here. There's going to be a watch party here in D.C., others in Baltimore, because as you mentioned, not only is it tourism and recognition and you know the international spotlight, but hundreds of millions of dollars are at stake here. In fact, city officials in Houston say that if they get selected as one of the stadium sites, one of the 10 in the U.S., they'll make more money from the World Cup games in 4 years than they did hosting the Super Bowl 5 years ago. So it is big money, and we'll see. You've got a bunch of folks who are kind of holding their breath to see what that announcement is, and it's FIFA, the governing body of the World Cup games, that'll be announcing the 10 U.S. cities, Baltimore and D.C. acting as one, that will be selected to host those games 4 years from now.
Yeah, and Bob, you mentioned a great point, international spotlight. So I feel like when you think about the United States, it would be really cool to have a game in really close to the nation's capital. That would kind of just be a little added feature if Baltimore were to get that bid, you think?
Oh, absolutely. And what they're saying is that there would be 60 matches spread across the 10 U.S. stadium sites. So yeah, lots of money, lots of attention, lots of tourism and tourist dollars. This year's World Cup is actually in Qatar, and usually the games are during the summer, but because it's so hot there, the World Cup games this year are going to be in like November, where it's going to be a little cooler in Qatar than it will be here in the States and North America. So yeah, I mean, Mexico, Canada, thrilled as well to have the eyes of the world on them. Again, we got to wait another 4 years.
Yeah, definitely. All right, Bob. Well, let us know one more time how people can watch for that announcement before we send you off.
Yeah, sure. Fox Sports 1 is the sports channel that'll have that announcement. 5 o'clock Eastern time this afternoon, and the World Cup games are on Fox television, so we're keeping it all in the family.
Yes, definitely. All right. Well, Bob, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We will be anticipating that announcement, and we'll be in touch with your team. So you have a great day out there.
You too, Regina. Let everybody see you. Thank you.
All right, everybody, we are going to head out to Orlando, Florida. This is another city that has a bid in the United States for the FIFA World Cup. So be sure to tune in to Fox Sports later on this afternoon for that announcement. Soccer is a big one. It's an international spotlight that would be on all of these cities that have put in bids. So we will have more information on that when that announcement officially comes through. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we return, we will have the latest on the U.S. sending another $1 billion to aid in Ukraine. That announcement officially coming from Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin. Stay with us for that announcement. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. More aid is on the way to the front lines of Ukraine. The U.S. government approving an additional $1 billion in aid to be sent to Ukraine in the form of artillery and coastal defense weapons. This comes as Russian attacks in the east threaten critical infrastructure and industrial centers. You are getting a firsthand look at the damage and destruction that some of these neighborhoods have seen across the country. Meanwhile, leaders from France, Germany, and Italy are all visiting the capital of Kyiv today to meet with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. And this is also in the wake as we get new information regarding 2 U.S. military veterans that have gone missing in Ukraine. And it is feared that they have been captured by Russian forces. A 39-year-old man and a 27-year-old man, both from Alabama, allegedly went missing in the last few days near Kharkiv, which is a Ukrainian city not far from the Russian border. This is all according to their families. In interviews, both families shared similar accounts in which the men had contacted them on June 8th to say that they would be unreachable during a multi-day mission. Neither have been heard from since. Now, the State Department said the Biden administration, which has discouraged Americans from joining the war effort, was aware of unconfirmed reports of these 2 U.S. citizens that could be captured in Ukraine. We did have John Kirby speaking from the White House yesterday on their latest response to the situation.
Captured by the Russians?
Yeah, I can't confirm the reports, Caitlin. Just was made aware of them before I came out here. We'll do the best we can to monitor this and see what we can learn about it. Well, without getting into a hypothetical, obviously, if it's true, we'll do everything we can to get them safely back home. I do think, however, that this is an important point in time to remind that we discourage Americans from going to Ukraine and fighting in Ukraine. It is a war zone. It's combat. And if you feel passionate about supporting Ukraine, there's any number of other ways to do that that are safer and just as effective. Ukraine is not the place for Americans to be traveling. I don't know.
My question on Saudi Arabia, why not have the president go there and
To inform President Zelensky that we're announcing today, I think you saw $1 billion in additional security assistance to support Ukraine's armed forces in their brave defense of their country. Now, that includes a drawdown of security assistance valued up to $350 million. That's where the Department of Defense pulls from their stocks, as well as $650 million in equipment that's provided through the Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative funds. That's where the Pentagon will go out and procure material according in that amount to then just provide directly to Ukraine. So there are two different.
All right, so that was some sound there from John Kirby, now working with the White House. He was the former press secretary for the Pentagon. Also want to let you know that any moment now we should be getting a press conference from NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg. He did speak yesterday on how NATO is putting more troops along the Baltic countries in the wake of Finland and Sweden's active application to join NATO. He said that they are doing this to just really remain cautious in the wake of Russia's invasion, in the wake of any potential response. These are going to be the most troops that this region has seen since the Cold War, so he'll likely be speaking on that. But as we wait for Jens Stoltenberg to step up to the podium, let's get that full press conference. This is the first time that John Kirby really spoke alongside the press secretary in his new role, talking about the new aid coming from the U.S., also talking about those U.S. veterans that could potentially be captured by Russian forces. Here's the full press briefing for you here on Live Now from Fox.
Had an opportunity to ask some questions on all of our foreign policy news. So today we're happy to have here join me at the podium Mr. John Kirby, Admiral Kirby. He likes to call me ma'am, so I call him Kirby. I'm sure he'll call you guys sir and ma'ams as well. He is as you all know, the National Security Council Coordinator for Strategic Communications. Not only does he have an extensive military background, but he also has experience at the State Department, and he is happy to take a few questions. Kirby, I'm going to leave you to it. And
Hey, everybody. Pardon me? Yeah, you too. Listen, just a note off the top. I think you saw the statement, but I think it's worth reiterating. The president had a very good call today with President Zelensky of Ukraine. It was an opportunity for President Zelensky to update President Biden on what's going on the battlefield, on the ground, and to talk to the president about Ukraine's security requirements and capabilities going forward. The president also obviously took this opportunity to inform President Zelensky that we're announcing today, I think you saw, $1 billion in additional security assistance to support Ukraine's armed forces in their brave defense of their country. Now, that includes a drawdown of security assistance valued up to $350 million. That's where the Department of Defense pulls from their stocks, as well as $650 million in equipment that's provided through the Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative funds. That's where the Pentagon will go out and procure material according in that amount to then just provide directly to Ukraine. So there are two different buckets of that $1 billion. Now, this is the 12th time that President Biden has authorized presidential drawdowns to help Ukraine defend its democracy, and that brings the total amount of security assistance that we provided to Ukraine to approximately $5.6 billion just since Russia launched its assault in late February, and then approximately $6.3 billion since the beginning of the Biden-Harris administration. The president also informed President Zelensky that the United States is going to send an additional $225 million in life-saving humanitarian assistance to help people inside Ukraine obtain safe drinking water, critical medical supplies, healthcare, food, shelter, and all kinds of other essential items. I think you all realize the scope of the numbers of internally displaced people just inside Ukraine, let alone the millions that have had to leave Ukraine. So since February 24th, the United States has now then provided more than $914 million in humanitarian assistance to address the needs of people in Ukraine and for those who have had to flee. So that's almost $1 billion just in humanitarian assistance. And with that, I'm ready.
Okay, we have a question.
Thank you, sir.
You bet.
And my question is more about the temperature in Europe surrounding as you guys are continuing to crank up aid. But today, President Macron said that at some point Ukraine's president will have to negotiate with Russia. And that seems quite different from what President Biden and many administration officials, including I think you have said, about the need of stressing not telling the Ukrainians what to do. Would the administration prefer the French and also other Europeans to sort of dial down the nudging?
I think we'll let other foreign leaders speak for themselves and for their countries and for their national interests. I think that's appropriate. But nothing's changed about President Biden's view here is that nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine, and that Ukraine is a sovereign country. President Zelensky is the democratically elected leader of that country, and he gets to determine how this war ends. He gets to determine how he defines victory and how he gets at that outcome.
Okay, just real quick, another small associated Russia question. Navalny confirmed today on Telegram that he was moved to a maximum security prison in Vladimir.
Good morning, everyone. You're streaming live now from Fox. The time is just past the 9 a.m. hour. We're currently taking a look back as John Kirby speaks on the United States response to the Russian invasion of Ukraine. However, you know, we're all about bringing you live, raw, and unfiltered events from across the globe here. So let's head out to Brussels. We have the NATO Secretary General, Jens Stoltenberg. As you see here, he's holding a news conference on Ukraine.
And for the first time on China. And in this context, I welcome that the leaders of our Asia-Pacific partners will take part in our summit for the first time. Last but not least, better burden sharing and resourcing of our alliance and the historic applications for membership by Finland and Sweden. At this ministerial in Brussels yesterday and today, we have made progress on many of these areas. Last night, we met with Ukrainian Defense Minister Resnikov. We addressed the imperative need for our continued support as Russia conducts a relentless war of attrition against Ukraine. NATO allies and partners have been providing Ukraine unprecedented support, so that it can defend itself against Moscow's aggression. Allies have announced additional assistance, including much-needed heavy weapons and long-range systems. We also discussed plans to support the country for the longer term. We are putting together a NATO comprehensive assistance package for Ukraine, helping Ukraine improve interoperability with NATO, transition from Soviet era to modern NATO equipment, and further strengthening security institutions. Yesterday, over 40 nations, NATO allies and partners took part in the meeting of the Ukraine Support Contact Group led by the United States and committed to continue to uphold Ukraine's right to self-defense. Georgia, Finland, Sweden and the European Union also joined the meeting of NATO defense ministers. We made clear that all countries have the right to choose their own path without outside interference. Russia's aggression is a game changer, so NATO must maintain credible deterrence and strong defense. Today, ministers addressed the scale and the design of our future posture and how we can step up across all domains with substantial strengthening of our presence, capabilities and readiness. This will mean more NATO forward-deployed combat formations to strengthen our battle groups in the eastern part of the alliance, more air, sea and cyber defenses, as well as pre-positioned equipment and weapon stockpiles. And a new force model with more forces at higher readiness and specific forces pre-assigned to the defense of specific allies to enable much faster reinforcement. A number of allies have committed to contribute to our stronger presence in the eastern part of our alliance. But we still have some work to do as we look to the summit, where I expect further announcements. The substantial strengthening of our deterrence and defence is necessary for our security, but it does not come for free. So ministers also discussed the importance of resourcing our decisions. We have seen 7 consecutive years of rising defence investment across Europe and Canada. Allies are also contributing to NATO deployments and exercises and investing in more high-end capabilities, including 5th-generation aircraft and emerging technologies. Now is the time to keep up the momentum so we can continue to preserve peace, prevent conflict and protect our people. And with that, I'm ready to take your questions.
Okay, Frankfurt Allgemeine Zeitung, in the last row. There.
Thanks a lot. Secretary Thomas Kutschka, Frankfurt Allgemeine Zeitung. Secretary General, the Pope has made a few remarks on NATO's possible contribution to the war in Ukraine. He said that we don't know the whole drama unfolding behind this war, which was, and I quote him, somehow either provoked or not prevented. We all know the Pope can claim infallibility for his remarks, maybe not for this one, but I'd be keen to hear your reply. Thanks.
So NATO is a defensive alliance, and the war in Ukraine is President Putin's war. This is a war that he has decided to conduct against an independent sovereign nation. And what NATO has been doing for many years is to support a sovereign independent nation in Europe, Ukraine, train, assist and advise and equip the Ukrainian armed forces. That is what NATO allies and NATO have done for many years. This is not a threat to anyone, this is not a provocation, and that is what we continue to do. So it is President Putin and Moscow that is responsible for this brutal aggression against the independent country, Ukraine.
Okay, we'll go to the National News Agency of Ukraine. No?
Expectations in Ukraine because of a big three visiting Ukraine. I mean, leaders of France, Germany and Italy. I'm just curious if they consulted NATO before coming to Kiev from the security and military point of view, and how that visit could be influencing the future cooperation in military field between the NATO and Ukraine. And a short follow-up, if I may. If Ukraine now is fighting for NATO values using the NATO weaponry, is it the right time to raise a question or consider the future membership of Ukraine in NATO? Thank you.
I welcome that leaders of NATO allied countries go to Kiev and visit Ukraine and meet with the political leadership, meet with President Zelensky, and also see the atrocities, the result of the brutal aggression by Moscow and President Putin in Ukraine. I think that is important to demonstrate solidarity, to convey a clear political message, and also, of course, to have that opportunity to consult with the political leadership in Kiev. We are also, of course, consulting with the political leadership in Kiev, here in Brussels, in different NATO capitals. We had the Defense Minister Resnikov participating in the meeting yesterday. And, of course, we also consult among ourselves between NATO allies, as we also did yesterday in the dinner where we had the European Union, Finland and Sweden, together with Minister Resnikov and all 30 NATO allies, discussing the way forward in our support to Ukraine. And also we had a meeting of the US-led support group here at NATO yesterday. More than 40 NATO allies and partners participated in that meeting, consulting, discussing how to sustain an unprecedented level of support to Ukraine, and also in that context welcome the announcement by the United States yesterday to further increase support, $1 billion US extra for military aid, including artillery and also long-range fires. So this is part of an ongoing process where allies are consulting and working together in many different ways to provide support to Ukraine. Our focus now is on support to Ukraine, to provide military support, lethal, non-lethal support from allies and from NATO, and also on capacity building, and this help to modernize more for the longer term the defense and security institutions of Ukraine. Let me add one more thing, and that is that NATO allies have provided support to Ukraine since 2014, training tens of thousands of Ukrainian soldiers, and also help to equip and strengthen the Ukrainian armed forces. It's first and foremost the bravery, the courage of the Ukrainian armed forces that are now able to fight back against the invading Russian forces, but the NATO support for many years is also making a huge difference on the battleground every day.
Okay, we'll go to Politico.
Thank you very much, Leigh Beyer from Politico. I have two questions. The first is on the new model which you described on pre-assigned forces. Did any new countries offer troops today for the eastern flank under this new model? And if so, how many and for which frontline countries? And my second question is, have you made any progress today on the tricky question of more common funding for the alliance? Thank you.
First, on the new force model, we made significant progress both on agreeing the exact modalities, elements of the new force model, but also we heard several allies indicating that they will provide new national announcements to contribute to the new force model. I think it's a bit wrong if I now start to announce on behalf of those allies. I'm certain that they will make the announcements well ahead of the NATO summit in 2 weeks' time. But we know that already Germany has been out there announcing readiness to provide extra support and also specific pre-assigned forces for Lithuania. And we've also seen announcements earlier from the United Kingdom. And then, of course, we also see other allies like France playing a leading role in Romania, leading the battle group there, and also France participating in many other ways, for instance, also with some more presence in Estonia and air policing. So by the summit, I'm confident that we have both agreed the force model, which is the framework, but also that we have more forces pre-assigned and delivered by NATO allies to underpin this new force model. Then on common funding, well, that's part of what we are preparing for the summit. We made a decision at the summit last year to invest more together. We have received requirements from our military commanders, and now we're working on that. And again, I'm confident that within 2 weeks, by the summit, we will have more concrete decisions.
Okay. Imedi, lady here.
Taylor support document and about the meeting you had with the Georgian minister and also about Madrid summit. Georgia is expecting that Madrid summit will make some concrete steps and messages for Georgia with regard to the open door policy. So what is your main aim and what should Georgia expect? Thank you so much.
Well, I met with the Georgian defense minister yesterday, and he also participated in the meeting yesterday evening, and we stressed, and allies and I myself underlined the importance of stepping up support, both political support and practical support, for allies that are vulnerable for Russian interference. And of course, Georgia is very much among them, because Georgia has already suffered the consequences of a military intervention from Moscow. They did so in 2008, and therefore we are now working on how we can provide more support and how we can further strengthen our partnership with Georgia. And it was a very constructive and good meeting with the Georgian Defense Minister, and allies also expressed the need to further step up the cooperation with our close partner Georgia. Well, as again, it's for the summit to make final decisions, but I expect that when leaders meet, they will recommit to our open door policy, and also restate what we have said before since the Bucharest summit on Georgia and NATO membership.
NPR, Deutsche Welle.
Up here. Thank you very much, Juana. Mr. Secretary General, some of the Baltic states in particular have expressed some discomfort with this new model, the fact that the troops wouldn't actually be stationed on their own territory. They're asking for the persistent presence, boots on the ground on their territory. So if the frontline states don't feel that this makes them more secure, or they're not confident, is that really fulfilling the purpose of this new model? And secondly, on the question of grain getting out of Ukraine, are you already putting time into forecasting when and whether there will be new conflicts arising over food insecurity that perhaps NATO may have to respond to in the maybe not so distant future? Thank you.
So first, on the new force model, I am confident that within 2 weeks at the summit we will agree a force model, and not only a model, but also that allies are ready to provide the necessary forces to fill that model with content, with strength, with forces that will reassure all allies that we are delivering across the whole alliance, not only the East, on strengthening our deterrence and defense in a more dangerous and competitive world. The new force model also consists of many different elements, but when it comes to the land component, and especially in the eastern part of the alliance, we speak about mainly three pillars. One is increased forward presence with more combat operations, and we have already actually increased our presence. Just over the last months, we have doubled the number of battle groups in the east, from 4 to 8, from the Baltic countries down to the Black Sea. And for instance, France is then in lead of the battle group in Romania, and other allies have also stepped up. Second, allies are ready to increase further the number of combat troops, combat formations forward deployed, including with more command and control, which is essential to be able to organize, facilitate reinforcements. The other main, so this is partly more forward presence. The second element is more forward pre-positioned equipment, because what often takes time is to move heavy stuff, is to move the armored vehicles, is to move the ammunition, is to move the supplies. So if you have more that pre-supplied or pre-stocks, forward deployments, then pre-positioned, then of course it's much easier and faster to reinforce when needed. And then the third element is then pre-assigned troops, forces that will train in that specific territory where they have a responsibility. So there are, in that way, three elements. More forward presence, more forward pre-positioned equipment, and pre-assigned forces with the responsibility for a specific territory. So not all of the troops or forces will be deployed forward, but parts of them will be forward deployed, and parts of them will be in the home country, but ready to move quickly if needed. So this is the thinking, and then there, of course, are many other elements on cyber, on air, naval, air defenses, enablers, and many other components. But altogether, this will mean a significant strengthening of our deterrence and defense posture across the whole alliance. Well, that's a serious concern. And of course, it just demonstrates the brutality of the Russian war against Ukraine, because this has global consequences, global ramifications, not least on food prices. And of course, we need to follow very closely the security consequences of that. But first and foremost, it will be cause even more suffering from people, for people all around the world, and especially in the developing world and in Africa and other places. So this is just adds to the concern. It adds to the need to end this war and that Putin stops this senseless fighting. And I also welcome efforts by allies to try to find ways to get grain out of Ukraine in different ways. And I also spoke with President Erdogan yesterday, and I commend actually the efforts by Turkey and President Erdogan to try to find a solution to get grain out of Ukraine and to do something with the serious increase in food prices we see taking place as a result of Russia's invasion of Ukraine.
Vegan.
Thank you. As you mentioned, you talked to President Erdogan yesterday, and after that you stated that the talks was about, quote, make progress in the accession process for Sweden and Finland. But after that we heard their foreign minister saying that Turkey's expectations were not meant in documents from Sweden. So what can you say now about the status of this accession process?
That we are working hard and actively to find a solution. I welcome the historic applications by Finland and Sweden. Many allies also expressed their support for this historic decision by Finland and Sweden. But at the same time, of course, I and allies take seriously when Turkey, an important ally, express concerns on specific issues, not least related to terrorism. And therefore we address those concerns. So we look into how we can address them in a way that enables Turkey to say yes and to accept Finland and Sweden as new members of our alliance. And I think it's important to underline that Turkey is also in favor of NATO's open door policy, and all allies see the value of the NATO enlargement that has taken place over now many years. But there are some specific issues, and we have been consulting with Ankara, our close ally, with Finland and Sweden. I went to Finland and Sweden on Sunday and Monday, met with the President of Finland, the Prime Minister of Sweden, and also I'm in regular contact with President Erdogan, and my staff is also engaging in these issues. My chief of staff is working hard together with many others to try to find a solution. So this is something we are working hard on, actively on, and my aim is to find a solution as soon as possible.
Financial Times.
Thank you, Henry Foy, Financial Times. Secretary General, on the Turkey point, how much are you worried that the longer this drags on, the more it's fantastic propaganda fuel for Russia, who know there are other countries that want to enter NATO, know that there are other countries that seek NATO protection, but at the moment you guys can't get your house in order to allow Finland and Sweden to come in, even though the briefings just a month ago were that this would happen in a matter of weeks. I mean, is there a reputational issue here for NATO?
NATO is an alliance of 30 different allies, and with different parties in government with different views on many things, and then often we don't agree on all issues at the start of a process. So then we have to do as we always do when there are differences, and that is to consult, to discuss, to look for ways to reconcile different views. That sometimes takes some time, but that's also the strength of NATO, that we make decisions by consensus. Of course, by nature, that is a decision-making process that sometimes requires some time, some consultations, some meetings, some hard work. But at the end of the day, those decisions are extremely strong because they're taken by all NATO allies. And the impressive thing with NATO is that despite the fact that every decision has to be taken by consensus, we are actually able to make a lot of decisions, also on difficult issues. And I'm confident that also we will be able to make a decision on this. I cannot say or tell you exactly how much time we will need, but my ambition is to have a decision soon. And then that's what we are working for. And then, of course, when several allies have to agree, and also now agree with 2 applicant nations, nations applying for membership, I cannot tell you when we're able to find an agreement, but we continue to work hard to try to find an agreement. So, on the NATO reputation, I think that the reputation of NATO is that actually we are able to make decisions, also when it requires consensus, which is the way we make decisions in our alliance.
Okay, we're going to answer.
Hi, thank you for the floor. Let me go back for a second on the visit of the 3 leaders in Kiev today, because this is the core of the European Union and is also the core of NATO in Europe, or at least continental Europe. Those leaders never traveled to Ukraine before, and the visit takes place today, the day of the ministerial here in Brussels. So, is it just a coincidence, or we can read into it a new resolve, so to speak, of the European leg of the alliance towards Ukraine? And secondly, the Kiel Institute today has published a report in which says that basically the gap of some countries between the pledges of the arms to Ukraine and the actual delivery is significant. And I wonder if you can say something about that too. Thank you.
On the last question, we have our military, there's a very substantive work of military commanders of all allies and partners involved to get equipment over to Ukraine as fast as possible. That's a huge logistical undertaking, and we were, for instance, briefed by Todd Walters, who is the US commander in Europe, but he's also the NATO commander, the SACEUR, and he briefed us on these efforts and how EUCOM, or the US command in Europe, is working with other countries to ensure that we get the support over as quickly as possible. There is no doubt, and that was also confirmed and clearly stated by Minister Resnikov, that an enormous amount of equipment, ammunition, weapons have already arrived in Ukraine. But of course there are bottlenecks, there are challenges, and there also are some requirements, for instance, for training, for spare parts to be delivered together with the specific weapons. So we are addressing these challenges as a 24/7, and there is an impressive effort by allies on making sure not only to make the right decisions and announcements, but actually turn those announcements into reality on the ground. And we have seen a lot already, but we are working hard to get even more over as soon as quickly as possible. And I would like to commend all those people working hard to make that happen. Then of course, I welcome that President Macron and Chancellor Schulz and also Prime Minister Draghi are in Kiev. That's a message of solidarity. But in many ways, of course, this message has already been sent by these countries, because all of these countries are and have provided for a long time significant support to Ukraine. And I would also like to commend the European Union for the decisions they have made on sanctions, on financing delivery of weapons, and I think this really demonstrates how the European Union, how NATO are working in tandem, how we support each other's efforts, and how NATO allies and partners are really making an effort to provide support to Ukraine, and this visit is part of that message.
Thank you very much. That's unfortunately all we have time for, but hopefully see many of you in Madrid in a couple of weeks from now. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, everyone, you're streaming live now from Fox. The time is just past the 9:31 mark. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Just wrapped up a live press conference from the Secretary General of NATO, Jens Stoltenberg, speaking on the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Now, if you take a look on the left-hand side of your screen, here is a list of a few other top stories that we are closely following. Americans are bracing for higher costs after the Federal Reserve raises interest rates again, this time to 0.75%. Now, experts are saying that this is a pretty desperate attempt to tame high gas prices. We'll have more on the higher costs, including reaction from lawmakers and economists on the Fed's historic move to battle inflation in just a bit. We're also staying on top of the January 6th commission. Some of former President Trump's closest aides testified before Congress on Monday. They say that they repeatedly told the then president that the 2020 election was not stolen from him. And they also say that Trump refused to accept defeat and continued to publicly blame voter fraud. Now, Monday's House Select Committee hearing tried to show how the so-called big lie ultimately led to the January 6 riots on Capitol Hill. Wednesday's hearing were canceled, but we do expect hearings to resume today, focusing on former Vice President Mike Pence. And we're also, of course, staying on top of the latest when it comes to the Russian invasion of Ukraine. We've learned that more aid is on the way to the front lines of Ukraine. The United States government approved an additional $1 billion in aid to be sent to Ukraine in the form of artillery and coastal defense weapons. Now, this is coming as further Russian attacks in the east are threatening a critical infrastructure and industrial centers. Meanwhile, leaders from France, Germany, and Italy are all planning to visit the capital of Kyiv today to meet with the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. Now, let's go ahead and move into another live press conference that we are closely following. We have the Senate giving a hearing on COVID-19.
Before we begin to update the committee on the latest with the plant, and I hope you can speak directly to the families in Washington State and across the country about what happened and how you are taking action to get them formula and making sure this doesn't worsen the crisis or delay our work to get formula back on the shelves as soon as possible. So, Dr. Califf, I want to return to you for that before we begin the rest of the hearing.
There we go. Thanks, Senator Murray and Senator Burr, for giving me a minute to speak about this. We have twice daily intensive calls about all the work streams working on the infant formula issue, and at the end of the call yesterday, I commented it was one of the first days that we hadn't had any surprises. 20 minutes later, the email came across about the flood in Sturgis, which has forced that facility to temporarily shut down. This is an unfortunate setback and a reminder that natural weather events can cause unforeseen disruptions in supply chains. I had a call with the CEO last night. He's sharing our desire to get the facility up and running again as quickly as possible. Abbott is working to assess the damage today, and we'll be talking daily, and we have our people in the facility to help get it up as quickly as we possibly can. To your main question, which I know is of utmost importance, and we're all, certainly all of us, are very concerned about parents trying to get formula for their infants. I do want to reassure parents and caregivers that the all-of-government work to increase supply means we'll have more than enough product to meet current demand, and FDA is committed to working closely with Abbott so that Sturgis can restart producing safe and quality formula products quickly. Thanks to the collaboration of all of the players in the market, we now for the first time are getting production numbers from them about how much formula each company is producing, including Abbott, which has revved up its other plants and is currently meeting the supply production quotas that they were using before the shutdown. All the other manufacturers have increased their production, and of course we have fly formula in full swing now. So I have good numbers to indicate there will be adequate supply. We had hoped to have a super supply so that we get the shelves completely restocked. The estimate is perhaps 2 weeks, but it's too early to give an exact estimate of what the delay will be in the Sturgis plant.
Well, thank you, Dr. Califf. I assure you that this committee and all Americans will be following this very closely. We want to be kept updated and apprised as closely as possible as you learn the facts and make sure that parents across this country are getting what they need.
I understand. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we will turn to the hearing at hand. And let me just begin by saying that we have made a lot of progress in the fight against this pandemic. It is much easier to get tests. Schools have safely returned to in-person learning. Businesses have reopened. There are new life-saving treatments for people with COVID and multiple safe, effective vaccines. And there is encouraging news to suggest vaccines for kids under age 5 will be available soon, something I know that parents across my state and the country are eagerly awaiting. Across the country, we have gotten over 500 million shots in arms. 3 in 4 people have gotten their first COVID vaccination. 2/3 of people are fully vaccinated. This is really remarkable progress, but we have to remember the hardships of this pandemic, especially the early days, and the hard work it took us to get to where we are today. COVID-19 has killed over 1 million people in our country. That is an unthinkable loss. It closed businesses, shifted schools online, and as we all know, a lot more. We cannot afford to get caught off guard by this virus again. We cannot afford to go back. That's why I'm shocked. I still have to remind my colleagues the progress we have made so far was not guaranteed. It was accomplished through congressional action and through robust investments. And what happens next is not a given either. It is up to us to stay the course in our support and investments if we're going to protect our families and communities from whatever this pandemic throws at us next. That's why passing emergency funding to continue our response has to be a top priority for every single one of us. Because make no mistake, it's not a matter of if this pandemic will throw us another curveball. It is a matter of when. That's why emergency COVID funding is not something that would be nice to have. It's something that we desperately need. Because if we wait until there's already a new dangerous variant, or until we are in the middle of a fall or winter surge, which some experts are predicting will happen, we will have missed the boat. We need to be doing everything we can now to get ready. That's what people back in Washington State and across the country are depending on Congress to do. And it's why I want to hear more about, from all of our witnesses today. What do we need to do right now so we're not caught off guard later? Because one thing we already know is when it comes to pandemics, when it comes to public health, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. So we need to be investing in prevention now. We need to be ordering the treatments we need for a fall surge. Now, especially when it can take 6 months, by the way, to manufacture Paxlovid. We need to be ordering the vaccines we will need now. We need to be combating misinformation that is already far too prevalent and damaging now. We need to be getting the testing, PPE we will need lined up, especially for our schools and healthcare facilities now. And let's be clear, we can't just keep buying the same tests, treatments, and vaccines, especially when this virus is getting more effective at evading them. As important as they continue to be to our progress, we cannot continue acting as though the vaccines and therapeutics we have now are the end-all be-all. We've got to support the next generation, keep several irons in the fire, and avoid getting caught in a situation where our tools or options are limited to just a few companies. After all, we know this virus will not play favorites. That's why it's critical we invest in the research and development of the next generation tests, vaccines, and treatments that are more effective or easier to store or transport or administer. Because once there is a variant that cannot be detected by our current tests, that does not respond to current treatments, that is not stopped by our current vaccines, we've got to be ready. And the research and development of these critical tools can take time. And let's be clear, none of that would be unprecedented. In fact, it is to be expected. When it happens, time is of the essence to save lives, and families are counting on us right now to act like it. The reality is we are already running out of resources to prepare for the fall, and we are running out of time to fix that. Democrats have been hammering this home for months. We've been yelling from the rooftops, warning what's at risk if we do not get this done. I am at a loss as to how I can possibly make the urgency of this moment more clear to all of our Republican colleagues. The fact that the administration has had to resort to allocating resources from our long-term needs to keep our short-term response afloat, that is not a solution. That's a stopgap. And it should be a clear sign of how urgent it is that Congress take action. We need to continue to support a full, robust response. This is simply too important to scramble again on short notice or shortchange our communities. And in addition to more resources, we need to make sure we are getting our communities the guidance and technical assistance they need to get ready as well. This is especially critical for our schools. School officials and educators want to do everything they can to keep our students safely in the classroom. In fact, everyone wants that. But we can't leave them waiting until back to school season if we're going to make it happen. Schools back in my state want to know what they can be doing right now to get ready for the next school year. How can they best position themselves to make sure if we have a fall surge, they have the resources and a plan in place that protects students and educators and keeps them safely in the classroom. So I want to hear more from our witnesses about how they are working with the Department of Education to get schools the support they need. And of course, in addition to making sure we prepare for what is next in the course of this pandemic, we need to make sure we are ready for whatever public health threat we face next, period. That means making sustained annual investments in our public health system like I have proposed so we can end the cycle of crisis and complacency. It means making bold investments in pandemic preparedness. It means strengthening our federal policies and processes like Senator Burr and I are working to do in our bipartisan Prevent Pandemics Act. And I know I've said it already, but I will say it again and again. Until we get this done, it means passing the emergency COVID funding we need to make sure our communities are able to continue getting back to normal, not back to the darkest days of this pandemic, when we couldn't get tests, when we didn't have effective treatments, when we didn't have vaccines. After everything we've been through, it should be clear this is not the time to settle for doing too little or acting too late. I can tell you that it is clear to me, and it is certainly clear to the families I'm hearing from back in Washington State. So I'm going to keep pressing for us to get emergency funding passed as soon as possible and get our communities everything they need to keep people safe. I'm asking my Republican colleagues to please consider the cost of inaction. Consider what it means for our doctors, for our nurses, our small business owners, our high-risk families and friends, including seniors and immunocompromised people, our educators, our students, if we let COVID get the better of us, because we failed to make a modest investment right now. So I hope we can work together and find a path forward here. Senator Burr, I will turn it over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I welcome our guest. Tony, I hope you're having a mild case. To our witnesses, thank you for coming back to the Health Committee. When we were last together in January, our country was in the throes of the original Omicron surge. At that time, I asked you one basic question: what's the plan? I hope in your opening statements, or maybe when I ask this question in the question round, somebody will give me an answer. The chairman just did a fabulous job of painting Republicans as an obstacle for there not being enough emergency funding. I remind my colleagues, we spent $1.9 billion just on COVID a year ago. Where's that money gone? How's it been spent? Where is it obligated? No plan's been presented, but on multiple occasions, the chairman's been in the room when I've said, here's a condition, present us a plan. Now, in early May, this plan went out. It just tells me what you would buy if you got $10 billion and what you would buy if you got $17.5 billion, and it says confidential. This isn't a plan. When is somebody going to share with the American people the destination we're trying to get to and how we're going to get to that destination? We're still in crisis management, and we're 2.5 years into this. And I'm really sympathetic of Dr. Fauci's position because Tony, more than anybody, understands we're dealing with a virus that continues to evolve and change. But since the time we last got together, we've seen Omicron subvariants take hold. Right now, cases of BA4 and BA5 are creeping up around the country. In January, I asked you yet again how this administration was looking to other countries that have already experienced new surges so that we can prepare for the impacts of new variants in the U.S. and inform our response. BA4 and BA5, for example, caused a new wave of infections in countries where they're dominant, like South Africa and Portugal. 22% of the cases in the United States are currently BA4 or BA5, a number that continues to increase daily. We're learning from other countries and regions that are ahead of us, like Israel and Europe. What do we need to be doing today to ensure that we're prepared for what we face in the weeks and the months to come? I've asked you repeatedly about studies out of Israel and other countries. I've been frustrated by the lack of detail about what you're learning from other countries and how it informs our COVID response. So quite frankly, I sent my staff to Israel over the Memorial Day recess. It's my understanding that we meet regularly either by phone or in person with our Israeli counterparts. During these meetings, they share the latest COVID trends in Israel and any updated data on their vaccine clinical trials and studies. If you're getting the information regularly, why is it taking so long for us to act on it? In January, Israel became the first country to offer a fourth vaccine dose to individuals over 60 and healthcare workers that were at least 4 months past their first dose, or their third dose. Israeli health ministers announced new data at the end of January demonstrating additional protections from a fourth vaccine dose for those 60 and over. It took CDC 3 months to take similar steps. I'll say it again, 3 months. Israel has also taken steps to appropriately target the use of limited COVID-19 countermeasures. Israel targeted its supply of oral antivirals to treat those with the greatest risk of severe illness to keep them out of the hospital and to keep them alive. Meanwhile, the Biden administration developed a new plan, Test and Treat, strategy to provide therapeutics to anybody who presented and infected and came up positive. The terms of the emergency use authorization are that Pfizer drugs should be given to high-risk patients, not everyone who tests positive. There's the Israeli data influence. But the way we've applied the EUA instructions from FDA is hand it out to anybody who walks in and tests positive. Test positive, get an antiviral. The terms of the emergency use authorization, I said, but I'll quote this. People can, this was the president, people can get tested at a pharmacy and if they're positive, receive antiviral pills on the spot at no cost. So either the president was confused about his own announcement or you're deliberately giving these pills to too many patients, violating the terms of the EUA, putting people at risk and wasting treatments and taxpayer dollars. I'm puzzled by the wide gap in our approaches when so much data is regularly being shared between health leaders in both countries. Before you say our countries are different sizes, I'll remind you that we can approve drugs and devices based on samples of just a few thousand patients. The virus is the same in Israel and in the United States, and we've seen Israel get hit by new variants between 6 and 8 weeks before the United States. Israel's quick and decisive actions in early December delayed the onset of Omicron wave by 5 weeks. They had a clear path and clear leadership. Meanwhile, we've discarded over 82 million COVID vaccine doses in the United States, and this administration assumes that at least 50% of booster doses we purchase this fall will go to waste. My God, folks, let's figure out a different plan for inoculating these people. Why do we keep falling further behind? Why aren't we trying to do better? Why aren't we learning from our mistakes? Doesn't seem like we're striving for anything other than mediocrity. Have we given up? Let me highlight just a few of the more glaring inconsistencies. In April, CDC released data indicating nearly 60% of the Americans and about 75% of American people and 75% of children had at least one COVID-19 infection by the end of February. Though more recent data has not been released, I imagine the infection rate is even higher today, given the recent spikes in cases. We know the majority of Americans age 5 and over are vaccinated. So the majority of Americans have some degree of protection against the virus, yet we only removed our pre-departure testing requirements for travelers entering the United States legally this past Sunday. Many EU countries lifted their pre-entry testing requirements for fully vaccinated travelers in February and March. Canada followed suit in April. This is not an isolated example of where we lag behind because we either don't believe the data that they're providing or it doesn't fit with the narrative that we're trying to carry out. In response to a letter I wrote about my concerns with CDC termination of Title 42 order, you wrote, quote, "The COVID-19 risk for U.S. communities is greatly reduced for most people compared to earlier in the pandemic," end quote. So why are we still in an urgent state of emergency and taking months to remove restrictions that other countries have been removing since February? American people are fed up with confusing messaging and inconsistent response. So let me ask again, what's the plan? More than 2 years ago, 2 years into this pandemic, the American people are going back to work in person, attending weddings, events, traveling for work and leisure, and government still allows its employees, even at the FDA, CDC, and within a HHS platform, to work remotely. Individuals who are at higher risk of severe illness or those who live in communities with higher levels of circulating virus know the precautions they need to take to keep themselves and their family safe. And if they get sick, we have tests and treatments to help them recover. We know more now than we did 2 years ago. We have more tools today to save more lives. Do we know everything? No. It's past time to think about the future. I've asked you over and over again for a plan. The plan for gaining back the trust of the American people and moving our country forward. 6 months later, I still haven't received an adequate response to what the plan actually is. Since I'm having trouble getting a response to my initial question, let me end with asking each of you a slightly different one. Every good plan is crafted around an intended outcome. So I hope all of you can answer this. What's your end game? Maybe I'll respond differently to the chairman about the attacks that we're standing, Republicans, in the way of funding emergency money. But CDC says it's not an emergency anymore. That's why they're in Title 42. I can go through a litany of things that suggest this has transformed to somewhere. We're in a period that there needs to be an accountability for how we spent the $1.9 trillion devoted to COVID. I think any country in the world laughs at the way we're spending our money relative to this crisis and this virus. So I'll continue to ask you for a plan until we get one, and I'll continue to be a roadblock for those who believe that we can blindly just appropriate emergency money, borrow it from the Chinese, and spend it on something that none of us have a clue as to what the plan is. I thank the chair. I yield back.
Thank you, Senator Burr. I will now introduce today's witnesses. Dr. Rochelle Walensky is the Director of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention and the Administrator of the Agency for Toxic Substances and Disease Registry. Dr. Anthony Fauci is the Director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases and the Chief Medical Advisor on President Biden's COVID-19 response team. Dr. Fauci, we do appreciate you joining us virtually following your positive COVID test, and of course we all do wish you a very speedy recovery. Dr. Robert Califf is the Commissioner of the Food and Drug Administration, and Don O'Connell is the Assistant Secretary for Preparedness and Response. Director Walensky, Director Fauci, Commissioner Califf, Assistant Secretary O'Connell, thank you all so much for joining us today. We look forward to your testimony. We will begin with Dr. Walensky.
Chair Murray, Ranking Member Burr, members of the Senate Health Committee, I appreciate the opportunity to join you once again to provide an update on the COVID-19 pandemic.
Do you want me to do this on the phone? How do you want me to count down?
Continues to do to help Americans live safer, healthier lives. It was just over a month ago that we surpassed 1 million COVID deaths in the United States. To many, that number seemed unthinkable when the pandemic began, but it's a sobering reality that so many of us have experienced great loss over the past 2 years. We recently experienced another increase in COVID cases, which was accompanied by an increase in hospitalizations and deaths. Through this, we continue to see that immunity through vaccination and infection has resulted in fewer hospitalizations and deaths than from COVID surges prior to Omicron. At this time, 67% of our population live in counties at medium or high COVID community levels, twice as many as people 1 month ago. CDC's COVID community levels have been an important tool to empower localities and jurisdictions to decide where and when to use proven prevention strategies to limit the impact of COVID-19. Our ability to manage this virus today is in large part due to the tools we have: vaccines, tests, treatments, and masks. We continue to work hard to increase access to these important tools every day so that Americans can better protect themselves. For example, we've recently expanded the eligibility of COVID vaccine boosters for children ages 5 to 11. And just this week, we're coordinating with our colleagues at FDA to consider recommendations for those 6 months to 4 years to receive their first COVID shots. Since the start of this pandemic, nearly 8 million children 11 and younger have been diagnosed with COVID. Over 50,000 have been hospitalized and over 600 have died. I know that many parents are anxiously waiting to vaccinate their children under 5, and we are committed to carefully reviewing the data so that these vaccines are recommended only if they have both safe and effective profiles. As I look towards the future of CDC's COVID response, thanks to congressional support, CDC will be awarding $3 billion to your states to recruit, hire, and train public health workers to face current and emerging public health threats. While this is an exciting opportunity to help address a long-standing gap, I'm deeply concerned that a lack of additional funding for other response activities will end or substantially scale back critical COVID response work. Congress and the American people expect that CDC will continue nationwide studies to evaluate immunity, to conduct long-term surveillance on COVID, including on post-COVID conditions, and to support future vaccination efforts both globally and domestically. We need additional funding to do this work. As we continue to support our COVID-19 response efforts, we must not forget that this will not be our last public health challenge, and we continue to face future public health threats. Just this past month, we've seen outbreaks of monkeypox in non-endemic countries, including here in the United States. CDC's swift action has supported testing and case identification. However, as threats like monkeypox emerge, we run the risk of again being constrained by incomplete data from our fragmented public health data reporting system. We need to work together to support new authority for CDC to receive timely, standardized, and uniform data. This pandemic has highlighted the need for disease-agnostic investments to address the long-standing vulnerabilities in our public health system. The fiscal year 23 budget request proposes $28 billion for CDC over 5 years to enhance early warning and situational awareness capabilities, to support workforce programs, to bolster public health infrastructure, to invest in data modernization, and to prioritize global health security initiatives. The budget also proposes a Vaccine for Adults program modeled on the successful Vaccine for Children's program. This program highlights my and the administration's commitment to health equity by creating a mandatory funding stream through which uninsured adults would have increased access to vaccinations, sustaining the infrastructure built during the COVID pandemic. Congressional support for these initiatives, accompanied by additional authorities to collect and coordinate public health data, will strengthen our nation's ability to prepare for and respond to emerging public health and biosecurity threats. I'm committed to working with each and every one of you to find common ground to support public health and make meaningful strides towards achieving health security for all Americans, both now and into the future. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. Dr. Fauci.
Madam Chair, Ranking Member Burr, members of the committee, thank you for giving me the opportunity to discuss with you the role of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases in conducting and supporting research addressing our nation's response to COVID-19. In a prior hearing before this committee on January the 11th, I discussed the research efforts by NIH to address the Omicron variant. This variant has evolved with multiple mutations that are associated with an increased efficiency of transmission and immune evasion. Fortunately, our current vaccines have maintained their effectiveness in preventing severe COVID-19. However, individuals who have received only their primary vaccine regimen have a greater likelihood of getting infected with the Omicron variant than with previous variants. And so importantly, booster shots have been shown to significantly reconstitute and enhance the level of antibodies that neutralize the Omicron variant and its sublineages. Since I last appeared before this committee, NIAID launched the COVAIL trial to learn whether various fourth-dose booster regimens can further increase the breadth and the durability of immune responses in adults who have received their primary COVID-19 vaccination plus a single boost. We remain concerned that most children eligible to receive a COVID-19 vaccine have not been vaccinated. NIAID and BARDA have collaborated with Moderna on the KidCove study to evaluate the safety and efficacy of Moderna's mRNA vaccine in children, including those under 5 years of age. Initial results from the KidCove study have helped inform the FDA's VRBPAC Advisory Committee in their recommendations to the FDA concerning potential emergency use authorization for their vaccine in this population, and also ultimately to inform the CDC in their recommendations. Looking ahead to the anticipated emergence of new variants, the importance of developing the next generation of coronavirus vaccines is paramount. I refer to a vaccine that would be effective against all SARS-CoV-2 variants and ultimately one effective against all coronaviruses. NIAID has issued new awards to fund research focused on designing and developing such pan-coronavirus vaccines. NIAID and other involved entities also have made significant progress in the development of COVID-19 therapeutics. We now have a toolkit of therapeutics that remain effective against the Omicron variant and its currently circulating sublineage variants. These therapeutics include the oral antiviral drugs Paxlovid and Molnupiravir, as well as remdesivir and the monoclonal antibody bebtelovimab, all of which have NIAID fingerprints on their development. In addition, NIAID is funding 9 antiviral drug discovery centers for pathogens of pandemic concern that will develop oral antivirals for use in outpatient settings that target SARS-CoV-2 and other viruses with high potential to cause the pandemic. We know that even after people recover from an infection with SARS-CoV-2, some will experience ongoing symptoms or other negative health effects after the acute infection has resolved. The NIH Recover Initiative complements ongoing NIAID studies to better understand the various post-acute manifestations of COVID-19. The Recover team is building a diverse national study cohort and supporting large-scale studies on the long-term effects of COVID-19. NIAID also is participating in Caring for Children with COVID, a trans-NIH effort to better understand the rare but extremely serious multisystem inflammatory syndrome, or MIS-C, that has been associated with SARS-CoV-2 infection in children and adolescents. Finally, NIAID will play an important role in the all-of-government plan for pandemic preparedness that aims to develop and implement a range of countermeasures against important prototype pathogen families of viruses that threaten the health and safety, not only of our nation, but the entire world. Thank you for your attention. I would be happy to answer your questions following the presentations of my colleagues.
Thank you, Dr. Fauci. Dr. Califf.
Chair Murray, Ranking Member Burr, and members of the committee, thanks for the opportunity to provide an update on FDA's ongoing work related to the COVID-19 pandemic. FDA's thousands of employees remain steadfast in their commitment to fighting the pandemic, and we will continue to use every tool in our toolbox to arm ourselves with the best available diagnostics, life-saving therapeutics, and vaccines to fight the virus. Since our last update to this committee, FDA has approved a second vaccine, the Moderna vaccine, for individuals 18 and older, authorized a second booster dose of Pfizer, BioNTech, and Moderna vaccines for older people and certain immunocompromised individuals, and expanded eligibility for the Pfizer, BioNTech vaccine booster dose to children 5 to 11 years. We have also held advisory committee meetings this month related to the emergency use requests for the Novavax vaccine to prevent COVID-19 in individuals 18 years of age and older, for the Moderna vaccine for 6 years through 17 years of age, and just yesterday, for both the Moderna vaccine for 6 months through 5 years of age and the Pfizer BioNTech vaccine for 6 months through 4 years of age. In each case, without a dissenting vote, the committee agreed that the benefits outweigh the risks in the intended population. The agency is working diligently to complete our evaluation of the data for these submissions, including taking into account the advisory committee's recommendations, and we'll make a determination as quickly as we can. Authorizing a vaccine with adequate evidence for safety and efficacy for young children in particular remains a top agency priority. In addition, on June 28th, the advisory committee will meet to discuss whether the strain composition of COVID-19 vaccines should be modified and which strain should be selected for the fall. We also continue to employ our EUA authorities to facilitate availability of tests, including at-home diagnostic tests, molecular, antigen, and serology tests. For treatments, as of May 31st, 2022, there are more than 700 drug development programs in the planning stages, and we have reviewed more than 460 trials for potential COVID-19 therapies. These include antivirals, immunomodulators, neutralizing antibodies, and combinations of these products, as well as cell and gene therapies. Regarding treatments for COVID-19, in February, FDA issued an EUA for bebtelovimab for the treatment of mild to moderate COVID-19 in certain adults and pediatric patients, and in May approved Illuminant baricitinib for treatment of COVID-19 in certain hospitalized adults. I'm a cardiologist. I'm accustomed to dealing directly with life and death. The best way to avoid dying or getting critically ill requiring hospitalization from COVID is to be up to date on your vaccinations. And if you then get infected and you're high risk, these new therapies offer additional protection against being dead or in the hospital. Just like heart attack patients who die without proper treatment to open the blocked artery, a person who dies of COVID without appropriate vaccination and treatment is an unnecessary loss of life. I've evaluated therapies for 4 decades now, and this is among the most robust data for saving lives that I've ever seen. It's not too late to get vaccinated or boosted so that you're up to date with your vaccinations. More than 2 years into this pandemic, we continue to work around the clock while not compromising our scientific standards. We also continue to monitor changes in the pandemic. Using our finite resources, we're supporting the expansion of the country's arsenal of safe and effective vaccines and treatments and accurate and reliable tests that will protect the American people as the virus continues to evolve. We continue to face challenges, particularly in the area of access to the data we need to make the best decisions. It's imperative that we have access to complete data in order to prevent shortages, track adverse events, and evaluate the safety and effectiveness of medical products that are critical to our response efforts, particularly since the virus continues to change, leading to ongoing questions about the pertinence of initial data that leads to the EUA. We're constantly working to get the data we need together with our partners in a very collaborative ecosystem, but the fragmentation of our health system makes it difficult for us to access complete data needed to monitor key parameters. We can do better. I hope we can continue to work together to address issues like these and learn from the COVID-19 response efforts. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. Assistant Secretary O'Connell.
Chair Murray, Ranking Member Burr, and distinguished members of the committee, it is an honor to testify before you today on efforts within ASPR to respond to the COVID-19 pandemic. The administration continues to apply a whole-of-government approach to protecting Americans from COVID-19, and ASPR leads the operational response with responsibilities for procuring and distributing many of the tools needed to fight the virus, including vaccines, therapeutics, and tests. Thanks to the collaboration across HHS and with partners at DoD and with private industry, ASPR has delivered more than 750 million doses of safe, effective, and free vaccine to 90,000 vaccination sites around the country, contributing to 221 million people being fully vaccinated. We continue to allocate vaccine and boosters to sites nationwide. We are now preparing to support the distribution of vaccine for kids under 5, should FDA authorize and CDC recommend a vaccine for that population. We have made 10 million doses available to states, pharmacies, community health centers, and federal entities to order initially, with more doses becoming available soon after. We are also preparing for the distribution of Novavax's protein-based vaccine, should it receive authorization and recommendation. This would provide those who are allergic to mRNA vaccine or prefer a non-mRNA vaccine the option to get vaccinated. While vaccines remain the best way to prevent severe illness caused by COVID-19, we continue to have therapeutics available to prevent and treat infection. Today, ASPR allocates 4 different products: 2 oral antivirals, 1 monoclonal antibody for treatment, and 1 monoclonal antibody for pre-exposure prophylaxis for immunocompromised people. We remain focused on making sure that providers and patients know these products are available, that they are free, and they can be found at approximately 50,000 locations nationwide. Testing continues to be an important part of our COVID response. We have made significant progress in increasing testing supply, availability, and affordability over the past year. In fact, we went from 0 over-the-counter tests in January 2021 to approximately 300 million tests available this winter. ASPR has secured more than 900 million at-home tests for distribution for free to American households through the U.S. Postal Service. So far, we've delivered nearly 500 million tests to more than 70 million American households via the covidtest.gov program, and we have just opened our 3rd round of ordering. Since May 2021, ASPR has also shipped over 149 rapid antigen tests and 8.1 million point-of-care PCR tests to our most vulnerable populations, including nursing homes, federally qualified health centers, and long-term care facilities. In addition to the purchase and distribution of these tests, ASPR continues to work with manufacturers, companies, and laboratories to identify and proactively address any supply issues. ASPR continues to stock the Strategic National Stockpile, or SNS, inventory to at or above pre-COVID-19 levels to ensure that we are prepared for the next wave of cases. We are doing so to the extent possible with domestically manufactured supplies and equipment. The SNS currently has 42 times the number of N95 respirators, 8.5 times the number of surgical and procedural face masks, 12.5 times the number of gowns and coveralls, 272 times the number of gloves, and 10 times the number of ventilators than we had prior to the start of the pandemic. While COVID has been anything but predictable, today we are in a much better position to respond than we were a year ago. A big reason is because Congress, on a bipartisan basis, provided the resources needed to make sure Americans had these free and widely available tools to protect themselves. Unfortunately, without additional funding, our ability to prepare for whatever comes next is severely limited. Last week, the administration notified Congress that in the absence of new funding, it was repurposing $10.2 billion in COVID supplemental funding, taking it from critical programs in order to secure more of our most important tools, life-saving vaccines and therapeutics. The difficult decision was made to divert funds from our testing program and the SNS at a time when both programs are finally better positioned and better prepared than they have been at any point in this response. And they require funding to be maintained and strengthened in order to stay that way. Without additional supplemental funds, we are at a point where each spending decision comes with the difficult trade-offs that none of us want to make. I look forward to working with you on these difficult funding decisions as we continue to respond to COVID and prepare the country for whatever this virus might bring next. Thank you for your support, and I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you to all of our witnesses this morning. We will now begin a round of 5-minute questions. I ask my colleagues, please keep track of your clock and stay within the 5 minutes. We are quickly running out of resources to prepare for another COVID surge. I'm talking about vaccines that can keep us safe from the new COVID variants, more accurate tests, new treatments that work against new variants to prevent serious illness and death. Developing those products is essential, but it takes funding and it takes time. If we don't provide more funding now, the vaccines and treatments we need in the fall may not be available. I don't want to be in a situation again where our schools and child care centers are closed or our hospitals and healthcare workers are overwhelmed, and I want to make sure everyone who wants a vaccine gets one in the fall. So I want to ask each one of you individually this morning, why are additional investments in our COVID response needed now, and how will our ability to prepare for and respond to COVID change if we do not provide additional support? Dr. Lewinsky, I will begin with you.
Thank you, Chair Murray. We have numerous ongoing studies that will not be able to continue, studies that I believe the American people are interested in and need to see, including 2 nationwide seroprevalence studies that need to end in December 2022. These include the national burden and incidence of infections, immunity, and correlates of protection. We are unable to continue our long-term surveillance, and that includes comprehensive monitoring of post-COVID conditions. We will be unable to continue our mother-to-baby surveillance, and that includes mothers with COVID. We've learned a lot about how they impact on their babies, as well as the vaccine impact of pregnant women and on their babies. But we won't be able to do those studies for things like Paxlovid and other therapeutics, including monoclonal antibodies. And then finally, CDC will not be able to continue its global vaccine efforts, and in the future, its domestic vaccine efforts for support as well. Thank you.
Dr. Califf?
To me, the most important thing that will happen is people will die or be hospitalized or experience long COVID for days to months to maybe a lifetime unnecessarily if they don't have access to the latest vaccines and antivirals. Within the FDA, we have to keep track of all this and adapt to this rapidly changing virus and the environment that it's in. And I want to add one more component we haven't talked about, the supply chains of all of this. I've learned a lot about the food supply chain in the last few months, and it's not just infant formula. We have multiple areas of agricultural supply that are tenuous if workers get sick and can't tend. We all remember the early days of the pandemic in that regard.
Ms. Ocon?
Thank you. Without additional funds, we've already seen that we're going to be limited in our ability to maintain domestic manufacturing of tests. We've been able to support that over the last several months and keep it ramped up to meet the demand the American people have had for over-the-counter tests. We're now having to divert funds away from that. We're also not going to be able to expand our domestic manufacturing of mRNA vaccines. This was one of the things that we think is important for our current response and future preparedness. In addition, the Strategic National Stockpile is not going to be able to purchase domestically manufactured surgical gowns as we anticipated being able to do, and we'll struggle to be able to maintain the current PPE levels that I just walked through. We also are unable to invest in the research and advanced research and development for next generation vaccines and therapeutics.
Dr. Fauci?
Yes, Madam Chair. As you know, the role of the NIH is to do the basic clinical and translational research to develop the countermeasures that we have so successfully been part of that process to get us the vaccines, therapeutics, and diagnostics. As you mentioned in your opening statement, this virus is changing, and we need to keep up with it. In order to do that, we've got to do better with new vaccine platforms, such as nanoparticle vaccines. We cannot proceed with that unless we get additional funding. Importantly, we need to both prevent infection and transmission. We know that we cannot do that unless we get a highly effective mucosal or intranasal vaccine. We have a number of projects that will not be able to be funded unless we do get new resources to continue these funding. These are challenges that we have that I believe will be letting the American people down if we do not use our scientific capabilities to meet the next challenge of this ever-changing virus. Thank you.
Thank you. You know, COVID-19 vaccines have done an incredible job keeping people from getting severely ill, and COVID treatments have, as we know, saved thousands of lives. However, we only have a limited number of treatments and vaccines, and they are produced by a small number of companies. I think everyone in this room is worried we are over-reliant on current products and not doing enough to get ahead with the next generation vaccines or treatments or tests, and I'm worried we're not investing in that research and development of products that we will need this winter. In our conversations, Dr. Fauci, Ms. O'Connell, it is clear that NIH and ASPR do not have sufficient resources to invest in that necessary research and development work. Dr. Fauci, you alluded to this a little bit, but talk about what you are doing to ensure this next generation research is the top priority for NIH, and what can NIH do to bring these products further along in the process with its existing funding?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Two examples of what we're doing with regard to therapeutics is the antiviral program for pandemics, where we're using both development and discovery very similar to the paradigm that was used for the highly successful development and discovery of drugs for HIV, namely the antiviral drugs. We will absolutely need more resources to get that done effectively. In addition, we have just awarded 9 centers that are centers for, it's called AVID, the Antiviral Drug Discovery Centers. We have very good investigators throughout this country. We could fund many more, and that would hasten the capability that we have of developing new drugs. How we can continue to further that is to do what we've been doing all along, is to partner with our industrial partners to be able to do the fundamental basic concept development, and then together with BARTER, which we have been very successful with in that partnership, to continue to develop these new drugs as well as diagnostics.
Thank you. Senator Burr.
I'll turn to each of you for a yes or no answer. You've just described programs that you said would be devastating if emergency funding was not made available. Did the administration request funding in their 23 budget for the programs you just listed? Dr. Walensky?
I would have to get back with you in detail.
Dr. Califf?
I'm certain that parts of it were requested, but not the full amount.
Ms. O'Connell?
And we're beginning the process of figuring out how to absorb these costs into our annual budgets moving forward.
No, I asked, did they make a request? You came with very specific things that are going to be disastrous if emergency spending is not. Now, we're doing the 23 budget. The budget request has come in from the administration. Did they request these things?
It's been over a year since we've received COVID-specific funding. A lot has changed.
In fact, the administration just took money from the Strategic National Stockpile. They didn't ask for more, they took it. They asked for less. Dr. Fauci, are all the things that you just listed, are they in the 23 administration request of Congress to fund?
Some of them are, Senator, but not all of them, because at the time that we put in that request, the opportunities to do some of the things we've done were not absolutely apparent to us. So the direct answer to your question is not all of it is in the request.
Yeah. Are you beginning to see the pattern as to why a plan is important? Now, this has been a well-orchestrated event up to this point. It's done you damage. It really has. Dr. Califf, we hit the point in public health response where there's a commercial market for COVID vaccines, treatments, and diagnostics. Yet FDA is still limiting who can purchase vaccines and treatments under the EUA. Nothing in the law requires that the purchaser of an authorized or EUA vaccine or treatment must be government. Does FDA have a plan to allow states or healthcare providers, including payers, to purchase vaccines and treatments to help put purchasing decisions back in the hands of Americans rather than government?
Senator Burr, each of our major product areas, drugs, devices, biologics, is working with the industry to be transitioning. A number of them already have transitioned to full.
You understand
approval.
what I read in the statement was you actually write into the EUA only government can purchase these.
That's correct.
And the law does not restrict anybody else from purchasing under an EUA. It's the limitation you put in the EUA, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, let's talk about EUAs a little bit further. The EUA on antivirals. Did I misstate anything that the antiviral EUA states that it should only be prescribed to individuals that are at risk?
Right. Pfizer did a robust clinical trial and that included people at risk, at higher risk by certain factors. We looked at the data. The data were compelling. That was the basis for the EUA.
And the EUA says to be prescribed to individuals at risk?
At those at high risk, yes.
So does test and treat violate the restrictions in the EUA if individuals who show up or not at risk, test positive, are given an antiviral?
My interpretation of test and treat is it's still prescribing Paxlovid is still within the EUA, and so only those who meet the risk criteria would be prescribed it.
So anybody that does not reach the risk criteria would be in violation of the EUA?
I think prescribing, as you know, is a complicated area of medical practice. So when you say in violation, I'm not sure what the legal meaning of that in the context of medical practice. But people who are low risk, like a 25-year-old with COVID and no comorbidities, would not be expected to get benefit, and so it wouldn't make sense to prescribe it.
Was the vice president at high risk when she took the antiviral?
I'm not aware of the vice president's clinical status, and as a physician, I wouldn't discuss a person's medical history.
Ms. O'Connell, just last week, HHS announced that it had found $10 billion in the couch out of those funds previously provided for COVID responses. I was surprised and frustrated to hear that these funds were overwhelmingly repurposed from within ASPR, including the stockpile. It's my understanding that over $1 billion will be taken from the Strategic National Stockpile. What are we giving up in the stockpile so that that $1 billion can be spread across the rest of response?
Thank you, Senator. Without additional funding, we've been forced to make very difficult decisions, make trade-offs that none of us want to make. And that included finding an additional $1 billion from the Strategic National Stockpile. That funding would have gone to securing the purchase of domestically manufactured surgical gowns in order to meet the requirement the Strategic National Stockpile has for surgical gowns, so we're going to be short there. We also are jeopardizing our ability to maintain the PPE at the levels that we currently are. Every piece of equipment we have is warehoused. The warehousing costs money.
Ms. O'Connell, you're the ASPR, and by statute, you're supposed to lead a pandemic. So I'm going to turn to you. Tell me what the plan is.
Well, the administration put forward a plan on March 3rd with how it would spend the additional funds that it was requesting.
I understand how you would spend it. Tell me what the plan is to get to some end game in COVID.
So our plan involves short-term providing, making sure all Americans have access to the critical tools needed to protect themselves. Medium term, making sure that we have access to supplies moving forward, investing in domestic manufacturing so we're not caught short-footed like we were in March 2020. And then long term, this research and development that we've talked about to get us to the next generation of vaccines that won't require multiple boosts, to get us to therapies that can be prescribed for everybody. That's where we need to go.
If you can take the outline you just presented to me and get somebody from the administration to fill in between the action steps that are going to be taken you might have a plan. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Senator Paul.
Dr. Fauci, the government recommends everybody take a booster over age 5. Are you aware of any studies that show reduction in hospitalization or death for children who take a booster?
Right now, there's not enough data that has been accumulated, Senator Paul, to indicate that that's the case. I believe that the recommendation that was made was based on the assumption that if you look at the morbidity and mortality of children within each of the age groups, 0 to 5, 5 to 11.
Right. So there are no studies, and Americans should all know this. There are no studies on children showing a reduction in hospitalization or death with taking a booster. The only studies that were permitted, the only studies that were presented were antibody studies. So they say if we give you a booster, you make antibodies. Now, a lot of scientists would question whether or not that's proof of efficacy of a vaccine. If I give you 10, or if I give a patient 10 mRNA vaccines and they make protein each time, or they make antibody each time, is that proof that we should give 10 boosters, Dr. Fauci?
No, I think that is somewhat of an absurd exaggeration.
Well, that is the proof that you use. Your committees use that. That's the only proof you have to tell children to take a booster is that they make antibodies. So it's not an absurdity. You're already at like 5 boosters for people. You've had, 2 or 3 boosters. It's like, where is the proof? Now, I think there is probably some indication for older folks that have some risk factors. For younger folks, there's not. But here's the other thing. There are some risk factors for the vaccine. So the risk of myocarditis with a second dose for adolescent boys 12 to 24 is about 80 in a million. This is both from the CDC and from the Israeli study. It's also in the VAERS study, remarkably similar, for boys, much higher from boys than girls and much higher than the background. The background's about 2 per million. So there is risk and there are risks, and you're telling everybody in America just blindly go out there because we made antibodies. So it is not an absurd corollary to say if you have 10. In fact, you probably make antibodies if you get 100 boosters, all right? That's not science, that's conjecture, and we should not be making public policy on it.
So, Senator Paul, if I might respond to that, we just heard in his opening statement, Ranking Member Burr talk about his staff who went to Israel. And if you look at the data from Israel, the boosts, both the 3rd shot boost and the 4th shot boost, was associated with a clear-cut clinical effect, mostly in elderly people, but also as they gathered more data, even in people in the 40s and the 50s. So there is clinical data.
But not in children.
Well,
see, again, here's the thing is, you're not willing to be honest with the American people. So, for example, 75% of kids have had the disease. Why is the CDC not including this in the data? You can ask the question. You can do laboratory tests to find out who's had it and who hasn't had the disease. What is the incidence of hospitalization and death for children who've been infected with COVID, subsequently going to the hospital or dying? What is the possibility if your kid has had COVID, which is 75% of the country's had COVID, what is the chance that my child's going to the hospital or dying?
If you look at the number of deaths in pediatrics, Senator, you can see that there are more deaths
of people who have had it, of people who have had the disease.
Senator, we also know from other studies that the optimal degree of protection when you get infection is to get vaccinated after infection. And in fact, showing reinfection in the era of Omicron and the sublineages, that vaccination...
But you can't answer the question I asked. The question I ask is how many kids are dying and how many kids are going to the hospital who've already had COVID? The answer may be 0, but you're not even giving us the data because you have so much wanted to protect everybody from all the data because we're not smart enough to look at the data. When you released data earlier, when the CDC released the data, they left out the category of 18 to 49 on whether or not there was a health benefit for adults 18 to 49. Why was it left out? When critics finally complained, it was finally included because there was no health benefit from taking a booster between the 18 to 49 and the CDC study. Another question for you. The NIH continues to refuse to voluntarily divulge the names of scientists who receive royalties and from which companies. Over the period of time from 2010 to 2016, 27,000 royalty payments were paid to 1,800 NIH employees. We know that not because you told us, but because we forced you to tell us through the Freedom of Information Act. Over $193 million was given to these 1,800 employees. Can you tell me that you have not received a royalty from any entity that you ever oversaw the distribution of money in research grants?
Well, first of all, let's talk about royalties.
That's the question. No, that's the question. Have you ever received a royalty payment from a company that you later oversaw money going to that company?
You know, I don't know as a fact, but I doubt it.
Well, here's the thing is, why don't you let us know? Why don't you reveal how much you've gotten and from what entities? The NIH refuses. Look, we ask them. The NIH, we ask them whether or not, who got it and how much. They refuse to tell us. They sent it redacted. Here's what I want to know. It's not just about you. Everybody on the vaccine committee, have any of them ever received money from the people who make vaccines? Can you tell me that? Can you tell me if anybody on the vaccine approval committees ever received any money from people who make the vaccines?
Soundbite number one, are you going to let me answer a question? Okay, so let me give you some information. First of all, according to the regulations, people who receive royalties are not required to divulge them even on their financial statement, according to the Bayh-Dole Act. So let me give you some example. From 2015 to 2020, the only royalties I have was my lab and I made a monoclonal antibody for use in vitro reagent that had nothing to do in patients. And during that period of time, my royalties ranged from $21 a year to $700 a year, and the average per year was $191.46.
It's all redacted, and you can't get any information on the 1,800 scientists.
Your time is
so we want to know whether or not people got money from the people who made the manufacturing.
Senator Paul, your time is long over expired. I gave you an additional 2.5 minutes. The witness has responded. We are going to move on. Senator Sanders.
Thank you all very much for being here. One of the concerns that I have in terms of where we are now and where we might be in the future is that the American people do not have ready access to the information they need as to how they can receive the best treatment available for COVID. An example, a 60-year-old gentleman wakes up in the morning, has bad symptoms, tests positive for COVID. I worry that that person, and millions of them, may not even know that there are therapeutics out there that can help them, that they may have 5 days, only 5, they have to take it within the first 5 days of symptoms. Can you tell us, Dr. Walensky, what we can do to make it easier for people to get the therapeutics that they need?
Thank you, Senator Sanders. This is key in terms of our distributing and equitably distributing not only our therapeutics, but in fact, even before our therapeutics, communities and at-risk people need to understand to do a test, because that's the gateway into getting these therapeutics. So we need to have testing available, accessible, a lot of what the ASPR has done in distributing home tests. We need to have therapeutics available in at-risk communities across the country, and then we need to do public health campaigns so that people understand that a test should be done and that they have access to these therapeutics.
All right, but the concern is that in some of them, at least, you should take the drug within the first 5 days. Are you confident that we have a system that if somebody wakes up, they're going to have to get a prescription from a doctor? Do they have a doctor that they can get a prescription from within the first few days? Do they know where to get the drug? And do they have the money to pay for that drug?
So the drugs are free, the tests are free, but I'm not sure that everybody knows that. And we have expanded our rollout and accessibility of Paxlovid, but I will also say that just like early in our vaccine work, we have seen inequities in how that Paxlovid has been used. We'll have more data forthcoming from the CDC soon on that, but we have a lot of work to do in the equitable distribution of Paxlovid and to getting the education to the communities, to community health centers, to physicians in rural areas.
All right. Should our goal be, it seems to me, to make it nice and simple, that if somebody is feeling ill, if somebody has COVID, they can dial a 1-800 number and get the drug as quickly as possible. Is that the goal that we're striving for?
Yes, we need to do that under the EUA and with the caveats that there are some things like renal insufficiency or drug-drug interactions that need to be assessed, so we need to make sure that those assessments are complete as well.
All right, I want to change course a little bit here and touch on a subject that I don't think we talk about enough as a nation, and that is that we have a significant shortage of doctors, nurses, pharmacists, dentists, other healthcare providers, and that shortage has only been exacerbated as a result of burnout related to COVID. I know that's not necessarily within your jurisdiction, but can you give us some thoughts about how serious that shortage of medical personnel is and what we might want to do to address it?
Yes, I think it's key, not only medical personnel, but public health personnel. A de Beaumont Foundation survey demonstrated that we are about 80,000 public health workers in deficit right now, and that we need to not only retain the ones who have stepped up to the plate during the COVID-19 pandemic, but we need to foster and invest in future public health workers as well as healthcare workers. And that includes loan repayment, it includes investing in the time and making sure we're competitive from a salary standpoint so that we can retain the best of the best in these fields.
Okay, let me ask Dr. Califf a question. Senator Paul raised the issue about money and so forth. And I look at it, his questions are valid, but I look at it a slightly different way. I am concerned, and you correct me if I'm wrong here, Moderna, who helped create one of the important vaccines that is saving lives, received, as I recall, about $2.5 billion, I think, during the Trump administration. My understanding, and you correct me if I am wrong, is that the gentleman who is the head or was the head of Moderna recently received a golden parachute of some $800 million. $2.5 billion of federal funding to develop the drug. Moderna makes huge amounts of money. This guy receives $800 million in golden parachute. Am I right about that?
I'm not aware of that. It's not something I would keep up with, particularly in this job.
Not something you would keep up with? The head of the Food and Drug Administration, you would not be concerned that a guy, when we're trying to get vaccines out to people, I'm corrected, it's a $926 million golden parachute. If that's true, if the federal government gives a company $2.5 billion and short time later the head of the company gets a $900 million golden parachute, that is not a concern to you?
No, I didn't say it was not a concern. I said it's not something I keep up with in daily life. What I'm very concerned about is the equitable distribution of vaccines that save lives and antivirals that save lives, and we're not reaching the goals that we need at this point.
Well, maybe, I think I would hope everybody agrees that we need the financial resources to make sure that everybody has the vaccines. But if one guy ends up with $900 million, rather than using that money to get out the medicine we need, the vaccines we need out to the people, doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Senator Romney.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Sanders, I'm one of those that doesn't understand why golden parachutes are provided by boards ever. Doesn't make any sense to me to pay someone to leave a ton of money. Not that you change the law, I'm just saying I can't figure out why a board would do such a thing. Worth looking into. I appreciate the work that each of you do and the effort that you make to help the people of our country have healthier lives and have long lives. And I realize that science is not all-knowing, and from time to time there are mistakes. That's the nature of humankind. But appreciate very much the work that you do and want to express my appreciation personally for that. I do have an issue that is tangentially related to what you do, but related to the administration in which you're part of, and that is that back in March, I and a number of other members of this committee sent a letter to the administration asking for an accounting of how the prior COVID relief money had been spent, and then also how new money that was being requested for emergency supplemental would be spent. And as part of that response to that letter, the administration released a statement regarding the lack of potential funding for going forward. And I want to read a couple of excerpts from that letter. One is, quote, "The federal government is unable to purchase additional life-saving monoclonal antibody treatments and will run out of supply to send to states as soon as late May. The federal government cannot purchase sufficient quantities of treatments for immunocompromised individuals, and the federal government will be unable to sustain the testing capacity we built over the last 14 months. And then continuing, ending the purchase of monoclonal antibody treatments, scaling back state and territorial allocations, inability to purchase additional oral antiviral pills, inability to purchase new antivirals, scaling back planned purchases of preventative treatments." Again, what the administration provided to us in Congress in response to our letter was that the administration would be unable to purchase therapeutics and monoclonal antibodies, unable to purchase. Madam Chair, I'd ask unanimous consent that this release from the administration be entered into the record.
Without objection. So
now, in good faith, I and a number of other people worked over a number of months with members of this party and across the aisle to develop a supplemental bill providing the $10 billion to address this inability to purchase these things without the $10 billion. But you can imagine my surprise when I find out that on June 8th, the federal government did in fact prioritize $5 billion for the purchase of additional vaccines, $4.9 billion for therapeutics, and $300 million for additional monoclonal antibodies. But it chose not to do so in February, March, April, or May, again saying they had inability to do so. So the administration has recklessly and unilaterally spent taxpayers' money. We've run away inflation, but instead of taking a real inventory of funds they had at their disposal, they said, hey, we need more money. Now, Washington operates on a relationship of trust between the respective parties, the administration and Congress, for the administration to provide information to us that was patently false is something which dramatically attacks that trust, which I have, members of my party have, members of both parties have. And I hope that there's an appreciation that for the administration to say they could not purchase these things and then after several months divert some funds and then purchase them is unacceptable and makes our ability to work together and have confidence in what we're being told very much shaken to the core. I would ask this question. If the administration knew in March that it was feasible to buy these things, do you know why they waited to actually do so? Any one of you can respond. Dr. Fauci, you're on the hot seat on the camera, so we'll give it to you. I hope you feel better, by the way.
Yeah, thank you very much, Senator. I think that question is probably best given to Assistant Secretary Dawn O'Connell.
Thank you, Dr. Fauci. Thank you, Senator Romney, and thank you for your support in trying to get additional funds freed for us to manage the COVID response.
Yeah, I didn't realize that they weren't needed. I wouldn't have worked as hard with Leader Schumer and with others over many weeks and intensive negotiations and gone to my colleagues and told them these monies were necessary had I been told that, in fact, they weren't necessary. And I know money is all, you're going to tell me that, hey, we needed to spend money on other things, we had to divert it. But that we could have been told, but we weren't told that. We were told we could not purchase therapeutics or monoclonal antibodies, and now you have.
And we had to do so with significant trade-offs that none of us wanted to make.
But we should have been, we're part of Congress. When you're asking us for $10 billion, we should be apprised of what those trade-offs are. and have that discussion and help make that decision together. You shouldn't be able to say, hey, we're looking at trade-offs. We're not going to tell you about them. Just give us some more money. Isn't that not unacceptable in a relationship between an administration and Congress?
We've worked hard to be transparent with our funding needs, and again, I've appreciated the support you've given us in trying to unlock additional funds. Making the decision to spend this money, taking it away from critical programs is absolutely difficult, and it's something we didn't think was acceptable. We're now at a point, because Congress has not given us additional funding, that we've had to do these things that are unacceptable.
Well, my time is up. I just say we agreed on one word, and that is unacceptable. Thank you. Madam Chair?
Senator Lujan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now, as New Mexico continues to battle the COVID-19 pandemic, we are now also battling the largest wildfires the state has ever seen. Wildfires that were started as a controlled burn by the federal government, and 2 fires that got out of control. So while I very much respect that people keep telling me 99.8% of controlled burns are always under control, I'm more interested in the 0.2% that destroyed our state. These dual crises have stretched the resources of the state to the breaking point. As New Mexicans flee natural disaster, in many cases taking only the belongings they can carry, they face increased exposure to COVID-19 virus, which has run rampant in the congregate settings being used to house evacuees. Assistant Secretary O'Connell, how are you coordinating to support New Mexico's COVID-19 response in light of the wildfires?
Thank you, Senator Lujan, and we continue to keep the people of New Mexico who are currently experiencing these 2 tragedies in our minds. The Secretary on May 9th, realizing the extent of what was happening in New Mexico, declared a public health emergency, and that public health emergency freed up flexibilities for the healthcare system there in order to respond in the emergent condition, including providing telehealth for Medicare beneficiaries, freezing the Medicaid rolls so no one would lose insurance during this time of tragedy. At ASPR, we continue to support through our hospital preparedness program, New Mexico's coalition, healthcare coalition, which was responsible for evacuating many of the hospitals and long-term care facilities, nursing homes. And so we continue to work closely with our colleagues there to make sure that everybody is safe and accounted for. We also run the Medical Reserve Corps, and the Medical Reserve Corps in New Mexico has been activated in order to respond to the wildfires, so we continue to support our colleagues out there through that effort. And we've been in close contact with FEMA. We've offered virtual support to FEMA out in New Mexico, and wherever we can be helpful, we are trying to be. And we've not stopped our COVID response. We're continuing to make vaccines and therapeutics and tests available to those in New Mexico that need them.
And Assistant Secretary O'Connell, this is a follow-up to the solid answer with programs that have been made available. The follow-up is, how is HHS ensuring that these resources are being communicated to those impacted, especially given the current lack of cellular and broadband service in many regions of the state, which is non-existent in these communities?
Thank you, Senator. So we continue to have boots on the ground in New Mexico. We've got regional emergency coordinators in the state that continue to communicate with city and local leaders. We also have our CMS representatives who are making sure that the Medicare and Medicaid provisions are being well communicated to those beneficiaries, and everything we can. We've got several regional...
All right, everyone, we are quickly approaching that 11 a.m. mark. We are currently taking a live now look to a Senate hearing. They are discussing coronavirus updates. Now, most recently, of course, we've learned that the FDA has approved the first COVID-19 shots for children under the age of 5. Now, the Food and Drug Administration is again endorsing vaccines from Pfizer and Moderna for children 5 years old and under. The administration's advisors unanimously agreed that the benefits of the shot outweigh any risk for the kids. However, we are getting another live event coming from Capitol Hill. We have House Speaker Nancy Pelosi delivering her weekly press address, and she is discussing the rising costs that Americans are continuing to see. It was just yesterday when the Fed increased interest rates to 0.75%, a historical move. So let's go ahead and listen in as House Speaker Nancy Pelosi is discussing rising fuel costs.
industry, and it just simply doesn't exist. So that will also lower meat and poultry cost on the shelf, and therefore at the kitchen table, and the lowering cost with cheaper, cleaner, unleaded 88. This is a very important issue to many of our members in rural America because much of it exists there, and the average reduction at the pump is about 40 cents. So we're very pleased with that legislation. The vote will come up soon. Again, I would tell you what it does, but you can read it here on the sign. Again, we want to break the grip of foreign supply on American kitchen tables. And that applies in fuel as well as fertilizer. And again, many of these poultry, meat packing companies are foreign owned. When Putin invaded Ukraine, almost immediately the cost of the price at the pump went up, about $2 in not immediate but near immediate range of his invasion. So this largely the price at the pump is about supply. Supply is down, cost is up. The war has contributed enormously to that. But there is also price gouging, and we had legislation that we talked about before that was passed in the Congress addressing price gouging as well as market manipulation. So there's some corporate greed involved in this price at the pump as well, and we are again taking steps to lower the cost at the pump so that America's working families are not being exploited in that way. The other thing that we did and that the president is going to sign today is legislation that will address the exorbitant fees that are paid. And the bill is called the Ocean Shipping Reform Act, which will be signed into law by the president today. The bill cracks down on exorbitant fees charged by international ocean shipping companies to make goods more expensive for America's consumers and small businesses. The bill will lower costs for Americans, as nearly 100 trade organizations recently wrote. It will help ensure U.S. competitiveness and lead to continued economic recovery. So for these and other ways to address the lowering cost, the affordability issue, we then also add the Competes Act, which we are negotiating right now, every day, actually, to hopefully declare our independence from overseas supply, therefore increasing production at home. So whether it's the shipping bill, whether it's issues that relate to lowering costs for farmers, therefore lowering costs for families, whether it's about the price at the pump, whether it's about market manipulation, price gouging, the rest on the part of corporate America. And I don't paint them all with the same brush, but there are those who are engaged in that. All of it is to say, how do we address the inflation issue? We do so by increasing supply at home and doing so in a way that has a direct impact on America's kitchen tables, families at America's kitchen tables. In the negotiations on Competes, we are narrowing it down to where we have our agreement that we can just proceed, and that's been for a while, and now just narrowing further those areas where we have further negotiation is necessary, and we put out the word that we wanted to have from our chairs what they see as the remaining issues to be negotiated. Because this is, again, the Competes Act, the Innovation Act, USICA, whatever you want to call it, is a declaration of American independence. It just says we're going to make more of it in America, whether it's the factors of production or the products themselves, with all of the constraints that COVID has placed. Look, we have the war in Iraq, we have COVID, which has really deterred more product coming into our country, either by design or just by marketplace factors. So there's real reason for us to now just be completely assertive in how we do our research, how we do our development, how we do our education, how we do our Make It in America for our chips. You've heard me say it a million times. 1,000 chips in a car, 2,000 in an electric car. If we don't have chips, we cannot proceed with manufacturing at home. But that's just one industry that is affected by it. When the president was at the State of the Union address, he talked about a unity agenda. He talked about helping our veterans, and this PACT Act will go very far to do that. We have other veterans legislation, but this is so central, so transformative that anyone who's exposed to these burn pits, a burn pit could be as big as a football field or even bigger and have horrible things in it that are carcinogenic if you have served. And so we want to be sure people know that when we ask them to serve and protect and defend our country, that we are there to protect and defend them in every possible exposure to their health and well-being when they come home. And then he talked about mental health. Next week, we will have a number of bills on the floor. I'll read some of them to you. Restoring Hope for Mental Health and Well-Being Act, that's coming out of Energy and Commerce. Bobby Scott's committee will have the Mental Health Matters, Education and Labor Mental Health bills, some of them under suspension. So we're pleased about that. So he talked about opioids, which will be included in especially the energy and commerce part of that bill. And he talked about cancer. He talked about veterans. He talked about mental health. He talked about cancer, and he talked about opioids. And all of those issues will be addressed in legislation on the floor next week. And we hope much of it to be strongly bipartisan in the way it is passed. Again, we're waiting prayerfully for the Senate negotiations on guns in terms of the writing of the bill. So we feel pretty prepared anytime that they are finished that we will be here to pass that legislation. Any questions? I think the first question should go to our birthday boy. What do you think? Even though he doesn't have on a yellow shirt or anything like that. Happy birthday.
Thank you very much. It's very kind of you. I just want to ask you, you met with the president yesterday, and Senator Schumer, it sounded like you were meeting on reconciliation. Is there any movement on this at all? Or?
Well, reconciliation is a Senate matter now. We've passed our bill. We've made our views known. And that is a closely held negotiation on the Senate side. Suffice to say that we expressed our interest in it, the timing of when it would happen, but we did not get into the details.
Is there any chance it happens in July or anything?
Well, it's alive. I just say that. It's alive. I would say that. There are certain concerns that we have about subsidies in the health care bill and the rest, which may or may not be in the negotiation. But we shall see. But whatever it is, everything that was in the reconciliation bill is great. So if we just have some of it, that'll be very good, and we look forward to that. But I just don't know. As I think you know from the dynamic around here, a Senate negotiation is very close held, as it is on the guns right now, as they write the legislation to match the priorities that they put forth. We hope that the priorities will survive the legislative writing of the bill. Yes, ma'am.
Speaker Pelosi, do you believe that Donald Trump committed a crime related to January 6th? And if you do believe that, do you think that the committee should make a criminal referral for Trump, or do you believe it's not?
I'm not answering any questions on January 6th. With all due respect to your question, that January 6th purpose is to seek the truth, to perhaps propose legislation if they see fit that will be sure to contribute to the final goal, which is to make sure that this never happens again. But it's up to the committee as they go forward. Yes, Chad. What do you have, Chad?
We have this piece of legislation on the floor today about fuel costs and food costs, and we do have the hearing today. Are you worried that the conversation about this and trying to help the pocketbook of Americans isn't getting through when there's so much attention on the 1-6 committee and everything else, and not as much attention on that? Is that a struggle for Democrats?
No, I mean, we don't just do one thing around here. We take an oath to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States. We do that every day. The manifestation of it now is the January 6th committee, and I'm very proud of how they have conducted themselves, but it is they're drawing their conclusions and going forth with their presentation. But we never take our eye off the ball of the kitchen table issues for America's working families. In fact, in addition to our oath of office to protect and defend the Constitution, what unifies Democrats the most, while we have our differences and timing and perspective on things, what unifies us the most is our concern for America's working families. And that's why when we won in 18, we said we were going to lower cost, and we're doing that. We're going to increase paychecks, and we did that. And we're going to have cleaner government, which is what we're striving to do. But in the lowering costs, we're still having a struggle on the prescription drug issue. We couldn't get one Republican vote on that, so we're still working on that because that's a big kitchen table issue. But no, we are here to do the job for the American people. It doesn't mean just one piece of the job.
But you had these White House officials come in and talk to the Democratic caucus today about trying to hone that message on the economy.
What did they do?
Hone the message on the economy. The three came in this morning.
Yeah, they made a fine presentation about our shared values, and it was very encouraging to hear. Not that we learned, we know what their values are, and it was. I was very pleased and honored by their presentation about the economy. But just because we're having a presentation, we're always learning more. We're always having a presentation. We're always adding to the agenda what legislation is in furtherance of. Again, we're here for the kitchen table, not the boardroom table. Boardroom table, gouge. Boardroom table, exploit. Kitchen table, how do we increase paychecks, lower cost? And again, in terms of our oath of office, clearly you see from the photographs that certain elements of the Republican Party will do anything to stay in power. That's not what we're about. We're hoping that we could get the For the People Act enacted in the Senate. Yes, ma'am.
St. John Paul II said in Evangelium Vitae that abortion is murder.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, could you start all over?
St. John Paul II said in Evangelium Vitae that abortion is murder, and Pope Francis told the Pontifical Academy for Life that abortion is truly murder. Do you agree with Pope Francis and Pope John Paul II that abortion is murder?
What I agree on is that whatever I believe or agree with the popes on is not necessarily what public policy should be in the United States, as people make their own judgments, honor their own responsibilities, and attend to the needs of their families. Next.
Yes, Madam Speaker, actually, as far as the abortion case is concerned, there has been a number of attacks on churches, on crisis pregnancy centers. Republicans are going after Democrats for not saying anything, and they're saying that your rhetoric is contributing to these attacks on these crisis pregnancy centers.
Well, let me just say this. A woman has a right to choose, to live up to her responsibility. It's up to her doctor, her family, her husband, her significant other, and her God. This talk of politicizing all of this, I think, is something uniquely American and not right. Other countries, Ireland, Italy, Mexico, have had initiatives to expand a woman's right to choose. Very Catholic countries. I'm a very Catholic person, and I believe in every woman's right to make her own decisions. Any other questions on another subject? Because I'm not going to be talking about that anymore.
I'm wondering, in your meeting with Schumer in the White House last night, did you guys talk about this? And did you get a commitment from Schumer about bringing this to the fore? And what were Biden's comments if you did discuss?
Well, we weren't discussing this chart. We only got this chart this morning. So no, we weren't discussing that chart. But our lowering cost has always been our ongoing theme for the American people. What I would like to say is, though, to point out and remind clearly, needs sometimes reminding. When this president took office, 20 million people were out of work. He created public, private partnerships and the rest, legislation and the rest, 8 million jobs created in the shortest amount of time possible. Wages increased, unemployment reduced. We did much of this with the rescue package, for which we did not get one Republican vote. Not one Republican vote. For the child tax credit, shots in the arm, money in the pockets, people back to work, children back to school safely, without one Republican vote. So whatever it was that we discussed yesterday in that meeting, what we are about is, again, the well-being for America's working families, and we just clearly need to make sure people understand the historic accomplishments of this president. 8 million jobs, unemployment cut in half. The lowest rate of unemployment among veterans, 2.4%, something like that, veterans unemployment. So again, we have to continue our work. We're legislating, and sometimes that takes time because we're striving for as much bipartisanship as possible. It doesn't mean if they don't vote for it that we don't have Republican provisions in legislation, but it does mean that we're going to do the best possible job, the most sustainable job for the American people. So don't expect me to be talking about a conversation that I may have had with the president, but no, we didn't talk about this poster. Yes, sir.
Last question. Can I ask about the concept of deficit reduction? That is part of this legislation.
Yes.
Mentioned, but President as well as that deficit reduction could help with inflation. Do you buy that argument, and would you be in favor of a legislation bill that significantly reduces the deficit going forward?
Absolutely. I'm a PAYGO person. As you know, I have some who oppose me on that score. I always, when people have a suggestion, I say, does it create jobs? Does it create jobs? Does it reduce the deficit? The national debt. I mean, let's go bigger. The national debt. So and we always were in any of the proposals that we put forth, whether it was 3.5 or 1.75 or whatever it was, we always had the thought that we would be reducing the national debt in all of that. And if you look at the history, it's under Democratic presidents that the national debt has been reduced. The deficit greatly reduced under President Biden. Check that out. And under President Clinton, we had PAYGO instituted for the first time in an overall presidency, a little bit under President George Herbert Walker Bush at the negotiations at Andrews Air Force Base. But as a presidency, Bill Clinton, the last 4 or 5, depending on how you judge it, budgets either in balance or in surplus operationally, taking us to reducing the national debt in a significant way, completely turned around under President Bush. The biggest reversal in how a budget deficit, national debt grows, from on a path to reduce by 5.4 trillion to increasing by 5.4 trillion, an $11 trillion swing. President Obama comes in, first year, he reduces the deficit, which is what contributes to national debt, by $700 billion. Went from like 1.5 to 500, almost a $1 trillion reduction in the national debt right away under President Obama. So this is a value that we share. And one of for a couple reasons. First of all, it's the right thing to do. But in addition to that, we're just sick and tired of paying debt service, interest on the loan. Well, that's money that could be invested in our children's education and the well-being of the American people, and of course, reducing the national debt. So I'm a PAYGO person, and I think that as we are doing things, there are two ways. Is it an initiative that of its nature will help reduce the debt? And is it legislation that contains within it funding to directly, immediately reduce the national debt? Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Thank you. What did you think of the impersonator of Clay Thompson who snuck into the arena? Did you support him?
Speaker Pelosi are wrapping up there. This comes as a time as Democrats are, some lead Democrats are going to the White House and talking to the communications team there as a way of messaging on the economy there, as we are seeing big drops right now as close to 700 points there in the red as it continues. And a lot of the economists said this was a long time in the making. When we saw the Fed not do anything with interest rates there, and you saw $5 trillion of money that the American economy did not have that was pumped into it. And now you are seeing some of the bad side effects here as we are seeing a major drop once again today, already 2% down on the Dow, NASDAQ, S&P 500. Facing similar fates as well there. So we are getting closer and closer to that horrible R word, recession. Some would say we're even in it already. It just hasn't been officially called yet. So this is very concerning for so many Americans, as you are seeing your 401k at sometimes getting clipped 20 to 30% right now from just a year ago. So we are seeing everyday Americans suffer from this economy there. Higher gas prices, higher food prices, and when will it stop as this runaway inflation continues? We'll continue to track it every step of the way right here for you on Live Now from Fox. Perfect time to take our first break of the hour. We stay right here on the other side of the break, keeping you all up to date. Top stories, headlines, and top feeds from around the country. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox at your Phoenix headquarters, as we are coming up at the, really in the next couple of hours, high in-demand events for you right here on Live Now from Fox, including 1 p.m. Eastern. We will have another January 6th hearing as now they have pushed the time to a different time slot. It used to be 10 a.m. Eastern, and now we're trying the 1 p.m. Eastern hour there. So we'll see what it does for ratings as well as they continue to really shift those times there. But we'll have it for you, gavel to gavel coverage right here on Live Now from Fox. It's setting up to be a very interesting one here, as we're today going to be hearing a lot about the 2 days before January 6th there, as it was the last effort by President Trump to try to encourage Vice President Mike Pence to not take in some of the votes, some of the electorate votes from certain states like Michigan, like Wisconsin, like Georgia. So we will be hearing that. Should be very, very interesting right here on Live Now from Fox. Of course, we always got you covered when it comes top stories, headlines, breaking news when it happens. We got you covered, as always, right here. Let's go out right now to the Senate floor. Just wrapping up moments ago, Senator Mitch McConnell, the minority Senate leader there, speaking. So let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Minority Leader.
Before Democrats dumped $2 trillion on the economy last year, experts warned that such reckless spending would not just raise prices for working families, but could also trigger a full-on recession. In February of 2021, for example, a prominent economist testified right here on Capitol Hill that Democrats' runaway spending might back the Federal Reserve into a corner. It might leave the Fed no choice but to sharply raise interest rates. And that would not just slow down our economic recovery, but potentially actually shift it into reverse. Sound familiar? That's exactly what's happened right before our eyes. Yesterday, a few days after the far worse than expected inflation report for the month of May, the Fed announced the biggest interest rate hike in 28 years. The biggest interest hike in 28 years. And they signal more increases may be on the deck soon. The Fed acted too slowly on the incorrect presumption that inflation would fade away. Now that that hasn't happened, they have to make up for lost time. The stock markets that carry America's retirement savings have been in free fall. The S&P 500 has lost a full 1/5 of its value in just 6 months. America's consumer confidence just nosedived to its lowest point ever recorded. Worse than at any point during the 2008 recession, worse than the early panic over COVID. The percentage of small business owners who say they're optimistic about the near future has never been this low in the entire 48-year history of that survey. And signs suggest this may be just the beginning of the pain for the American people. Just 3 months ago, the Fed predicted we would not have to see rising unemployment until 2024. Yesterday, however, they announced they now see unemployment increasing this year, next year, and the year after that. Just between March and May, their official estimate for our country's economic growth in 2022 plummeted, listen to this, by 40%. It looks increasingly like Democrats may have driven America toward a full-on recession. May have driven our country toward a full-on recession. The term stagflation was invented to describe the most painful economic condition for workers and families. It means the worst of three worlds at once: high inflation, slow growth, and rising unemployment. Unless something changes, we all hope it does, this appears to be exactly the trajectory on which Democrats' policies have put our country. The last time we had a unified Republican government, our policies created low inflation, robust growth, and record low unemployment. Sole Democratic Party control has produced something quite different. But unbelievably, the same Washington Democrats who dug this hole seem unwilling to put away their shovels. They want to keep digging. With our economy trending toward a possible recession, some of our colleagues are trying to restart discussions about massive trillion-dollar-plus tax hikes. It really begs belief. Democrats spent 2021 trying to respond to inflation with even more reckless spending, and now they are spending 2022 trying to respond to a looming recession with gigantic tax hikes. This is utter nonsense. Unbelievable. Democrats have quite likely inflated their way into a recession, and now they want to pile on historic tax hikes and make it worse. In every poll, in every survey, the American people make their views of the Democratic economic policies crystal clear. For the sake of the country, let's hope our colleagues remember the first rule of holes and stop digging. Now, on a related matter, tomorrow President Biden will host the Major Economies Forum on Energy and Climate. Meanwhile, working Americans will continue to face the consequences of his disastrous energy and climate policies. While President Biden and his team have declared a holy war on America's domestic production, average gas prices have soared to over $5. By August, they're projected to hit $6.20. Diesel, which literally drives our economy, is now at an all-time high. Natural gas is up 30.2%. Fuel oil is up 106.7%. Groceries, which overwhelmingly rely on diesel semis to get to supermarket shelves, are up nearly 12% compared to last year. These eye-popping numbers are the predictable results of Democrats' inflationary policies, and specifically their war on affordable American energy. Well, the American people continue to tell Democrats they're not interested in buying fantastic green boondoggles when they can barely afford the essentials today. According to one recent poll, more than half of Americans are very or extremely concerned about how grocery prices are affecting their household's financial situation. Nearly two-thirds feel that same way about gas prices. But Washington Democrats are still in staggering disarray over how and even whether to clean up the mess they've made. Some, like the administration's climate czar, John Kerry, are still in denial. He said recently, quote, "We absolutely don't, John Kerry, we absolutely don't need to ramp up oil and gas production." Instead, he insisted we have to transition to electric vehicles about 20 times faster than we are now. Americans continue to report that just affording gas has become a daily hardship. From the former senator from Massachusetts says folks in places like Kentucky, the solution is just buy an expensive electric car. Now, some administration officials are willing to acknowledge the problem, just not its source. The American people continue to hear about a so-called Putin price hike, even though the gas was already up nearly 50% since President Biden took office at the time Russia launched the war. Some members of the President's party seem more clear-eyed. Yesterday, one House Democrat said, quote, "I'm calling on the President to sit down with domestic oil and gas companies and find a way to lower prices. The President needs to bring everyone together." That was a Democrat in the House. But unfortunately, the Biden administration still appears to be jaw-droppingly naive about the consequences of its war on affordable domestic energy. As energy prices continue to skyrocket early this year, the White House reportedly insisted production could just be turned back on with the flip of a switch. According to one analyst, quote, they thought shale oil production could grow sharply in the near term, like in a matter of months or quarters. They were shocked to learn that that's like asking for blood from a stone. Of course, Democrats' misunderstanding hasn't stopped them from trying to use American energy producers as a scapegoat. Yesterday, the White House press secretary insisted, quote, "We've done our part," she said. "We need oil companies to act." Really? That doesn't pass the lab test. In a letter yesterday, one of America's biggest domestic producers asked the Biden administration for three things: clear and consistent policy that supports U.S. resource development, regular and predictable lease sales, and support for infrastructure such as pipelines. Notice that this is precisely a summary of what President Biden has not been doing since he took office. Since day one, the Biden administration has been outright hostile to U.S. resource development, frozen certain new development leases, and canceled a pipeline project that would have expanded efficient energy transport and created American jobs. The American people are bracing for a very pricey summer, from the gas pump to the grocery store. And they know exactly who to blame.
You're watching Live Now from Fox there. Senator Mitch McConnell talking about the struggles of the economy and what Americans are facing on a daily basis. Food, gas prices. Hey, even look at the prices for if you want to try to get a flight somewhere. I mean, those are really, really high depending on where you're looking there. But yeah, just noticed that the other day and I was like, all right, it's hitting everything, isn't it? Here we go. All right, what kind of summer will this be? You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. Let's slide away for another quick 2-minute break here as we continue to bring you top stories, headlines from all over the country. We appreciate you joining us here as always. Let's go to that 2-minute break. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox, taking you out to Philadelphia, where we're listening to the Philly DA talk about a defendant that was recently found guilty of first-degree murder and related charges in a shooting death of a 40-year-old Richard Jackson back in July of 2018. Members of Jackson's family will also share what his conviction means to them there. So there you have the man there. So we will continue to bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox.
Encouraging in the middle of the difficulties we face. Let me start out by introducing people who are here. We have with us today First Assistant Robert Listenby and also First Assistant Carolyn Temin of the District Attorney's Office. ADA Joanne Pescator is the chief of our Homicide Non-Fatal Shooting Unit, may arrive. She is tied up at the moment. We have with us ADA Bob Wainwright, who is an assistant DA in our Homicide Non-Fatal Shooting Unit. Bob Wainwright was the trial lawyer who tried this case and achieved a conviction of homicide, murder more specifically, in the first degree. ADA Deborah Watson-Stokes is here. She is a senior advisor in professional development and special projects, many of them relating to gun violence, after a lengthy and distinguished career as a homicide prosecutor in Philadelphia. We have Melanie Nelson, who's the executive director of our DAO Cares unit, which of course works very specifically in the first 45 days with the families of homicide victims. And as stated earlier, we have Sharice Jackson, sister of Richard. We have Vatia Wilson, fiance wife of Richard Jackson. Let me turn briefly to gun violence. Homicides year to date are at 229. On this date last year, they were 250. Obviously, that remains terrible, but it does also represent a reduction of 21 as of this day last year. And in that we should find a little bit of hope and encouragement that things may be starting to go the right direction. That reduction of 21 homicides is the largest reduction I recall this year so far. Obviously, it has not gone nearly far enough. If we look at the week of June the 3rd through June the 9th, which is how we ordinarily count, we see that there were 38 non-fatal shootings and 6 homicides. The number 6 is a little bit noteworthy because during the pandemic period, we've seen an average of 1.5 homicides per day. That's 10.5 per week. 6 is a little bit less than that. Obviously way too many, but a little bit less. If we look at the cases that were solved by the Philadelphia Police Department, we see that of 169 gun or gun violence incidents, and so this is a number that includes shootings, fatal and non-fatal, but it also includes other crimes with a gun, including simply possessing a gun, right? So of those 169 gun or gun violence incidents, there were 92 arrests made, and of the 92 arrests that Philadelphia Police brought to the DA's office, we charged 91 cases. The median bail that we have seen appears to be drifting up a little bit. Thank goodness, because we have for 2 years been asking for much higher bails even than these, in hopes that we would be able to keep in custody some people who present a very serious danger to the community, while simultaneously making sure people did not sit in custody simply for being poor with nonviolent, non-serious offenses. You know, ordinarily I would call up Melanie Nelson to speak on behalf of the CARES unit, but in order to get to the case at hand, I do want to say that during June the 4th through June the 10th, the CARES unit responded to 10 families that have been impacted by homicides, providing a very wide range of support and services. Victims' families and communities impacted by gun violence can contact our Victim Support Division at 215-686-8019. This case is in many ways owed, the success in this case is owed to the fact that people came forward, witnesses came forward. Multiple witnesses who saw a part of what occurred here stood up and came forward and made it possible to achieve a conviction in a case that was not obvious or easy from the very start. The guilt is clear, not only clear to a jury, but it was clear to the police and it was clear to us. But it was clear to us thanks to the courage, the decency of people who knew a part of the story, had seen a part of the story, had heard a part of the story, and came forward. I'm not going to use their names. They've already used those names in court. But we owe a lot to them, and I want to thank them. They have made it clear that there is accountability. For anyone who picks up a gun, points at another human being, there is accountability. And this is yet one more example where we see that. None of that, of course, will bring back a wonderful man. None of it can do that. But the accountability is real. And for anyone who thinks the way to settle a dispute, no matter how stupid, and this was a stupid dispute in the sense that there is nothing that occurred here that in any way explains why a gun would get involved. Absolutely nothing. Truly a heartbreaking story at many, many levels. I do want to also express my tremendous appreciation not only for ADA Wainwright and the excellent job that he has been doing, but also for his supervisors, ADA Pescator, ADA Osborne, and ADA Repstock, who supervised the homicide non-fatal shooting unit. It is now my pleasure to introduce ADA Bob Wainwright to discuss the details of the case against defendant Darrell Burns, who took the life of Richard Jackson. And after that, I'll come up again and introduce family of Richard Jackson.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, as the district attorney just said, this was a heartbreaking case, and we were all very happy that the right verdict was reached. This was a murder that occurred on July 15th of 2018. The victim in this case, Richard Jackson, was 40 years old when he was killed. And the dispute began in a moment when the victim was actually trying to do a very good thing. He was at a barbecue that was a family barbecue on the family side of his wife, Vitia, who you'll hear from in just a minute. And at that barbecue was Vitia's daughter and her boyfriend, who was the defendant's younger brother. And the defendant's younger brother was known to be a drug dealer. And this barbecue had gone on, and near the end of the barbecue, Richard Jackson, who was like a father to Vitia's daughter, he had been in a relationship with Vitia for over 13 years, had known this girl, it was his stepdaughter essentially, since she was 5 years old. She was now a mother, and he spoke to the father of her child, and that was Marcus Burns, and he said to Marcus, now that you're a father, it's time for you to stop dealing drugs and get a job. Be a father. And Daryl Burns, our shooter, was there for this interaction, and Daryl objected to Richard talking to his younger brother like that, and basically told him, you're not his father, you don't get to talk to him like that, you don't get to tell him what to do. And basically started a fight with Richard, short fight during which Richard actually sustained a black eye, a fact that was testified to by the medical examiner in this case. The fight was broken up, and sure enough, Vitia and her family, they told Daryl, Marcus, and their friend, another person named Tamar Pickney, or T-Mac, to leave the barbecue. They did, and Richard Jackson, he himself went home. He went home, he talked to Vitia on the phone. He got home, and as that phone call with Vitia ended, he got into the shower, and he was cooling off. He was pretty upset about what had happened, and of course had a swollen eye at this time. And as District Attorney Krasner just said, we had a witness in this case, and there was a witness out. There were a number of people out on the street. It was a nice night in the middle of the summer, July 15th, and she sees these three men come onto the block, onto the victim's block, and she sees as one of the people, turns out is Daryl Burns, our shooter, bangs on the door of Richard, and Richard eventually comes down and answers that door wearing a towel, because he's come straight from the shower, just a towel, still wet from the shower, and the moment he opens his door, Daryl Burns pulls a gun and shoots him once through the chest, and the bullet goes through his heart. He died right there in the doorway. He was taken to the hospital where he was pronounced dead upon arrival. And the defendant, who had walked onto the block, the other two people that he had walked on the block with were his younger brother, Marcus, and this third guy that was at the barbecue, T-Mac. He went one direction, and the other two went the other direction, and we have them on video. Well, the eyewitness, she gave a statement, and she identified the defendant, Daryl Burns, as the shooter, and she did this before we even had recovered the video in this case. She described the men coming onto the block and the direction that they went after they left, and after she gave her statement, when we recovered the video, sure enough, it corroborated everything she said. And you can see Daryl Burns very clearly, along with his brother and T-Mac, come onto the block where this murder occurred. And it's because of the eyewitness and her bravery that we were able to unequivocally say which of those three was the one who committed the murder of Richard Jackson. But it was an honor to try this case, and when you do these types of cases and your victims are as good of a person as Richard Jackson was, and you'll hear more about him in just a moment. But I get to meet people like his sister Charisse and Vitia, who was an amazing witness as well. She testified because she was there for the first part of this incident. And it's just an honor to be able to try a case like this. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. So we will next hear from Charisse Jackson's sister of Richard Jackson, and Vatia Wilson, the fiancee wife of homicide victim Richard Jackson. They're going to be coming up together in just a moment. But a little foundational information might be of use here. There are a few things that I have come to know just by speaking to Sharice and to Vatia that I think are worth noting. Number one, we're talking about an incident in which a 40-year-old man, out of care for the child of a woman who's essentially his daughter, tells the father of that child, a man in his 20s, you got to get a real job. You got to stop dealing drugs. You're a father now. Be a man. And what comes of that is a beating, a black eye, and then being shot to death in his own home through the heart when he answered the door. Let's understand, that's what happened here. Some words in there about you can't talk to him that way, you're not his father. This was a family barbecue. That's what was going on. Second, I think it's important to understand Richard Jackson and who he was. And of course, the family will give you a better version, but just a couple things, a couple notes. This is a man who died at age 40. He was a skilled construction worker. He went to vocational school. He had a career in which he would fix up homes, among other things. And if his family needed it, he would fix up their home. He was skilled. He was talented. When people who lived on the block with him needed something, he would often do it, and sometimes do it for free, because that's the kind of guy he was. He was always being positive. That's a quote. He was a family man. That's a quote. Richard Jackson was effectively the father to 6 children. And Vatia Wilson, I suspect, will say a few words about that. This is a man who loved dogs. He had a lot of love, which is probably why he said the thing he said. We are going to hear from Sharice Jackson about how they talked almost every day on the phone for years and years and years. And she will perhaps explain why she feels a little bit at ease. There is nothing we can do to reverse what happened, sadly, because the prevention of this crime is what justice actually looks like. But I hope that with Mr. Wainwright's extremely capable work and with the excellent investigation by the Philadelphia Police Department, I hope that we were able to get you a little bit of justice. Would you come forward, please?
Good morning. I am Sharice, I'm nervous a little bit. Good morning. I am Richard Jackson, older sister Sharice Jackson. And I am here today to talk about my brother, Richard, and let others know about him. Richard was a great brother. He was a great uncle. Richard became the oldest brother ever since my oldest brother, Michael, passed. So he took the role of being the older brother. Okay. He was the uncle, a great uncle, well as a friend. Richard would help others when asked, with no problem. Richard was always positive. He always gave positive advice when needed to be. If Richard see any child or kids doing wrong, he will change them to do something right. Richard was a great role model, very
living at home. He always tried to make sure that his community stayed together. He'd come out in the morning times, clean the block, get everybody to come out, you know, just to sweep up in front of your door. And if you ain't feel like doing it, he'll do the whole block. And it was one day when they were remodeling the house on my block. And I was like, babe, you should go up there and ask the man, like, do he need help? So he was like, no, T, they got enough workers in there. And I'm like, no, go ask him. Maybe, you know, you can go and work for him. He went up there and he asked the guy. He said, do y'all need any help? He said, because I'm real skilled with my hands. So the guy told him, well, I'm going to have to see what you can do. So he went in there and did a little work that the guy asked him to do. From that day forward, the man hired him, and he was working from him till the time that they started building his home until they was finished, and they went on to do other projects. The company is called, excuse me, it's been a couple years. I can't remember what the company is called, but Home Styles or something like that, but they was in the process of trying to build that together. And also I want to talk a little bit about Richard's son. His name is Akeem. And one thing I know about this man is he loved his son no matter what. You hear me? He was his son's legs. His son wasn't able to walk, but you know what? He was his son's legs. Yeah. Anytime he needed to go to the bathroom, anything, throw him over his shoulder. Yeah. Come on, son, we're going upstairs to the bathroom. You know, he just was a caring person, and I loved him so much because he changed me. He taught me how to be a better person. Because he used to always say, T, you a mother. There's no way you're tired. He said, you can never be tired because you a mom. And I'm like, you could get tired? He said, no, you a mom. You can never be tired. And I used to be like, how? I can't be tired. But he used to let me get my rest. Don't get it messed up. He used to let me rest. Every day I hear them on the phone talking, and I hear her say, where Tia? Oh, she in there asleep? Yeah, he was a good man. He'd come in, keep them kids quiet so I could get my rest because I'm the one working while he's doing the construction thing. You know, we just was a thing. Like, you know, any couple, they go through what they go through, but we always had each other back. Even that day, we was having each other back. Like, I never knew July 15th was going to be the last day that I ever talked to this man, see this man. And that almost destroyed me. And one thing I could say, the strength that helped me was my mother. If it wasn't for my mother, I think I would probably be somewhere trying to get out of a crazy home. Because that's where I was looking at it with. But Richard was amazing. He was. And I'm honored that y'all reached out to us to be able to come and talk about him because he was that person. He deserved to be talked about. And I'm just glad that we got justice. And I'm thankful for Mr. Wainwright. Yes. For everything that he did, you know, kept me updated with everything. And I just appreciate this moment, and I know Richard is appreciating this moment right now. Because he always said, you ain't gonna find nobody like me. And he right, because we still living, he's still here, because we making it happen for him. And I just want to say thank y'all. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those words. Just to make sure the picture's filled out here. Vatia was with Richard 13 years?
Yes.
They raised 6 children. 6. I got that right?
Yes.
In addition to Richard's son, who was in a wheelchair. They raised 6 children together. And a bunch of dogs.
Yes.
And that's a loss. Are there questions for anyone here?
I'm just, thank you for sharing your thoughts about Mr. Wagner, with so many homicides in the city, unfortunately, I'm just curious why you chose to highlight this.
You know, the reality is that we have highlighted several cases. It's just not realistic for us to highlight all of our victories in gun violence cases. There are too many. That is not a happy thing, that is a sad thing. But this is a case, like many others, that I think represents a lot of the pain that victims suffer. It's a case that really gets at your heart. You know, we're talking about a family barbecue. So it is no less important, no more important than any other case, but every one of these cases is important. And I think this is an example that people need to see to understand what victims are going through, to understand how ridiculous and out of control the use of guns is in our society.
Okay, so another follow-up, if I could. How long did it take for the arrest of Burns? I guess his accomplice, were they also arrested?
You know, I know that the incident itself occurred on July 15th of 2018, so as we're seeing with a lot of homicide cases, because of this 2+ year restriction in court, we are seeing victories in cases now, even though the homicide itself occurred quite some time ago. The investigation here was extremely well done and somewhat detailed, but I'm going to let Mr. Wainwright provide more specifics on it.
So the murder at, as DA Krasner just said, occurred July 15th of 2018. The arrest warrant for Darrell Burns, we had within a month or so of that. And then Darrell Burns was on the run. There were a number of attempts that were made to locate him. And it was actually really good police work. He was arrested almost a year, or just about a year after the incident occurred. And there was a police officer who was on duty who saw the defendant and recognized him from the wanted poster and asked him for his name. And he actually gave a fake name at first. He eventually said that it was Darrell Burns. And so that was the summer of 2019. And then we were just about ready. I had the case from the very beginning. We were just about ready to get a trial date when the courts were shut down for COVID. And then we actually had 2 dates that were COVID continuances. One, because the courts, we weren't doing juries, and another because the defendant wasn't allowed to be brought to court. I don't know if it was because he had COVID, but he wasn't allowed to be brought to court. So we were ready at every stage.
He was convicted when?
He was convicted 2 weeks ago, 2 or 3 weeks ago.
Jury trial?
It was a jury trial, yes.
What was he convicted of?
He was convicted of first-degree murder and all other charges. He, because normally a first-degree murder case would be sentenced right then and there. What we did in this particular case, because of an issue with defense counsel needing to be somewhere else, we took victim impact statements from both Vitia and Charisse, and we continued the case to August 18th for sentencing. But on that date, he'll be sentenced by law to life in prison without parole.
And his brother Marcus?
His brother Marcus was originally charged under the theory that Marcus Burns was obviously had a part. We always knew that Darrell was the shooter, but Marcus was charged because he was there. He had a shared motive with Darrell. He was there for the fight as well, and we believe, and we still believe, that Marcus knew where Richard lived because Marcus was in a relationship with Vitia's daughter and had been to that house before. Darrell had never been to that house before. His phone records back that up. He was never there until the night of the murder. So our theory was that Marcus led Darrell to that location. He was charged, and that case was what we call quashed. There was a motion to quash filed, and it was granted by Judge Ransom. And the reason why that case was quashed was a couple reasons, and I'll just explain it really quickly. The video, which shows the defendants coming onto the victim's block, as they come onto that block, Marcus and the third guy, T-Mac, are lagging behind. Darrell is very much in the lead. And when they flee, and then our witness obviously says that she sees the defendant tell Marcus, tell the other 2 individuals, she didn't know them, but tell the other 2 people, she described them, to sit on the stoop directly across from where the victim lived. And then Darrell goes up to the door and bangs on the door and commits the murder. And then after the murder's committed, Darrell goes in the opposite direction of the other 2, and we have that on video. So we had the shooter fleeing in a different direction from his brother and the other guy, T-Mac, and we had the shooter coming onto the block in front of them. And so the law is relatively straightforward in this regard, even though we believe that Marcus knew what his brother was going to be doing and knew that he had a gun on him and what he was going to do when he banged on that door. It's one of those sad situations where the law just...
You're watching Live Now from Fox here, learning this update to a murder that happened back in 2018. The suspect there was convicted just recently, and the family there, as well as other attorneys, speaking on behalf of that win for that family as they get a little bit of justice there and relief as that suspect convicted in that shooting murder. All right, everybody, we are going to take a quick 2-minute break, but all eyes on the Capitol coming up in an hour, less than an hour right now, as the January 6th hearing will continue. And today it's going to be a highly in-demand one, as the January 6th committee will focus on the pressure campaign against former Vice President Pence to use his role in the joint session to reject electoral votes there. So we will feature it for you, of course, right here on Live Now from Fox. And of course, after the hearing, we will also play out some highlights just in case you missed it, as well as any reaction from House members on the committee to see how it all went for today. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Let's slide away for a quick 2-minute break.
June is PTSD Awareness Month, and there are many people out there who need a little extra help when it comes to not only addressing it, but also find what works for them to take care of the problems that they may be suffering from. So right now we do have with us Tom Welsh. He's the Executive Vice President of BioCorix. And thank you so much, Tom, for being here with us. I know that you guys have a new tool that's out there to help a lot of people who are suffering from PTSD, but let's just talk about that problem in itself, because some people might be even afraid to admit that they're suffering at this time.
Yeah, that's right. And as of the last count, I think we're at about 500,000 active military and veterans that suffered from the affliction of PTSD. And of those 500,000, 32+% suffer from substance use disorder. So you can imagine how difficult it is to treat individuals who have these co-occurring morbidities.
And you think about too, just sometimes these people who are suffering from PTSD, they might be, you know, I don't want to say too proud, but it can be hard to even admit to your loved ones, to even those who are closest to you, let alone trying to find someone to help you with it, that you need a little bit of an extra hand.
Absolutely. And it's becoming increasingly more difficult with all the bottlenecking going on. There's a lot of well-meaning counselors and therapists that really want to help these individuals that work with the military, but the numbers are so high and so staggering that we're running into a logjam.
So let's just talk about what you guys have teamed up to help create to address this problem and maybe even help some people work through these issues that they're having.
Yes, so 2B3D, the genius minds there have created the VRX, which is a metaverse platform that incorporates gamification into therapy. And it's pretty incredible. It's an immersive experience that's actually inviting for individuals so they want to show up. And it does actually allow for anonymity if they so choose. But there's really three significant pillars to this platform. There's a community space where there are peer support specialists and peers can interact, and they can work with each other 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. There is a free live therapist. Appointments can be scheduled for these individuals. I can't express how important it is to have consistency with your therapist. So if an individual is able to jump online and do it and schedule these appointments and not have to worry about driving to get to the therapist, it makes all the difference in the world for consistency of this therapy. And then finally, there's a 24/7 a crisis team available. And an individual can jump on and they're actually in a serene environment. And these crisis team members can help to really bring them down and curb their anxiety.
So when we're talking about VR, a lot of people think of the headsets that they're wearing and they're going to an amusement park and riding on a roller coaster. Talk about what these veterans, what these people are actually going to be seeing, because I know you said that there's different options out there for them to go and enjoy, especially if they are having an episode, something that can help kind of work them through that episode.
Yeah, exactly. And again, if you're walking into an environment where you're anxious and you have an ocean in the background and palm trees and a breeze going, it's certainly going to make a difference in the way that your perception is. And again, you're immersed in this metaverse. So it's really quite revolutionary what they're doing.
So talk about that metaverse aspect versus going to see a therapist, in person. What you've kind of seen with some of the people who've already been doing this, are they more open to sharing if they do feel like there's a little bit of protection to their identity?
Sure, absolutely there can be. I think it's important that we're giving them the option to be anonymous and to express what they need to express to this therapist within those meetings. Part of what we do on the BioCorrect side is we're supplying a cognitive behavioral therapy program for those people who are suffering from the substance use disorder. So again, it's hard to treat someone for PTSD if they're also suffering from substance use disorder. So we've got a 35 module program that will be implemented into this universe, and they'll be able to actually pluck out portions of this module as NFTs and work with their therapists and their peers on this.
Well, and something that you mentioned to me as well is just how immediate the help can be for them to be able to just put on the headset and right away be able to talk with some of their own peers or maybe talk with someone from that crisis line.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, think about the number of people that cancel their appointments because they're suffering from depression as a result of PTSD or of substance use disorder. So now it really is as simple as walking over, sitting down, putting on your headset and having access 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to someone who might be suffering the same thing you are.
And as you said too, sometimes going through the system and trying to work that way, it gets backlogged, or maybe then you get pushed back or you get rescheduled. So this is kind of solving some of those problems that veterans might be running into as well.
Yes, absolutely. And our whole goal obviously is to get people well and to cut back on the suicide rates. Actually, boy, wouldn't it be great to eliminate suicide altogether? I mean, I think the last stats I saw were 2019, where there were still over 6,200 veteran and military suicides, which is way too much.
So when we're talking about this problem, these veterans are committing suicide because they aren't able to be able to address and work through some of the issues that they might be having. When you guys came together and you made this solution of let's start, a different way to help address these problems, how did you kind of form what should be added in, what should be kind of left out? Because I'm sure there was a lot of ideas that were bouncing around.
Well, for us, on the substance use disorder side, it was simple. We've been working with independent physicians and centers all over the U.S. for over 10 years at BioCorrects with our Beat Addiction Recovery Program. So traditionally, we've used our medications, we've used cognitive behavioral therapy programs that we've designed, and we've used peer support with peer support apps. So as far as we were concerned, it was a no-brainer to take those cognitive behavioral therapy modules and put them into the metaverse so that they can be easily accessed by these individuals. As far as the PTSD side is concerned, there are a number of experts that 2B3D has worked with and they've engaged with, so they really know what aspects to touch base on.
So when people are listening in and they might be thinking, hey, this could be one more way I could try to work through some of the PTSD that I've been suffering from, how do you kind of help walk them through, here's what we do and here's how you get your hands on it? Because as we've said, this could just be one more option of a way to try to see if it works for you, because not everyone's always the same.
Yeah, absolutely. And hopefully Q4, 2B3D will be launching this officially, and they'll be doing a outreach program to let veterans and active military know that this is available, that this is easy to access and at their fingertips, and it's going to be a game changer.
Yeah, and everyone is starting to get into that metaverse, so it's only good to see that it's not going to be just somewhere to escape to have fun. It can be somewhere where you can go and still work on some self-progress as well.
Absolutely. And then, our ultimate goal would be to have the individual go see their doctor, go get their medication, whether it be one of the medications BioCorrects is currently taking through FDA approval or whatever their doctor prescribes, get their VR goggles and their headset and send them home so they could start their behavioral wellness journey.
Yeah, I'm sure that's something too. A lot of people wonder is, if you're just having them go online, how are they going to get help on the outside world too? But it's all part of working together. It's not just one solution. I mean, there's so many parts when it comes to addressing PTSD.
Yep, it's all about streamlining the solution as well and making it accessible and removing as many hurdles as we can.
So as people are learning a little bit more about your companies that have teamed up here together, anything you think important to mention when it comes to talking about this new tool to help people, especially as you mentioned, when they could be something so immediate that they needed to address right in that moment, right in that night terror, or right there and that when they're having, some problems with reaching for those substances?
Yeah, it sounds cliche, but you're not alone. Reach out. There are other people that feel the way you do, and they understand, and they've gotten through it, and they're there to help, and we've got experts there to help. You have to reach out. That's the most important thing you can do. You're not going to be able to do it on your own. Work with the experts.
Right. And as you mentioned, I mean, it's just one more way that we can all try to help bring more awareness to these issues, especially when it comes to helping care for our veterans after they're home and they need just a little extra helping hand. This could just be one more way that we can reach out that hand to them.
That's exactly right. When they sign up for the military, they're signing up to take care of us. It's our turn to take care of them.
Right. And just this could be one more way to do so. I'm excited to see once that outreach happens, once more veterans are getting these VR sets in their hands. So again, Tom Welsh here with us with BioCorrects. Thank you so much for explaining a little bit more into what this tool is. And hopefully some people can find it helpful and also work through those issues that they may be facing here today.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for getting the word out.
Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you joining us here. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great to be here with you as we continue to bring you top stories and headlines from across the country. Here is what we are expecting any moment right now, heading out to the White House. A White House briefing is set to begin before the January 6th hearing will resume. That is happening at 1 p.m. Eastern, so less than an hour away. And just wanted to give you just some insight of what we will be hearing today. This comes all from Chad Pergram, Fox News' Capitol Hill reporter, saying this is the hitchhiker's guide to the role the vice president plays when certifying the Electoral College. The January 6th committee will lay out a case about the pressure campaign applied to former Vice President Mike Pence to tilt the election in favor of former President Trump. The scheme assembled by attorney John Eastman was to convince Pence to reject electoral vote from states in question as he presided over the joint session. Pence has indicated that he doubted he had any agility in that circumstance, especially after seeking counsel from former Indiana Senator and former Vice President Dan Quayle. Quayle presided over the re-election loss to the joint session in 1993 as President Bill Clinton vanquished President George H.W. Bush. The role of the vice president is dictated by the Electoral Count Act and the 12th Amendment to the Constitution. Congress passed the legislation after the disputed 1876 presidential election between President Rutherford Hayes and Samuel Tilden. Electoral votes were far from certain in Florida, South Carolina, Louisiana, and Oregon. There was a sprint to settle the Electoral College tally before Inauguration Day, 1877. Congress created an electoral commission to resolve the issues. In those days, the president assumed office on March 4th. The Electoral Count Act dictates that states choose electors no more than 41 days after the election. That's why the Supreme Court rushed to complete Bush v. Gore on December 12, 2000. The decision halted the counts of ballots in Florida, handing the presidency to George W. Bush. The 1887 law establishes a safe harbor date so states conclude vote counts and establish electors early. But what happens if there are problems with the mail? The cryptic nature of the statute could give some states the green light to continue to count or cease counting. So what happens if a state sends inconsistent slates of electoral votes to Congress, or if they are disputed electoral votes? That's sorted out in the certification of the Electoral College in the joint session of Congress on January 6th, as dictated by the Electoral Count Act. Also with a role in this, the 12th Amendment to the Constitution, as the 12th Amendment is murky as to what should happen during the certification process there. It also reads that the President of the Senate shall, in the presence of the Senate and House of Representatives, open all the certificates and the votes shall then be counted. Note the passive voice in the phrase, quote, the votes shall then be counted. That does not suggest any flexibility on behalf of the vice president, or is another interpretation is that the vice president does have a role. It is simply the responsibility of the VP to report what the count is, even if there is potential for influence. The 12th Amendment also says the person having the greatest number of votes for president shall be president. A VP flexing his or her muscles during the Electoral College certification is not exactly in writing there. There is precedent for vice presidential involvement. Hawaii wasn't a determinative state back in the 1960 presidential election between President John F. Kennedy and future president, then Vice President Richard Nixon. Kennedy was going to win the White House regardless of results from Hawaii. Initial results from Hawaii showed that Kennedy captured the Aloha state by 92 votes. However, a recount showed that Nixon won by 141 votes. Nonetheless, Hawaii sent 2 slates of electoral votes to Washington, one for Nixon and one for Kennedy. The governor signed both slates. Hawaii's electoral votes should have gone to Nixon, but when the joint session of Congress convened in January of 1961, Congress handed Hawaii's 3 electoral votes to Kennedy, even though Nixon probably should have awarded the votes to himself there. After the 2000 Florida election dispute of Congressional Black Caucus members paraded through the well of the House chamber to contest the outcome, VP Al Gore, then president of the Senate, and like Nixon, vanquished the Democratic nominee presided. Mr. Vice President, I rise to object to the fraudulent 24 electoral votes, declared Representative Maxine Waters. Is the objection in writing and signed by a member of the House and Senator, inquired Gore. Congressional rules require a House member and senator simultaneously challenge a state's electoral slate, but Waters lacked a Senate sponsor. The chair will advise that the rules do carry Gore in tone, triggering applause throughout the House chamber. The issue never went to a vote in either chamber because no senator joined the CBC members there. Questions arose then in January of 2005 about Ohio's slate of electoral votes in the instance that the late Representative Stephanie Tubbs Jones and former Senator Barbara Boxer team up to challenge Ohio's electoral votes. That triggered separate debates and votes in the House and Senate to consider Ohio's slate. But after a short debate, Congress decided that President W. Bush was victorious in Ohio. Then we go to January 2017, where multiple House Democrats attempted to challenge the certification of the election of former President Trump. However, House Democrats lacked a Senate petitioner to trigger a debate in the House and Senate there. So that is just a roundup there from Chad Program on the history of the electoral counting of votes in January. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break right here. When we come back, we'll take you out to the White House briefing just underway. We will bring it to the beginning there so you don't miss anything right here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. Just a little over 30 minutes away from the January 6th committee hearing to resume once again, and you will see gavel-to-gavel coverage as only you can expect right here on Live Now from Fox. No talking heads and no opinion. We just show it to you from the beginning all the way to the end, just like if you were in the hearing room as well. Let's go out to the White House right now, where we do have the briefing underway. We bring it to you from the beginning. You didn't miss anything.
Thursday. Oh, what are you trying to say? What are you trying to say, Steve? I hear you. Okay. All right. As the president has made clear, lowering prices for Americans is the president's top economic priority, and today he will sign the Ocean Shipping Reform Act, passed on a bipartisan basis, which will help lower costs for American retailers, farmers, and consumers. He will be joined by bipartisan members of Congress and key stakeholders at the signing. In the President's State of the Union address, he called on Congress to address ocean carriers' high prices and unfair practices because rising ocean shipping costs, which are a major contributing factor to increased costs for American families. During the pandemic, ocean carriers increased their prices by as much as 1,000%, and too often these ocean carriers are refusing to take American exports back to Asia, leaving with empty containers instead. That's costing farmers and ranchers and our economy a lot of money. This bill will make progress, reducing costs for families and ensuring fair treatment for American businesses, including farmers and ranchers. The President looks forward to fulfilling this promise and signing this bill into law. Next, as a former chair of the Senate Judiciary Committee, the President is proud to announce, proud of the federal judges he has nominated and the unprecedented diversity that they represent. Yesterday, we continued that trend by putting forward Bradley Garcia, who would be, if confirmed, the first Latino to ever serve on the D.C. Circuit. The grandson of immigrants from Cuba, Mr. Garcia's credentials are already being praised out of the gate by legal experts across the political spectrum. He has represented clients in over 50 cases before federal and state appellate courts and argued 13 cases before federal and state appellate courts. And with that, Will, you want to kick us off?
Yeah, thank you. When was the last time the president was tested for COVID? And can you please give us more guidance on why the White House isn't announcing these tests unless they ask about them?
Well, the President has a regular testing cadence determined by his doctor. As we have said many times, if he were to be a close contact, as defined by the CDC, because that's what we follow, we would update his testing cadence accordingly and share that with all of you with transparency, clearly. He has not had a close contact that would change that cadence, so it stays as a regular cadence that is in close coordination with his doctor.
Well, wouldn't we not know about the close contact until
if there were a close contact, we would share that. We would have the transparency and share that. He just has not been a close contact. Okay.
On another topic, is the White House concerned that European leaders might be pressuring Zelensky to make concessions? I'm interested in the visit by European leaders today. Was that a show of support, or is that an intervention by people that are looking for the war to stop?
So I would let the European leaders speak for themselves on their country's travel and their goals and agenda for that travel. Nothing has changed about what the President's view here is. He stated it very clearly in his New York Times op-ed not too long ago, and that it is basically nothing, and he said this even before the op-ed, which is nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine, and that Ukraine is a sovereign country. President Zelensky is the democratically elected leader of that country, and only he gets to determine how this war ends. He gets to determine how he defines victory, and he gets to determine how the outcome will be. Go ahead.
Thank you. I wanted to follow up on the military mission that captured this senior ISIS leader. Can you just sort of take us behind the scenes here a little bit? When was the president briefed? How long has this mission been under consideration? What more can you tell us about it?
So I can say the operation was successful. No civilians were harmed. Nor were there injuries to coalition forces or damage to coalition aircrafts or assets. I would have to refer you to the Operation Inherent Resolve. They're the ones who ran this process, and they put out a statement, and I'll let them speak to that.
Can you tell us though any more about this individual and just speak to the continuing threat from ISIS both abroad and here at home?
So here's what I can say, and again, I'm going to let the Operation Inherent Resolve speak to this. It was a senior ISIS leader. I can confirm that. I just don't have more to share from here. I'll let them speak to it more broadly.
And the ISIS threat?
I'll let them speak more broadly since this just happened, but I will go.
Hey, Kareem, the stock market's dropping again today. How confident are you that the big rate hike yesterday will tamp down on inflation?
So here's what I will say is that we understand what American families are going through. As you know, this has been a priority, bringing down inflation and doing everything that we can from our perch to make that happen. We, as the president has said and he's written about, we are going to give the Federal Reserve their space to their independence to deal with the monetary policies as they have the ability to do, and it's important to do that. Many presidents before had not allowed that to be moved forward and that to happen. But because it is well established that countries with independent central banks have better economic outcomes over time, this part of our transition to stable and steady growth with lower inflation, that is the kind of economy that delivers for working families. And so we're just going to give the Federal Reserve the space to do what they need to do.
And then secondly, there are reports that the U.S. Innovation and Competition Act to expand production of semiconductors could be slimmed down. What do you think about this? Would you still support a slimmed down version?
Well, we appreciate, we know the House and the Senate have been working very hard to get a bipartisan basis through the conference process. So we're encouraged by the process in that, by the progress in that, and we support an effort to find common ground to reach a final agreement. And so the President and Congress share the same goal, which is to have something done by this summer. And so we know that companies are making decisions this summer on where to invest next year, but we know that they're currently working really hard to make sure that this is a bipartisan process. Okay.
Two quick ones for you, or two subjects for you, Corinne. Thank you. What is there any change in the White House's involvement in this ongoing attempt to get back to missing Americans in Ukraine, or any coordination with the Ukrainian government trying to do so? And has the president either been in touch with or sought to speak with their families?
So we can't confirm these reports. We don't know where their whereabouts are. We are working very hard to learn more about this, about these Americans who are now missing. Our hearts go out to their families during this difficult time that they're going through. It's worth repeating, and we have said this many times, that it is not the time to go to it's not the time for Americans to go to Ukraine during this time of war. The State Department has put out numerous travel advisories warning Americans not to travel there and urging Americans to leave immediately if you are.
You mentioned the president's the former chairman of the Senate Judiciary Committee. He was involved in the confirmation of Clarence Thomas. There are reports this morning about his wife and her interactions with John Eastman, the attorney who was pushing the idea that Vice President Pence could do something to block the certification. And now the January 6th committee says they are planning to talk to her. Yeah. Does the president have any concern about Justice Thomas continuing to serve on the court, or would he perhaps suggest that he should recuse himself from any cases that come before it regarding January 6th?
So that is something that the court has to decide. That is not for us to comment on. I can say this: we have full confidence in the Select Committee, January 6th Select Committee, and it is for them to decide how they're going to move forward on their particular process that they're going through.
Does he plan to watch the hearings today or in the coming
days?
Well,
I think he has said this before, and I've said this a couple days ago. He's probably going to catch it here and there. He has a busy schedule. I'm sure folks around him, his senior staff, will update him as needed. Okay, Peter.
Thanks, Corinne. Why is the president saying that Why is the president saying that inflation is worse everywhere but here?
Because what we have seen across the globe, first of all, inflation is a global challenge, as we have said. It is caused by clearly the pandemic, this once-in-a-generation pandemic that we are coming out of, and also most recently the war that Putin started in Ukraine that has caused inflation as we look at food and as we look at gas prices. So if you look at globally other countries, and if you look at where we are economically, when you think about the Group 7, the G7, we are in a much stronger place than we are economically than the rest. And also,
I did look globally though. He says that inflation is worse everywhere but here. That's not true. U.S. has worse inflation than Germany, France, Japan, Canada, India, Italy, Saudi Arabia.
Well,
so why is he saying that?
I think what we are saying is that when you talk about inflation, it is a global thing. And it is not just about the United States. This is something that everyone is feeling because of coming out of a once in a lifetime pandemic, because of the war that Russia has started in Ukraine.
Okay, why isn't the president asking oil companies to drill more here in the U.S.?
Let me just give you a little bit of a rundown of why we are here.
And just, because I know his letter was a lot about refining and increasing refining, but that's a lot of oil that comes in from overseas. So why isn't he asking companies to drill more here in the U.S.?
Well, hold on. So here we go. So this is where we are. I'm going to give you a little bit of a rundown of why we are here and what's going on and why we wrote the letter. So due to decreased demand at the start of the pandemic, U.S. oil refineries reduced their capacity by more than 800,000 barrels per day. Now that consumers' demand has returned thanks to the president's recovery plan, oil refineries have still not brought refinery capacity back to the pre-pandemic level. So that is the problem, and that is what we're trying to address. At the same time, Putin's invasion of Ukraine put pressure on global supply, and gas prices have gone up by nearly $2 since before the invasion. So President Biden has taken historic actions to elevate this pressure, releasing record amounts of oil from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve and relaying the world to release oil too. That's at 240 million barrels of oil that he was able to do with his partnership. And so we are now at the highest levels of domestic production. So we actually have of crude oil since April of 2020 with an additional 9,000 approved drilling permits that remain unused, but refinery capacity needs to come back too. So that is what the problem is. We need them to actually refine the crude oil, which is not happening, and that's what we're calling on oil companies to do.
Why not just drill more here in the U.S. though?
Because we don't need to do that. What we need them to do is, with the oil that's out there, we need them to refine that oil so that the capacity could go up and then prices would go down, inherently go down.
And so I know the president once said that he was going to end fossil fuel. Is that now off the table?
No, we are going to continue to move forward with our clean energy proposal, our climate change proposal.
Is that the priority? Climate change over gas prices?
No, that's not what we're saying. I'm answering the question.
Is his priority lowering gas prices or is it addressing climate change?
First of all, you can do both at the same time. What we're trying to deal with right now is how do we lower cost for American families. And one of the things that we are seeing currently right now with oil refineries is they are using this moment that there is a war in Ukraine to actually make a profit. When there are steps that they can take so that we can actually lower gas prices for families. And so the president has taken action, right? We talked about the strategic petroleum that he's done, tapping into
barrels. How much has that lowered prices?
Here's the thing, Peter. If the president had not taken the actions that he's taken in the past several months, the prices that we see now would be a lot worse. It's actually blunted some of the increase that could have been. And so the president has taken action. He has been a leader. Now he's asking Congress clearly to act in certain ways, and also asking for the oil refineries to do their part and not make money off of a time of war. That's what we're talking about here. Go ahead, Peter.
I want to follow up on a couple questions. First, the AP asked you the first question out of the gates was when the president was last tested. We just didn't get an answer to that.
I did. It's a regular cadence. That's what we do. We will share per CDC when he is a close contact, and he has not been a close contact. If he were a close contact, we will let you know.
Again, I'm just confused because in the past you guys have always told us the date of the most recent test. So why can't you tell us the date of the most recent test? Well, right
now I'm telling you he has a regular cadence. I just don't have a date to share with you, but he does have a regular weekly cadence.
We trust that as soon as you find out today, your staff
will share with us. We will be transparent about that. But he does have a weekly cadence. I just don't have a day in front of you of when he was last tested.
As soon as you go back there and find out the date, you'll share with us, you're saying?
I'm not saying that. I'm telling you that he has a weekly cadence.
I guess that's my question. Why has that changed? Because in the past, they always told us.
Well, we have always said it's a weekly cadence. We have always said that.
But Jen would say it happened on Tuesday, just yesterday he had a test, or on Sunday he was tested, it was negative.
But But he hasn't been a close contact. What we have said now is that if he is a close contact, according to the CDC, what close contact of that the definition of a close contact, we will share that with you. And then that's when his testing cadence would change. His testing cadence has not changed. He gets tested once a week. I don't have the date in front of me at this time.
So he gets tested once a week. That's because in the
It's
past
a
it had
weekly.
been more regular
It's a
than
weekly.
that.
No, it actually has never. It's always been a weekly cadence of getting tested.
So he's only been tested once a week for the entirety of the time the president.
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is what we normally do is he gets tested weekly, and that's been his cadence as when he's talking to, as in coordination with his doctor. There has been times where he's tested more than that because we've traveled. When we traveled, we all had to take tests as we're traveling or other things. Or when he went to the White House Correspondents' Dinner, we had to test as well. So sometimes it's not once a week. But I'm saying to you right now, it's a weekly testing cadence. That's what we do as it's coordinated with his doctor.
Please understand that we're requesting to know as soon as you can. Tell us when the most recent test was, acknowledging it's a recent test. Let me ask you, we saw the letter
Well,
that he wrote.
I'm already telling you he's get tested regularly
So
in a weekly test.
But I'm saying our request continues. So the gist
And I'm
is,
telling you that he gets tested weekly. Okay,
so
go
let
ahead.
me ask you about the oil companies, if I can, really
Yeah, for
quickly.
sure.
We saw the letter that he wrote to them. They called for them to be in touch with the Energy Secretary to convene an emergency meeting on that topic. Can you have any update on when that meeting will take
So
place?
we're
and who's attending?
finalizing details, and we'll be sure to pass that along as soon as we can. The president noted in his letter what he wants to do, and what he wants to make sure is that that we create a forum so that the oil companies are able to put forth ideas. But he's willing to do everything he can using reasonable tools to get things done.
And he wants them to put forward ideas, but beyond that, I think, he wrote a letter and he said, hey, I'm calling on you to do this. You said, I want them they need to be patriotic. In real terms, what power does the president have here? How can he compel these companies beyond, in effect, begging them, asking them to do anything?
Well, that's one of the things that we want to do is have this meeting and hear from them and hear what the ideas that they come forth with, and maybe there's a way that we can help them meet that capacity. So he does want to create an environment, which is what the Energy Department is going to do, hopefully in the next couple of days, to sit down with the oil companies and try to figure out how do we do this in a way that both sides can agree on.
Thank you.
Okay.
I have two topics, but really quickly, just following on Peter, has the White House changed its policy on how much you will disclose to us about the president's testing?
It's not. I was asked, has he been tested? I'm saying that he gets tested weekly, and that's what we actually have said. I do not have a date when he was tested this week, but he is tested weekly, as it is, in coordination with his doctor. We've always said that. We have always said that he tests weekly.
Seems different than in the past.
Well, you're asking me when he was tested. I'm saying that I don't have a date for you at this time.
But you're also saying you're not going to share with us the date.
Well, because he gets tested weekly, and we have said once if he becomes a close contact, we will share that with you. But if he's not a close contact, then you just know that he gets tested weekly.
If he has not had a close contact, you're not going to tell us the date of his most recent test.
I'm telling you, he gets tested weekly.
Why is there hesitation over that? This is different than in the past.
Yeah, I don't get that.
We have previously been told when he got his most recent test.
I am saying to you, I don't have a date for you right now, but he gets tested weekly. As we've said many times, if he were a close contact, as defined by the CDC, we would update his testing cadence accordingly and share that with you transparently. That's what, if he's a close contact, we will share the date with you. He has not had a close contact, that would change that cadence.
Okay, I want to move on. The second is
Okay.
that we would let
All
you know
right.
when he was tested
I mean,
last.
that's what we've been saying for some time now.
There are reports the White House is weighing a series of executive actions if Roe is overturned, things like a national health emergency or fighting state efforts to criminalize travel for abortion. Can you confirm these things are under consideration? Are there other actions you're looking at?
So the administration continues to explore every possible option in response to the anticipated Supreme Court decision in Dobbs, which would take away women's rights guaranteed for nearly 50 years under Roe v. Wade to make their own choices about their reproductive health. If the Supreme Court overturns Roe, we will need Congress to take action to restore Roe. I don't have anything else to share on that.
And the president's meeting yesterday with Schumer and Pelosi, Did that yield any new plans on how to fight inflation? And why wasn't this meeting on the president's public schedule ahead of time?
It was a private meeting that the president had. We don't advise all the meetings, just like his conversations that he has with members of Congress. I'm not going to go into detail what was discussed, but he has regular conversations with members of Congress. Okay.
On housing, Karine, given the rising interest rates for mortgages, can you say if the White House is concerned about housing affordability or a slowdown in the housing market? As you know, rates for the 30-year mortgage averaged nearly 6% this week, and that jump by more than half a percentage point was the largest one-week increase since 1987.
So we know that housing affordability is a central challenge for families. The president understands that, and this is why he's put forward the Housing Supply Action Plan, which includes steps to help boost housing supply and ease the burden of housing cost on families over time. So now what the federal actions constitute monetary policy, as we know, which is different. Monetary policy actions help bring inflation down as mortgage rates increase. Demand in the housing market should cool. This is part of our transition to stable and steady growth with lower inflation. That is the kind of economy that delivers for working families. But again, we have that's why the president put forth the Housing Action Plan as well, to help families as much best that he could.
Karine, I know this has come up a number of times in recent weeks. The question about tariffs and when a decision specifically regarding China and exclusions might be made. And I guess I'm wondering, can you give us any sense of sort of what is under consideration and what possible timeline we might be looking at?
So we don't have anything to share or preview at this time. It is under consideration. We are discussing this. We just don't have anything for you to share at this time.
About what is being considered?
No, not at this time.
Hey, Karine, not to belabor this too much longer, but can you articulate a little bit when the White House is committing to releasing results of the president's testing? Because it's not only the cadence that we're asking about, it's when the last time he tested negative.
No, I understand, and so what I'm trying to say, and this is in consultation with his doctor. The president has a regular testing cadence. We have said before that he tests weekly, and again, as we've said many times, if it were to be a close contact as defined by the CDC, we would update his testing cadence accordingly and share that. We would share what that would look like and be transparent about that. He has not had a close contact. Because he has not had a close contact, we have not changed that cadence, and it's something that happens with his doctor. I do not have a date for you as to when he was last tested.
Has he ever tested positive?
No, he has not. Not that I know of. We would share that. I think that is something we would share because then that would change his testing cadence clearly if he had a close contact, and so we would share that with you and be transparent about that. We would be transparent about that.
Okay. Quickly, I wanted to return to something earlier in the week. You were asked whether the president believed that Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman was responsible for Jamal Khashoggi's death, and you didn't fully answer that, and I wanted to sort of give you another opportunity on that, but also ask if he disagrees with the U.S. intelligence assessment, which has reached that conclusion.
So let me just say this, as we've said many times here, the murder of Jamal Khashoggi was something that many of us around the world took very, very seriously. But I can assure you, but I can say that when the president walked into this administration, when this his first year, he made sure that we had that there was a report. The report was released, and in that report, it had the Khashoggi ban, which is a visa restriction policy. He wanted to make sure that that was out there, and let me tell you a little bit about that. It allows the State Department to restrict visas for individuals who are acting on behalf of a foreign government, use tools of repression against people abroad who criticize their government. This includes those who suppress, harass, surveil, threaten, or harm journalists, activists, or other persons perceived to be dissidents for their work. And we can tell you we've used that ban 70 times. The visa restrictions applies to countries worldwide. And so that was something that was incredibly important for the president to do. And look, when it comes to human rights when it comes to that type of leader-to-leader conversation. This is a president who's a straight shooter and who will not shy away from having that conversation. So again, we issued an extensive report on Khashoggi's murder, and we instituted that ban as I just laid out, and so that was something that was important for the president to do, and you've heard from him, and he's talked about that.
But I'm still not hearing you say, yes, he agrees with that assessment that MBS authorized the killing of Jamal Khashoggi.
What I can say to you is that, again, we issued this extensive report, and we've imposed sanctions or visa restrictions on over 70 Saudi individuals and entities, including the Saudi Royal Guard's Rapid Intervention Force. And as we have emphasized, then it was important to reorient but not rupture relations with Saudi Arabia, and so that was something that was important to do. But we released the report. We've used the ban multiple times, and this is something that we take very, very seriously when it comes to human rights. The president will not shy away from having those conversations, especially when he is on this trip.
But the executive summary of this report says, we assess that Saudi Arabia's Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman approved an operation to capture and kill.
And he released the report, right? This is a report.
That assessment?
I'm telling you, this is something that the president took very, very seriously, and he released that report. So clearly, he would not release that report if it is not something that he believed in, right? So
yes. So
I mean, I'm trying to answer the question. All right.
Follow up.
Yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Corinne, on baby formula, back on May 22nd, Secretary Vilsack said that an abatement of the shortage will be seen within the next 30 days. We're coming up on that 30-day mark. You guys keep announcing regular announcements of these flights that are coming over, millions of bottles worth of formula. But when are American families going to see, this situation resolved, an actual progress where the shelves are full once again, and this problem go away?
So, as you know, the president has made this a priority, right? He has used his authorities to make sure that we can do everything we can to help get baby formula on the shelves, and that's what he's done with the DPA that he authorized, which has helped. And I can say that we announced the 7th Operation Fly Formula mission, which will transport. This happened yesterday, which will transport the equivalent of close to 550,000 bottles of Nestle specialty formula from Switzerland to Louisville, some of the most high demand formula in the United States right now. In addition, when working with domestic manufacturers to wrap up production, including by invoking the Domestic Production Act, as I just mentioned. If you look at Abbott, their supplies plan increased production by 25%. Rickett has said it has been able to increase its amount put to the market by 30%. Gerber has said it increased additional supply to the marketplace by 60% since the recall. So we are doing everything that we can, entering into a consent decree agreement between the FDA. So we're going to continue to work. We're going to continue to make sure that we deliver for the American families, get that, make sure that we get healthy formula. We have to remember how this all started, right? This all started because Abbott, there was a safety concern at Abbott. FDA acknowledged that, called them out on that, and then they had to shut down their facility in Michigan. And so we have continued to work with them to make sure, and the other manufacturers to make sure that we get as much baby formula as we can, and clearly with the operations that we're doing overseas.
If we're coming up to the end of the 30-day assessment that he had said at the end of May, I mean, can you put a time frame on this now? Are families going to be scrambling the entire summer still?
I don't have a timeline for you on